This is big.
Xset looks like they're swooping in for against the world. Can they do it?
So, really feeling good about this spot.
Focus is gonna try and push into this dome.
They're running full blue on everybody is now. No, wait, hold up.
Not gonna end up taking it.
alternator.
Error being chewed through right now.
Welcome everybody to the final day of the Apex Legends Global Series North American Last Chance qualifiers. We started the day off yesterday with 40 teams vying for 2 final spots to the LAN that'll be taking place next month. And now today we will crown the final 2 teams that will be moving on. I'm James Jamerson Lee, and joining me bringing you all of the action, I've got Vicky Kitty on the line. Vicky, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I mean, I'm all fired up after seeing the LAN that went down in Sweden, and these teams are fired up as well. We saw a lot of the action go down yesterday, but we're going to be saying goodbye to so many teams. Where only 2 teams out of this entire talent pool of talented competitors are going to be coming out of the top.
That's right, we did start the action on Friday, finishing off the final round of LCQ 1 to see which 17 teams would be competing for the rest of the weekend. And then they had to battle it out yesterday throughout the double bracket format. We're starting off today with the losers finals. 20 teams go in, 10 teams come out to be put into the grand finals for the day.
It's insane. We said goodbye to 10 teams just yesterday in the losers round 1 bracket, including the likes of CLG, Oxygen, Strictive OP, Dexterity, etc. But the bottom 10 teams from the winners round 2 lobby are going to be facing off against the losers round 2 competitors, those top 10 teams that made it right through that losers round 1 bracket. So a lot of Apex to be played today. A lot of Apex has been played all throughout the weekend, and I'm excited to see which of those 2 teams are going to be able to come out on top, Jamerson.
That's right, because we have so many heavy hitters, and especially here in the lower bracket, a lot of teams that we weren't really expecting to see.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely insane. Let's go ahead and take a look at the participating teams for the lower bracket, because we really do have to set this. G2 is here in the lower bracket. We've got Xset in the lower bracket. We've got Wingman Season, Team Sheesh, Complexity, Sentinels. A lot of names we probably were not expecting to see down here.
Black Hand, Sentinels, Complexity, even Nightmare Esports. I'm a big fan of Nightmare out here. So many of these teams that put on a performance yesterday, but it should highlight here how close the competition was when a lot of pressure is put on top of these teams. Now, were these teams able to adjust coming in from playing some of those 12 games yesterday into today? Because it's going to be a long day for some of these squads.
That's right. This is the lower bracket finals. The top 10 teams will be moving on to the grand finals later on today, but they will be going into that final round at a deficit. The teams that were able to stick into the winners bracket will be starting off with advanced points, just like we had before as well. So first place, I believe W will be coming in with 10 points, or it might have been Furia, excuse me. Might have misspoken there, but they will have advanced points. So it's going to be that much more difficult. And it's all going to be, of course, just ALGS standard today. 6 matches. We're going to be starting it off, I believe, on World's Edge and then going over to Storm Point.
Yeah, starting off on World's Edge, kind of a change up here for some of these teams that had to play through the round 2 of the winners bracket where we saw Furia pop off. But that change up here could mean a lot in terms of compositions that we're seeing from some of these teams. We've been seeing a lot of Watson, and if for those of you guys that are unfamiliar with the way that the ALGS points and scoring works, first place gets to take home 12 points after that one game, second place takes 9, third place takes 7, fourth takes 5th, and then so on so forth, including the KP points that you're going to be racking up that count for 1 point per kill.
Yeah, and these points, the way that it breaks down is so important. I believe that in EMEA, which had just wrapped up about 30 minutes ago,
wow.
The top 2 teams kind of secured their spot by a few points. I believe Kick missed out by about 3 or so, if I remember correctly. It was extremely close. Congratulations to Scars, by the way, by taking a huge win in game number 6 to secure their spot for LAN. Glad to see that, names on that team that go back with me for almost 4 or 5 years now in terms of my esports career. So Mandish Ratzer, I want to just say congratulations, buddy. I'm so happy to see you making it to North Carolina. Really excited to see you there. Now, speaking of North Carolina, like we said, 2 spots are on the line, and you got to imagine once we get into the winners bracket, all nerves are just going to be completely high for all of our squads.
Yeah, veteran Jamerson coming through, by the way, on the broadcast. Absolutely love to see. Also love to see that you're feeling a lot better, too, here, Jamerson. And you highlighted the importance of these points. We had some squads in the winner's bracket take multiple games, really highlighting that consistency. Now, looking at our participating teams in this losers round 2 bracket, it's a little bit different here. We didn't really get to see that consistency, which is why they're here right now in these participating teams in that lower bracket. We want to see more from G2. What is happening with G2? I feel like this is a topic that we have highlighted before, but then you go down this list, the same could be said about Wingman Season, the squad that absolutely dominated in the challenger circuit, now falling short in the losers bracket right next to Team Sheesh.
I still want to note, though, that a lot of these squads are, of course, from our challenger circuit here in North America.
Yeah.
So when we talk about Wingman Season, Team Sheesh, Blackhand, Someone Sinus Casuals, all of these squads have been grinding it out. So they are still here at the very least, but this is almost their last chance. You have to make it into the top 10. It's not as easy as it was on Friday, where it was the top 17. The stakes are exactly the same. You make it to top 10, you make it through, and so you're looking at just making sure every single game that you're putting on some points, even if it's 1 point, even if it's 5. You want to make sure you get those points on the board, because usually the cutoff for around top 10 is going to be about 25 points.
Yeah, so what's really cool about looking at what happened in the losers bracket in the first round was that Team Asuras narrowly made it into the top 10. The difference between making it to the top 10 and then getting that 11th place spot was CLG with a 1 point difference. Further highlighting how close this competition is. So close that even Asura sitting in 10th place was tied basically with all the way to 7th place, where a lot of our competitors were only a 1 to 2 point difference in making it into that top 10, which should show that that 6th game meant everything for about what, 5 to 6 squads out here in this list. Looking at the losers round 1, are we going to see that though replicated as we move on to round number 2, now knowing that these teams have figured out overnight what they need to iron out?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's still hard to tell, right? What exactly do you have to work on? Because teams still have tricks up their sleeve as we're getting into Legend Select for the first game of the day here in the lower bracket. Once again, only 10 teams from this lobby will be moving on to the finals of the LCQ2. And let's take a look at the compositions coming out. We're, of course, starting off on World's Edge. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Caustic compositions already being in play. And it looks like Caustic's going to have a high pick rate today so far, with about, I want to say, 12 teams picking it up.
It's quite interesting to see the change up between even Watson making her appearance into the composition and a lot of the metas that we're seeing right now in North America, which we could honestly give our thanks over to the land that we saw in Sweden. Just having that international talent bring something different to the table has got these players thinking, what different playstyle can they bring into World's Edge that they could also transfer over into Stormpoint, so that way they could stay consistent in terms of their composition and where they feel comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing anything really being shaken up here in terms of composition at all. It is all comfort here. Once we go over to Stormpoint, that's where things could be a little bit different. But here we go, heading into the first drop of the day. The dropship looks like with a nice path going from south to north, really evenly down the middle of the map. So a lot of teams dropping on the northern side will have a little bit of a slower rotate because of that, but hey, even the northern teams are still lucking out. The Climatizer drop squad will be getting that hot spot to work out with.
Lovely here. We got to take a look at Start of Fight, who were absolutely finding themselves in these early game fights, specifically on Stormpoint when they were going and fighting for those 50-50s. But now that they've taken control over Geyser, they're not going to be contested. And Sinus Please is one of those squads looking at where they're landing here that usually likes to run the Watson now. And I'm wondering here with that game plan and seeing where the circle is going to be pulling towards that western side of the map, if we're going to be seeing more of those bunker down compositions, especially since you're dealing with so much Caustic in the lobby.
Yeah, speaking of the first ring, we're still waiting on that second ring scan to see exactly where this one pulls. A lot of POIs in ring number 1. We've got Skyhook, Lava Fissure, Landslide, and Staging. Really, if anything, if this tells us anything, this could be pulling up north, but we do have one of our first engagements taking place. G2 calling all the boys back on in, and it's Designful with the wingman out, trying to force down that bubble. He does actually force him out early on as they're trying to retreat here. G2 might be able to get the first frags of the game.
Oh, and they get Spongy Idol down first here. I believe that's TPM, actually, that usually likes to land tree, and I'm surprised they actually wanted to contest here. They know G2 likes to land separated in this area, and this has been their drop spot for so long, but with that first pick, G2 could start playing this a lot more confidently. We've highlighted G2 a little bit in the pre-show, and for a reason, Designful has been feeling like he's been swaying away from a competitor's mindset, and now sticking into this LCQ, I want to see more things shine here for G2 as a squad, because they definitely have the talent for it.
We still have more 50-50s taking place right now. Sentinels being forced back by Team Sheesh. And looking at their armors, it looks like it was Team Sheesh that were able to bully away for the center position inside of Lava Siphon here. Getting the best armors. Senox does at least get himself a blue. And he'll have that as a swap off if he needs to use it. For now, he's going to hold out. Maybe not give away that information quite yet. He does upgrade at the very least. Now, it looks like Sentinels are ready for this fight. They want to try and push up. We'll see if Team Sheesh want to continue to chase after this one. It's going to be triple blues versus the the double blues on the other side here. Surprise, he's got that high ground angle, keeping an eye on the right-hand side as well. But Team Sheesh are slowly getting centered in here. There we go. Sentinels pushing in as a full 3, so they are going to commit to this fight.
Oh, they're looking for redemption here. I'm talking about Team Sheesh as Sentinels. They fell down to the bottom 10 here in the winner's side, and they're going to be able to try to send it in as Sheesh forcing out the dome early. But can they split up Sentinels' focus fire here?
Oh, Sentinels full sending it. That's going to be Nice Wig going down first, but from behind, taking a lot of damage from Timmy. Senox will fall. It's down to a 2v2 here as Sentinels fighting through that gas. A prize will go down. Timmy left in a 1v2. You can see that Sentinels are still full on healthy. Timmy hasn't taken any damage really. Won't be able to heal up, but it's still a 1v2 situation. See, maybe he just recovers the banners and gets out of there. He still needs a prize to get finished off, but take a look. As soon as he drops down, he gets met by 2 players total, and he will have to back away here. Unfortunately, does not pick up the banner. A prize getting thirsted now, so Sentinels, with an early fight here, will maintain position over Lava Siphon.
The one thing that Timmy has over Sentinels right now is mobility. The double big boys losing out on Senox here as Timmy's taking a different off angle. Lou falls incredibly low, but look how Crustman and Lou need to play side by side, holding hands, knowing that Timmy is so dangerous, always so consistent when it comes to being the last one alive for Team Sheesh.
Now the big threat for both of these squads is that you have a northern zone. You have a zone that's pulling up towards the northwest. So you know that the teams down south from the dome, not particularly from Tree, will be showing up here. Lou taking a lot of damage once again. Will back away, but they're getting out of here. They know that the rotation time is going to coming in. They need to plug in their third. Getting back on in. Joining on board with Casuals and Gas Station Gaming. They have made their way over to Lava Fissure on a decent spot at the very least. And so looks like a lot of early fighting, but no teams quite out yet.
So crazy. I'm wondering which of the team over by Lava Siphon is going to get the res first. Who's going to deny that beacon away from which team? If it could be Timmy, who could actually redeploy on there, it would be insane here as we see that fight happening over by Lava Fissure. We saw how congested Lava Fissure could get so early on when it comes to these northern circles. And Asuras, they are in some trouble now. They are going to be able to bunker down a little bit, get some control over this building, but they note that they are sharing this real estate with another team right below them.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be Furia. That's right underneath them, but neither team really should be trying to make this push right now, especially not Asuras, who are still sitting on their Gibraltar player, having that white armor. You can see it's actually Wingman Season that's underneath them. Noko, Zednim, and Stunny, both caustic compositions, so it's going to be an incredibly difficult fight either way. Wingman Season can just hope that maybe Casuals have a good eye on them. Exit on the south side of Lava Fissure right now, looking to try and gatekeep squads coming in from there. You can see, yeah, almost every single building has been taken up, and we have the ring pulling hard on over towards that Lava Fissure countdown side.
This is insane. We saw a very similar circle just yesterday pull all on the outskirts of Lava Fissure. It's looking like it's going to be the same. Gotta highlight Nightmare, who's already taking control over one of these buildings. They popped off in their losers bracket round 1 matches where they were the top fraggers of that entire lobby, even winning 2 games. And the only team to be able to win multiple games. Now looking to do the same thing as we get to take a look at Complexity over to the other side. It's going to be Snipe Down making an appearance. I love to say that again. man. It's been so long, Snipe Down. So glad to have you back out here. Maybe you're not so glad to see you on the Caustic, but you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. This is what happens when you have a lot of Caustics in the lobby in general, because the good way to buy a lot of that space inside of these buildings is to have your Caustic win the trade for your team.
And space is the important part for Complexity here. They're actually playing away from center zone right now. They're playing pretty hard edge, just to make sure that they have that landslide beacon. That zone 3 beacon could prove so valuable, and so teams that might have committed into Lava Fissure right now might be disappointed if this one somehow pulls away towards Countdown. So we'll see. Again, we do note that Complexity do come from the northeast side of the map. They don't have the highest of priorities in terms of rotation, so they're going to play towards their circumstances. For Team Star to fight, though, they definitely might want to, especially with the loadouts that they've got so far. They've got the Volt in the hands of Aves. They've got the purple armors as well. Most of the teams are inside of Lava Fissure right now, so Team Star to fight could find a decent fight out here. As we join back on board with TPM, it looks like they were never able to recover their third, so they'll be playing this one out as a duo. I believe as an update, Timmy was able to plug in Wig, trying to get an update on a prize, and it looks like, yeah, we have 59 players in the lobby now, so both Sentinels and Team Sheesh have been able to recover.
Shout out to our production, also saying that there is a squad coming up on TPM from the low ground eventually. Now, is TPM, are they going to have the trigger discipline to just hold their position, or are they going to get the jump on this team here, take advantage because they need that KP? There's still obviously 20 squads left. None of these teams have fallen, and just like you said, looks like Timmy was able to get the res on his teammates, as the 59 players are still in this lobby, and TPM are still lost without Sponge Eagle. TPM having to face the fury of G2, looking to make the run through this bracket.
Yeah, which is, we didn't get to really talk about it. It was a little bit odd that Sponge ended up going down over there.
Yeah.
There was no real reason for TPM to actually show up. Oh, we do have the drop down coming in for Complexity. They've got to be careful. They do have this bottom building and force out a Wraith at the very least. And so going to be able to establish his position. Anyhow, for TPM going on, we have 2 more maps left here on World's Edge. I don't think you'd take a risky play like that unless there was something to benefit you. The thing was, there was no beacon there. There was a beacon at Tree. They did not have to extend that far. Ooh. Looks like we did have a fight out here. One player going down. I don't know exactly for whom, as a lot of nades are starting to get dropped down onto that Wingman Season side. It was G2 losing out on one.
Designful too, very unorthodox for that team, as Designful is usually the last one alive, but the one difference that Designful is right here is that he's not playing a mobility-based character. He's actually on the Caustic, something that we didn't get to see just yesterday when he opted for the Horizon instead. Now we're going to see Asaurus holding onto the high ground right here. They do note that G2 is off to the side by the train tracks with still another squad right below them, so they don't want to overextend here, and they shouldn't. I mean, looking at their composition, they're looking to bunker down just like Wingman Season is, except Wingman Season aren't going to get denied any loot because they are still putting down some of those suppressed fire over by the other team by the other side of the building.
That's going to be fantastic loot as well. That's G2 coming out of Thermal Station. We know how long they like to take for their loot, and so that's going to be huge for them. A lot of heavy ammo going on over towards that Wingman Season side, and so going to stick true to their name, be able to have that extra heavy ammo for their Wingmen. But at this point, G2 looks like I didn't quite check in if they were able to recover that banner at the very least. Maybe they have an opportunity to just Valkyrie rotate out of here, get him back on in, instead of playing as a 2-man from the center zone, play as a 3-man from the outside.
Man, look at this next circle here too, Jamerson. We see the other squads taking real estate inside some of these buildings and Complexity's doing, just building a wall with the caustic barrels. I appreciate the makeshift cover here from Complexity, but they really have no choice. I mean, look at the openings that they have to the left and right. But as we take a look at this next circle, we currently see that Complexity has that information, but for how long, with the beacon being out in the open with so many other squads surrounding the area, it's going to be difficult to get that next set of information.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they went in so early on. A lot of times we see teams wait for that zone 3 to pick up the scan then in that round and then rotate in, but they did take the risk. It was a little bit of a risky decision, but they still survived throughout all of this. Team Lazarus, one of the teams staking to the edges here, camping on top of this beacon, so they'll be able to pick that one up. They do have a team right below them, though, with Synced, Wicked, and Tempest playing off of Hot Springs. Probably had the exact same idea. But this is the house that everyone's keeping an eye on right now. Wingman Season and Asaurus holding down that house, hoping for that very western pull out of Lava Fissure, able to basically play off that high ground. More teams are now starting to rotate in. We do note that Team Sheesh are still outside in the zone, but this is ring number 2, so they'll be able to tank that one up quite easily.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the circle, I'm getting a little glimpse of deja vu after what we had witnessed from Nick Merckx on tripods, where he was able to rat it out from 13 squads left all the way up to 3 squads left. And in this circle, having the high ground was key. And I believe it was Renegades, actually, that were able to claim that high ground, push off a lot of these teams. G2 actually taking a very similar approach to what they did in that same circle yesterday, holding onto the tunnel where the railroad are, where the train tracks are, rather, and they just stayed in that position, waiting to see if the circle was going to continue pulling on the high ground. So I like their position right there as someone signed as being one of the slower rotating squads. Looking at their composition, the only team actually that we have in this lobby, I believe, running the Watson.
Yeah, they do have a pretty decent spot. They don't have to worry about a Valkyrie team basically out of bounds on top of that bird and starting to nade them down with that pylon. So they'll be safe here. They can continue to play the edge. They'll be able to trade as well up against Sentinels and maybe give them a pause. Even if they end up cracking a shield, you know how quickly that Natty Gen, along with some bats, or some cells, excuse me, can quickly top a person off. Here's Team Sheesh. Now, the other team that was involved in that 50-50 over at Lava Siphon. Now, moving in, they do have to worry about Black Hand actually coming up behind them.
Black Hand now moving over to try to take the high ground a little bit. I saw some pings over by Lazarus that noted that there was a squad already holding where AGG and G2 were also situated in, and I'm wondering if Black Hand is going to meet up with AGG or if they're going to meet up with G2 first, because you can see with their pings, they got plans to get onto the high ground, but we already saw how many teams have already taken control over this area.
Yeah, XSET still holding that southern building right now as Team Sheesh are moving their way on in. We've got Start a Fight as well, controlling that countdown choke. So Timmy's got to be careful. You can see that Aves be a close eye on that as the rest of his squad going to go ahead and use that replicator. I mean, this is already a composition that performs well in terms of economy, but it is struggling a little bit because we have not had fights. We've only had 2 players go down in the last 7 minutes or so. They've got plenty of throwables in here, though. So if they end up spotting out Team Sheesh, you can nade spam them to hell, and it looks like Rakanishu actually just missed out on the fact that there was someone peeking out from there, as now we've got Tempest going on in. They're going to go ahead and Valkyrie dive up to the northern side of Lava Fissure. They don't actually meet too much resistance. We do have Team Nightmare holding up inside of the building above them, but Sinus Please do make their way on in below.
This is so scary. Always seeing those late 50-50 Valkyrie rotations, especially with still 20 squads alive in this lobby. Yeah, we have 2 players absent, but look at this. Black Hand and Chobo now. They may be the first squad that goes down, as TPM are actually taking this fight as a duo. This is the team that has been playing this as a duo since the very start, as Talus gets taken out, and Up Sushi is the only one up alive, dancing around the dome, though. The Nox gas, though, does so much damage, and Shubi, he was so low, he could have potentially died right there if he wasn't very careful, but the caustic gas did provide him a good amount of cover as Black Hand sent TPM back to the lobby.
For some reason, we know that the XSET were above them, but it looks like just the presence of G2 slows down them from going in. And so G2 are actually going to be able to pick up the +3, getting the knockdown players there. We have XSET as well, now pushing forward. Actually, that's going to be Lazarus taking on XSET throughout all of this. So all hell is breaking loose as G2 looking for more kill points here. This is one of the best situations they can find themselves in now as nades are starting to come on in. Gentrifying with that missile storm. He gets cracked. Resulta swaps on out to cover him here as the defensive bombardment goes down, cutting off one angle at the very least. The 30-30 not quite connecting for them, but they can get the kills on the ground at the very least. Unfortunately, no one's not going to go over to him now. It's still a 2-man of G2 versus the 2-man of Black Hand, who have been able to recover. So Gentrifying has to back off, make sure that Resulta has his wingman in the back here as G2 continuing to look for the kill points in this situation.
I love their positioning, though. Look at this. With Jet holding the back angle, you already know that Resulta is going to be able to have them in his line of sight. They're funneling each other, though, into the competition as G2 now need to try to cover Resulta. He falls low. He sees that they're pushing up on him. He doesn't have the opportunity to pop the shield bat, and here comes Jet to help him out, save the day. But Jet takes a huge shot to the face here, trying to dance around the massive, only hitting those hot 9s, but with the focus fire from G2, they're going to be able to take care of Black Hand. And finally, Jamerson, the action is picked up. We had all of our squads Swords up and alive to the very end here. And now this is where we get to see the action and start a fight in some trouble themselves.
Start a fight, Money Miners redeemed. So many squads involved in this fight here, and Matt Pick is the only one alive for start a fight throughout all of that. We're down to 16 squads now as round 4 begins to close. We'll see how much longer Matt Pickett can survive for. Basically being out in the open, you can see that Jet is looking for him. He knows that there's another rat somewhere around, but he's got to back off a warp drive bracelet to get out of danger. Gas Station Gaming find themselves in the center of the zone, but take a look at that last pull. Here's Team Sheesh though, making a push on to G2 right now. The bubbles are being set down. A result is just gonna go ahead and back away, but that's gonna be straight into Wingman Season. I believe one more team above. Timmy gets the knock, and they finish what they started at the beginning of the game.
Wingman Season and She's talk about a sandwich here for G2. There was nowhere for them to go. I like the call to try to disengage, but in that situation, they knew that there were still other squads that had him in their line of sight. Now Sheesh and Wingman Season, they're coming up on one another, but Timmy taking a much more passive approach with the rest of Sheesh right behind him. He isn't going to get out of position. They're in the next circle, though, so this is a great start for them, and they have a lot of loot to work off of since they had to traverse to the outside of the ring for a while.
They're in the final circle. They're in the circle right now. They are in the final circle as well. Round number 5 will close up, and then we'll have the final slow closing ring after this one. But Team Sheesh, they still have to be careful out here. The two teams at any point can try and full send it into them. Surprise sneaks in a barrel, which should be quickly cleared. Won't be able to back away. Now, sign us please, X set. We've got James Fearless. We've got Nightmares as well, all stacked on top of this building. Only really one team can survive once this zone starts closing in. I believe we're at 14 squads, 15 squads. We have hit placement point territory, as it looks like another team might be going down. Money Miners losing out. One here.
Oh man, Sentinels 2, Crust getting taken out there. They're trading here as AJ gets taken out. Here's Nightmare Esports are just going to hold this position. Like you noted, there's 3 other teams they have to worry about in this area. G-Force, Sinus Police, Nightmare. So many of these teams are playing this passive with Impulse getting that crack though. He's not going to fully send it. He notes that there is a caustic in there. He's not going to just push into those barrels. As you see, Sentinels now just trying to get that res onto Crust. But with a trade-off here, they know that AJ is also low. They could try to fully send it, but a stick actually onto Senox. He gets taken out.
Lou still has some nades to toss out, and Crust is going to battle throughout all of this. Never able to fully reset throughout all of this, but they do at least force them back. And so Money Miners are going to retreat here. Reeds. Oh, Mollis gets peeked there as Lou is able to take him out. Sentinels coming up with much needed kills here. It's going to be 3 kills now in the hands of Lou. They've got a lot of the northeast side cleared out, but they still have to start moving in with the zone right now. We do have a battle over that circle building in the center of Lava Fissure here as Casuals will toss down that Black Market Boutique, and this is now where you start getting value off of it. You can see the armor swaps going down for them as well. Huge battle on the northern side as the 4 teams start scrambling out. Redeem dropping onto Exit here as they push up. They lose out on Oxy Ares, but they end up cleaning out Nightmare at least. Now, with the bubbles down, they could try and go for that res onto Oxy Ares, but there's a fight taking place ahead of them. It looks like they're going to prioritize, trying to get some of these kill points throughout all of this. Monsoon in a battle up against ICRVR right now. Both players decide to just get out of here. A huge defensive bombardment getting big crack, and he does end up finishing off Complexity almost, I believe. Monsoon might still be alive throughout all this. Oxy Ares going down on the side of Redeem as Icy now dropping in to secure his kill points, but he's facing off against Caustic Gas, the 2-man push out. He gets the knock onto Joey Blackout. There's only 1 player remaining, but the Caustic Gas proves too deadly here as Redeem survive for now.
Too much pressure. Complexity finally falls there too after what we had seen, an insane performance of Icy there, even dancing around his own bombardment with the zip line. Insane. Casuals now having to move in, like you highlighted before. They were rocking the low, but they were getting a lot of value off of this. They still have the Volt in the hands of Hambino, but it's a matter of getting into that next circle that is going to be proven to be so difficult, especially with teams already hugging the cliffside and the high ground of all the other teams that need to funnel in their direction.
And they're going to be one of the first teams forced out. Here comes some defensive bombardments as the bubbles, they already lose out on Sung. They try to back away. Hambino, the only one up now for casuals, and he's getting full senton. He will drop down to the low, but that provides him no cover whatsoever. Trying to shoot for the toes there, hitting for flesh as he's trying his best to heal up. That gold armor proving invaluable right now, but Key now needs to turn his focus to being able to get back to his team as he gets punished by Lightstar Joe. Asurus from up top. Someone side is still trying to survive as well. As on the northern side, take a look. Mooney, James Fearless, and Impulse have the entire north of this ring to themselves. 3 teams stacked on top of each other in that building right now. Team Sheesh, one with very few cover. They do throw down that bubble at the very least, and they're going to try and delay. They're going to take the disguise as that defensive bombardment goes down. Who are they going to have to send it on? Well, it's more than likely going to have to be James Fearless here. They don't want to take part in this battle, but you know that they are ready for this drop. Wingman Season getting pressured out inside as it looks like Team Asurus ends up cleaning up someone Sinus. Now Wingman Season forced out of their building. They've got the bubble down. Their Arcstar is inside, and Noko almost gets cracked for it. He will fall, and Stunny is now the only one up here, as it will be Team Sheesh take them out. They do have the final 3 squads, it looks like, involved in this fight. Team Sheesh as a 2-man trying their best to pick up as many kill points as possible throughout all this, but that's a huge defensive bombardment now. It's gonna be the full send, and Team Sheesh take the victory here in game number 1.
Sometimes you get so hungry, you miss out on the buffet that's right in front of you. Team Sheesh did not lose sight of the objective, even when they had to move away from the outskirts of the circle, even getting the res after a tough start to the game. It's Timmy managed to get all his teammates in this game and take the win on top of it all. Love the positioning and already the momentum that Sheesh is building up after that game 1.
Absolutely fantastic, and we know that this is a team that vibes, that really thrives upon that momentum. So with a huge win there in game number 1, you gotta imagine, you know, the wins are definitely in their sails.
Love it. I love what I'm seeing here. We got some more action coming up too, Jamerson. 2 more games on World's Edge. Let's see what Team Sheesh is looking like right after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is the LCQ.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Last Chance Qualifiers. And after game number 1, we know that all of our competitors understand exactly how much is on the line. Only 2 spots, only 2 teams will be moving on to champs in July. And it was Team Sheesh here in the lower bracket that took the first win of the day.
Amazing start here for them. Look at this damage coming out from Nicewig. Even though he fell a little early in the game and Timmy got him and a prize back in, look at this amount of input that they were able to apply here. It's Timmy popping off with 5 kills. On top of that, so much damage. So in total, not only are they walking away with some additional 12 points for taking that game, Jamerson, they're going to be walking away with some KP to their name too.
But this, speaking of KP, this was a kill-heavy game for a lot of our other squads, particularly our Pro League teams. I'm looking at, of course, Team Sentinels, who were able to frag out, along with G2. Despite not having the best of placements, they ended up getting 6 kills each. Taking a look at our second place squad, that was going to be G-Force, Mooney, along with James Fearless and them. Ended up getting 8 kills throughout all that and went down in second place off of a huge play coming out from Noko from Team Sheesh, though.
Insane here to see how kill heavy this lobby was when we didn't even see these kills light up until what, ring 4 here. It really shows how patient these teams are trying to play this. Even G2, not only did they fall in 16th place, but they fell with 6 KP even when they had to play that out as a duo for the later half of the game.
Yeah, that's right. We saw Designful going down when they were trying to secure one of the god spots, like you said, playing off that train tracks on the western side of Lava Fissure. But they were able to recover, backing away, going down to that south side, getting involved in the third parties. Taking a look at the bottom half of the bracket so far, it's XSET finding themselves in 11th place. They got 13th with 4 kill points, so they at least stay competitive. Like we said, when it's the top 10, when the cutoff is top 10, you want to be securing at least 5 points per game, and they are sticking to that so far.
And they need to, after seeing how close the competition was just in the lower bracket for round 1 yesterday. It's insane to see how this could make a difference by just 1 single point. Looking at what we had seen in the results in the later half of the games, also looking at Lazarus sitting in 18th place. Sinus Please, a team that usually pops off, actually, not even securing some KP. Nightmare, who actually held onto that positioning for so long over by Lava Fissure, also not being able to clean up some KP. So a different approach for some of these teams where they do want to play patiently. They're denying themselves the ability to at least secure more than 1 point if they could deny KP from other teams.
Now, going forward, we have to note that the winners from this game, Team Sheesh, are taking that 50-50 over at Lava Siphon up against Sentinels. The positioning did seem to be in favor of Team Sheesh, but the fight went the way of Sentinels, where they had the 2v1 advantage before disengaging. Now, how will Team Sheesh end up adjusting for this? Will they try and fight it out like they did in game number 1?
Wondering what they're going to do or what Sentinels is going to do to see if that Team Sheesh was able to make this turnaround. Are they going to continue to contest Team Sheesh, or is Sheesh going to actually respect them a little bit going into game number 2? I'm not expecting that, honestly. I'm expecting them to continue on this 50-50. We usually see a lot of these teams just consistently stick with their POIs, even if they're forced out with a 50-50. But here in this situation, Team Sheesh could afford it. They just came out of a win. They have a lead right now in the entire lobby. And if anything, this puts necessary pressure on a team like Sentinels, who usually are topping the leaderboards overall.
That's right. And with the 21 points that Team Sheesh, they basically have already secured themselves a spot. Now, they would have to go 0 points across the next 5 games realistically to not be able to make that top 10 threshold. But we know Team Sheesh, no matter how they do it, whether it's by kill points, whether it's by ratting, whether it's by taking a win, will be able to secure those points. And so they can try to spend the next 5 games just trying to get rid of Sentinels, who will continue to contest them here at Lava Siphon. Will that be what they do, or will they just play their own game and try and play their best game?
Also wondering what's going on with TPM. Are we going to see TPM try to contest G2, where they always have landed in Thermal Station? I mean, we called out the out of position from one of TPM's members, where the beacon wasn't even anywhere near that choke point by Thermal. So wondering how that even happened in the first place, although that did set up G2 to get some of that early on KP. But even though they did get that KP, they're usually a heavy momentum squad, very, very reliant on mentality and having that confidence, but they still faltered at 16th place. So now with a new game at our hands here, G2 landing over by Thermal Station as always. Currently see TPM are not even going to contest that choke point again. They're just going over by tree to get that scan over by the beacon.
Yeah, they're doing a little bit of a different split this time around. They're taking the train tracks to the north of Tree instead of getting that extra loot in that compound on the southeast side. Taking a look at our first ring for game number 2. Oh boy, Lava Siphon Harvester's Circle. This one's going to be a little bit difficult because there is a lot of that northern side of Lava Siphon in. So this could be another case where teams are going to look for that Zone 2 scan, hit that up once Zone 1 finishes closing, and then secure that. One thing I do want to note for G2, there was a really good reaction time. Once Designful noted that he had someone contesting him here in the southeast side, that was probably the fastest movement I've seen coming out from G2 to try and make sure that they bully that person out, and they ended up securing that kill point as well.
They were probably so confused because there wasn't a beacon there too, so maybe thinking that they were trying to get griefed or something, or maybe trying to call off one of the members of G2 over by the side. And so G2 recognizing that and getting quick with just regrouping with Designful was really smart here. But look at the respect that we are seeing from Sentinels. Yeah, they're looting the other side of Lava Siphon, but they're not looting those middle buildings. They're not taking those gondolas because they know that they have a lot more to lose than she's just in this situation.
And she's just noped out of there on the gondolas as well. And so they must have been able to secure all the armor there. We'll see exactly what they end up walking away with. They started off with, I believe, double whites and 1 blue. So there should have been an upgrade. We don't know. Oh, it looks like it was a very unfortunate gondola there that they did not get the armor upgrades. And so they're just going to go ahead and give away that position and start moving out again. They've already basically secured their spot in the winners finals that'll be taking place later on today. But going to be about sending a message to Sentinels at this point.
It's about the marathon, Jamerson. Not just with us, but with these players, too, that have to play through that lower bracket. Love that we're going to get all this action of Apex going on all day today, not just with this losers round 2 bracket, but as well as with the finals bracket. We're going to see 2 teams, only 2 teams, which is crazy with the amount of talent that we have in these lobbies that are going to be facing off during the championships happening over in North Carolina. Now, look how quick some of these teams are already making their rotation. Casuals looking fantastic, and this is the game plan that we usually see from Team Liquid, rocking the Loba. The goal is you're going to pick up all this loot already once you situate yourself in that final circle position, and it looks like that's what Casuals is trying to do, planning their next move of where they want to actually sit down because they have the information of the next circle, but not really deciding on where they want to sit first.
Yep. These buildings, though, can be a little bit difficult to hold down if you're not rocking that Caustic. There are so many doorways, you know how long that corridor is as well. For teams start a fight, though, they're going to play the connecting area between Lava Siphon and over at Harvester. So they have the options. If this ring ends up pulling away over towards that Lava Siphon side, they can go ahead and move on over there. And if it ends up going over to Harvester, well, they should have vertical clearance here to be able to make that Valkyrie rotate, not have to expend the bubble early on, and have that upon landing as well. So I like the teams that end up playing these flex positions. It usually works out, but we do have a fight. It looks like Sentinels might have been creeping out around long enough at Lava Siphon to catch out TPM. That's another unfortunate start. It's going to be Sponge going down once again first for TPM.
Oh, unfun here for TPM. They are not having a good time here. They just woke up a little bit. Sponge getting taken out again is not what you want to see for this squad, especially when they were caught in the middle of the rotation thinking that they had some safety, some leeway, at least to traverse through these train tracks, maybe avoid Sentinels or whatever, wherever Sheesh was going to rotate through. But now they're forced to play this off the low gun, and there's still more teams making their appearance here. Sura's actually now making their way over to see what's happening to TPM.
TPM, though, were able to recover this banner, and so they're going to be able to plug him in. I'd like to see them go maybe a bit further south, go down all the way to the south if possible, to try and plug him in there, because, you know, that Sentinels might turn around onto this if they hear that respawn coming out. But they do have a pretty decent spot inside of Lava Siphon, playing inside of that tunnel. And so Sponge, this time around, will be able to get to play the rest of the game, but I think the question is, for how long?
Oh, this may get chaotic real fast here, Jamerson. We know that Sheesh was in the area originally. We know that Sentinels is hugging the outskirts of this tunnel, and we know that Asuras is over to the side. If any squad tries to fully send it, you can expect Asuras to be in a great position to go originally. We know that Sentinels is hugging the outskirts of this tunnel, and we know that Asuras is over to the side. If any squad tries to fully send it, you can expect Asuras to be in a great position to go in for a third party. Now, looking at a little more of these other squads that are making their rotation, and you can see AGG already taking the real estate from inside this building, and Complexity are just going to redeploy their way out so that way they don't get contested for that next circle. They can make this next rotation without being congested in, or rather contested in this next congestion.
Yeah, I love it. They're going to avoid Harvester. Harvester, more often than not, can be a death trap. Very few teams can get out of there. But as they choose their flight path, you can see that a lot of teams keeping eyes on them. And noting that we have a team like Wingman Season still playing here on the Lava Siphon side as well, up there by Grandma's house, it looked like. I mean, all things look good, but oh no. Sunny's gone down for Wingman Season. Speak of that, as Key ends up instantly thirsting him as well. Complexity taking a lot of nade spam. We know that the team that was playing in the middle there, they've got a lot of nades, and so they are tossing them all on top of them. Complexity, though, getting completely surrounded now. Shiny might have to throw down this defensive bombardment to buy them some space. Try and force them off at the very least, and looks like they will have a moment of respite at the very least, while the rest of the team needs to try and heal up. But what is the game plan here? They're stuck down, as Shiny does have the bubble at the very least. Sentinels is a team that's turning the screws onto them.
But where do they go here, Jamerson? I mean, they have to save the dome because they know that the moment that dome is done for, Sentinels are going to try to send it down. Here comes the dome. They have no other choice after Sentinels gets that crack. But Sentinels also can't give up this ground because when she's taking shots at Sentinel, Sentinel knows that that's just a third party waiting to happen for themselves. Now, a Nox grenade coming out of the skies. I'm pretty sure that was Complexity just trying to send that upward, so apply some of that extra pressure. But Complexity is still getting shot by the team on the other side by the tunnel.
Yeah, that tunnel team ends up having so many nades to toss in. You can see they're peeking around the corner here. It's going to be team start a fight. They are the Loba squad. They have lots of nades. They got that first knock with the Arc Star onto Snipe Down. Shiny will be the next one to fall. And it's just all about who's going to pick up these kill points. And now Complexity on their last legs. Only one player remaining. Monsoon trying his best. We know how he can dance. He does have his dancing shoes on, but it's not going to be enough when you're stuck in the fire. Now Sentinels, though, getting a team coming around from the other side. Here's Lou, though, as it's Lazarus who's showing up for this one. Again, this entire time, you've got Team Sheesh just breathing down their neck as Sentinels are able to back away once again into this tunnel.
It's just that unfortunate positioning that Complexity took, being the first squad to take it out, and she's also looking like they may be in some trouble here. But it's so unfortunate when you have so many teams in this area still. You have to worry about TPM now making their rotation after they got that res, start a fight, or is the team that was sending those bombardments of grenades over by the tunnel side. Sheesh holding the high ground, Sentinels looking over your heads. It's like, where do I go here in this situation? Meanwhile, Wingman Season is also making their appearance over by the other side of the bridge. And there's so many teams that are now making this rotation away from that choke point that would lead you into Fragment East, all the way over by Lava Siphon. You could expect this to get heated real quick compared to our first game.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Wingman Season were able to get Stunny back on in, playing over basically over at Grandma's house. They have that respawn beacon to instantly pop him back into this game. We got Black Hand playing over by that geyser side. G-Force taking their slow rotate in. Now this ring, again, it's still one of those ambiguous rings. It can pull over towards Harvester. It can still pull over here towards the Lava Siphon side. So squads are still going to have to wait this one out.
Unless they could get that information for that beacon, for that next circle. It's going to be important here for some of the squads that are taking their chances over in Harvester, especially those squads that are already bunkered down inside of those bunker doors of Harvester, trying to make sure that they can take the 50-50 and not rotate into the line of sight of some of these teams that are going to be holding a better position. Look at this. More of these teams that we've been seeing are actually already over by Lava Siphon, with just 3 teams here by Harvester, taking this a lot slower. Casuals overlooking some of the action, with some of this Nox gas actually being deployed here over in front of them.
Here's the thing, it's really unfortunate for the squads that are playing inside of Harvester and try to rotate early in with those white armors. No one's peeking, really. No one's taking any opportunities. No one wants to make that first mistake and go out first. Well, at least that's been alleviated a bit with Complexity, the first squad out here, but it also means that teams haven't been able to trade at all. Even though you're running this Loba, a Loba composition is able to just, you know, loot up with so much ammo that they can freely trade, but Casuals have not been able to do that so far. They're on one of the farthest edges of this zone as well, playing on that northwest side. It's things are looking a little bit dire for them. When the fight eventually breaks out, will they have the blues and the purples to fight up against everyone else? Now G2 making their slow rotate out from the southern side, but it looks like they were spotted out. G-Force on the outskirts of Lava Siphon is going to force back Designful.
Crazy to see that G2 taking this slow again, as this is kind of the game plan that they worked with in just yesterday. They got a lot more aggressive in that first game, but we saw what happened to Designfo after that, and they were forced to play this as a duo. They're actually calling it quits here. They're going to back off. They see that there's a lot more teams actually taking that middle building, so they actually want to poke from afar, because just like you said, they can actually deny some of the teams that are forced to rotate from the southern part of the circle away from Harvester, and even deny them the information that the beacon provides in that middle building. But it looks like they just want to try to rotate over to the side, overlook some of these teams like Lazarus on the high ground, and even Impulse with G-Force are actually just going to rotate away from that line of sight.
Round 2 is closing up, and very similarly to game number 1. I mean, we have the majority of our lobby still alive. G2 end up taking that Valkyrie rotate, actually, to make their way just across Lava Siphon. So maybe like 125 meters here. But they're not going to risk anything on this rotate. They do have Asurus below them. You got to be careful as he creeps up. He spots out that caustic barrel at the very least. And I was really worried for gentrifying there, as it might have been a lurk play. But looks like no. All forces were backed off to the other end of this building. And now G2 are looking to find an entry in. Designful goes in with that wingman. But looks like they'll just back away, not being able to get that first knock. And so G2 will just back away from this one for the time being.
No sabotaging strats here for G2. Instead, they're just going to back away, like you said, and hold this angle. I really like this decision because it does trickle into what we were talking about before, highlighting the fact that they can circle keep a lot of the squads that are forced to rotate away from Harvester. Very similar to the position that Start a Fight is actually holding here in this tunnel. And what's even better for Start a Fight is that they have the replicator right there next to them. So seeing the circle, seeing where it's pulling, oh, Jamerson, this is going to be so chaotic, because guess who predicted this end circle? It's Team Sheesh, the team that won game number 1. So it's nice to highlight that they've absolutely been on point with this end circle positioning.
Yeah, Team Sheesh, Wingman Season. I mean, honestly, you can count upon the macro of Wingman Season almost 99% of the time. Money Miners, though, find themselves in a fight over here just on the outskirts of Fragment East, just north of Harvester as well. Arcstar's coming in. AJ forced to bubble as he gets pushed up, and there's a Nox Gas grenade, but as he backs out, that's going to be Redeem getting absolutely mopped up. Almost no fight in the Money Miners, only taking shield damage.
I love the little camera view that we also had of AGG trying to peek away, trying to see, hey, what's all the commotion going about? But since they've been rocking white Evo shields all game around, they know that they cannot take this fight. The third-party chance has already been over, so they're just going to retreat back into that building.
I mean, the third-party timer is 30 seconds, essentially, right? You want the fight to be over in 30 seconds. That fight was over in 3, Vicky, as AJ holds the line. And they did everything, I think, pretty well on the Redeem side, but it just looked like the PK shots were on point. Well, the shotgun shots were on a point from the other side. G-Force, though, holding down this south building. Does seem like they can back away into the tunnel and then slowly creep their way on out, so they should be safe to play out of here.
One thing I'm really worried about here, Jamerson, is without the Caustic, they can't really control their 6 very often, other than sending James in the back to actually look and scout to make sure that none of these other teams are trying to take a flanking angle. So they're going to be holding a rather open position in case another team tries to go in from their 6, take the railroad position, or even try to go from the high ground to see what's going on. As Mollis, AJ, Money Miners, after coming out on top from that fight, they do know that there could be a team to their 6 over by Harvester. They heard some action earlier on, but they're not worried once they find out that AGG still are on full white Evos.
Yeah, for Money Miners, they've got their KP, they've got the Valkyrie redeploy as well, and wondering if they're able to pick up a scan throughout all of this to note that this ring isn't going over towards Harvester. Regardless, they'll have the space to work with as Lazarus ends up getting into a fight. It looks like it might have been Black Hand now, as Goat is going down. He should have fallen. Black Hand out. We're down to 17 squads, so game number 2 proving to be a little bit faster in terms of pace, but still a lot of patient play coming out from all of our squads. Lazarus should be safe inside of this building for this zone.
This is the Lazarus that I know and love. Lazarus that usually pops off on Storm Point, now popping off here on World's Edge. Looking great, but with 17 squads still left in this entire lobby, it's a scary look for a lot of these teams that are just taking a much slower approach into these lobbies because they know what's at stake, like we were highlighting before. Now seeing where that next circle is going to be pulling a little bit on their outskirts to their left, they do have some breathing room, but you cannot say the same thing here for our squads over still in Harvester.
Casuals were able to get their armor upgrades at the very least. Sung now on the blue. Casual has to be careful there. Hambino goes ahead and pokes across for him. I'm wondering if they were just hitting the replicator the whole time to try and get that one up. But now, noting this zone does end up pulling away from Harvester, we're going to have a lot of Valkyrie shenanigans. Things are going to pop off in the next 20 seconds here as teams make that desperate dive to try and get over to that side.
RC Casuals trying to hold onto some of these rocks and get out of the line of sight of those teams like Start a Fight that are waiting for the opportunity to congest some of those Harvester squads. Lazarus in some trouble though. Arcstar just narrowly avoiding that as they dance around the bombardment on top of it all. But this means that GS Bird, he's actually separated from the rest of the team, and these Caustic Heroes are providing so much pressure. But remember, we're talking about where are you going, Asuras? You're trying to force your way into this truck, but you have nowhere else to go. Even trying to jump around the Caustic gas. I mean, I want to say C for effort because the Caustic gas were right in front of your face.
Yeah, and you can see the kind of pressure that was being applied as well. Team Sheesh had eyes on them that whole time as well. And as soon as that bubble went down, they tried to make that desperate play. But hey, you lock up your car. You got to make sure, you know, there's a lot of shenanigans going on here. But now we might have some more shenanigans. And Nightmares might be pushing on to AGG as Money Miners were able to make that cross to get on top of this building here. The defensive bombardment is going down for someone to sign us. Money Miners will be forced to bubble. And this is just a stopgap position. They still have to move in. But having this bubble gone for the next 20 seconds is massive. Money Miners will be playing out of a desperate spot here. They have to start sliding in. You can see the Watson fence is being set up to slow them down as well. Someone does tank that. They end up clearing it out. Throughout all of this, though, the Arc Stars are starting to come in. The nades are coming in. They don't have a bubble. 10 more seconds. AJ trying his best to survive. Has a nice rock to at least play off of for the very least. Gets the battery off, but Locks gets that first knock. Reed's going down. AJ trying his best throughout all of this, but you can see now Money Miners without that bubble end up getting punished. Hambino with a nice defensive bombardment gets a knock at the very least onto one. Key the only one up for his squad right now, but that might just be enough. G2 full sending it on to Start a Fight, who are actually getting flanked by Xset as well. G2, the third party kings throughout all of this, end up getting no kills, but we'll see how much longer Xset can survive for. You can see the discipline coming out. They want to make sure they get all the kills on the ground first. That's going to be G2 with the successful third party.
Not the Pro League sandwich here. G2 wrapped all the way around from coming from the train tracks, leading away from Lava Siphon all the way towards this tunnel by Harvester here. I love it. They called out Certified, who would stay in that position for so long, and Lazarus also looking like they're in trouble. AGG needing to restabilize as G-Force now are going to take advantage of their low health.
AGG getting mopped up here. They're cleaned up. G-Force picking that one up, and now they're clearing out the south side of the map. We have a few teams, I believe, still in the area. We're down to 8 squads now, by the way. 24 players, full squads. G2 in the complexity graveyard here as Sentinels. We're trying to get a pass at that one, but going to be forced back. The defensive bombardment going down throughout all of this. They have to hand across all the loot as well. They've never really been able to recover any of that loot down there. Well, maybe Senox was on that Valkyrie, but we saw why it was such a trepidatious spot to be playing out of. Nightmares now stacked underneath Wingman Season. We're going to be forced to bubble out. For some reason, they're going to go and use that to try and get out of here. There is the Skyward Dive being used, but Stunny gets shot out of the sky. Of course, it's Timmy with the Wingman to take them out. And now Wingman Season down to just a duo here. You can see G-Force doing a good job clearing out a team coming on to them, already taking out 2 Casuals, playing off the northern side here. They got the fence line, they've got the angles. They're trying to punch the squad underneath them, but they'll just go ahead and back away. They don't see any trades on the kill feed, and so they'll maintain this position. The nice one, they've got that Black Market Boutique going down. It was Nightmares who were able to clean up.
And she's just not left this spot from inside the building. I mean, why would they? They're inside that next circle. You have Casuals who are popping off, though, cleaning up so much KP. And Nightmare playing off the low ground in so much trouble. Dancing around these Archstars, forced to take some of the circle damage. But look at the pressure from above. Where do you go? Ronnie's in the best position here inside of the trucks, but they're sandwiched by another team.
Yeah, G2 getting a lot of nades in on that one. And it's going to be Casuals who end up having to drop down from that crane position made the call. I'd love to see it here. Now Casuals control the northern side. 30 seconds to reset for themselves as G-Force tried to make a push onto Team Sheesh. It looked like they at least forced out the bubble, but Sheesh should have it in time for this rotate. Still getting sandwiched now. G-Force, we got Casuals and Team Sheesh stuck here on the eastern side. G2 over on the west, I believe, and Sentinel's still up as now the final ring is about to close in.
You can see how uncomfortable G-Force is. Not only did they try to see if this building was still occupied here by Team Sheesh, but the fact that they had to put down the mobile respawn beacon to act as makeshift cover should highlight their positioning right now, just being sandwiched potentially between Sentinels and Team Sheesh. Look at Sentinels now taking chunks out of G-Force as Team Sheesh take to the skies, maybe delaying the inevitable with the circle closing in on the high ground. They know that they're gonna drop down, but they're gonna be dropping down on Sentinels potentially now.
The Sentinels and G2, those are the two teams playing on the western side. Sentinels up top, G2 below, as now Sheesh dropping down below. Nice Wig does not have his bubble for another 12 seconds. The barrel eating away at his health. We do have the fight taking place. Casuals now getting full sent on as looks like they will be able to clear this one out. G-Force are gone. We're down to our final 4 squads. The full send out coming out looked like from Sentinels here trying to push onto Casuals, but Casuals were basically full HP. Do have Sung backing away. Both squads trying to back away, but it's Lou that gets that first knock onto Sung in the 4v4, excuse me, in the 2v2 situation here. They're trying to take him out. Lou still needing to heal up, and it looks like Crust will do the job. But Nice Wig from across the way is able to get one knock now. G2 still stuck underneath Team Sheesh currently as it all comes down to barrel control. Space going down is Designful now. We'll try and sneak a barrel up, but Team Sheesh are good about clearing it. We do have a defensive bombardment going down, forcing out Nice Wig's bubble, but you can see now Team Sheesh in a pretty difficult spot. They have to worry about the G2. They have to worry about Sentinels, but it looks like Casuals might be dealing with that as Lou ends up going down. A lot of damaged squads here as it looks like one more player will fall. A prize goes down, and Team Sheesh trying their best to survive. Timmy takes to the sky. He does at least secure top 3, but he goes down, and it will be G2. We're able to delay long enough and take the win here in game number 2.
The patience, the positioning, they were in such a difficult spot. I mean, we just saw Complexity earlier on in this game get taken down in the same low ground where they were pinched between start of fight and Sentinels, which is why it was beautiful to see G2 just completely take care of start of fight so that way they could clear their backs and then hold that same position. What an amazing and necessary win that G2 needed because this is a very heavy momentum-based team.
Yeah, remember, despite losing out on Designful early on in game number 1, they were still able to get about 6 kill points. I don't know if they got placement points, but the 6 kill points will basically allow them a berth into the winners finals off of the back of that win. And speaking of as well, Team Sheesh now with another top finish have more than secured their spot in the top 10, and so it's great for them now. A lot of that pressure is alleviated. Before we go to the break, I have to let you guys know, if you guys are looking to compete and you guys want to make sure you're keeping on top of everything that is Nerd Street, this summer's Nerd Street Champs will be featuring Apex Legends, Valorant, Halo Infinite, and Madden 2022. So head to nerdstreet.com to check all of that out. And also, if you want to compete in Apex Legends, if you're having a lot of fun watching this weekend's games, compete in the next Apex Legends tournament and win $1,000. Once again, go to nerdstreet.com. The links will be there for you guys to sign up for that. Really excited about everything that Nerd Street does, especially in the esports scene. I love how much they've been able to do. Well, that does mean, though, we're going to go to a break. When we get back, we'll have round number 3, the final round on World's Edge for the lower bracket, right after this. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Last Chance Qualifiers. After round number 2, it was a G2 that ended up walking away with that victory. Now, it wasn't the heaviest fighting for G2, but it still gets the job done.
Meanwhile, Designful, even though they weren't in the thick of it for the majority of that game, picked up 6 kills in the end right there. You love to see it from the G2 team here. They definitely needed that to build up some of that synergy and confidence back up again. Team Sheesh, though, we cannot ignore what Team Sheesh and Sentinels were doing, holding that back angle of Lava Siphon. Love to see this consistency for a lot of these teams, but also the priority of these final circle positions that we're seeing. As you can see, G2 with 10 total kills in addition to the 12 points that they were able to obtain after winning that game. Casuals right behind them. They were holding on to that tall sniper tower building that overlooks the choke point that you would lead into from Fragment into Lava Siphon. And then Sheesh with another top end finish. This time it wasn't first place, but it was third. And like you said, Jamerson, they're going to be sitting comfy on the top of the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, and I really do want to shout out the shot calling that was coming out for Team Casuals. When it came to having that Valk rotate to go into the Lava Siphon side, they ended up switching positions when they knew that the positions that they were playing were tenuous or not. And so they took the crane, and then once that crane was basically out of play for them, they dropped down onto the low. They play on the fence line. It was great shot calling coming out from Casuals, but ended up getting sent on and having to fight up against Team Sheesh, Team Sentinels was a little bit difficult. Let's take a look at the overall combined standings, though. Team Sheesh at 33 points. I believe the highest threshold we had in yesterday's games were about 30 points. So Team Sheesh definitely safe. The lowest is typically around 23, 24 points. So if you're a team like G2, GeForce, or Casuals, you are basically in the money, basically in the top 10 to move on. But these are the other squads that we need to take a look at. In the bottom half of the leaderboard right now, it's Team Nightmares that do not have a point to their name currently. Team Nightmares that don't have a point to their name, and TPM only with 1.
What happened to Team Nightmare Esports here? They were popping off in round 1 of the losers bracket, and now they don't even have a single point to their name. Is this one of those teams that usually pops off over in Stormpoint? We're going to have to see, because we still got another game here on World's Edge, our last game on World's Edge. And I love the fact that we swap over to these other maps here, Jamerson, eventually, when it comes to looking at these 6 games overall, because it does provide a different sort of play style and compositions that we are exposed to in the lobbies.
Yeah, again, it's been absolutely fantastic what we've been seeing out of our competitors right now. It does seem like a lot of teams that have a better understanding of the macro are succeeding. I mean, Even though Wingman Season haven't been able to get the performance that they really want, they've been able to call the rings well. They just need to now start honing back on their fighting and being able to hold the space that they usually do. But it seems like in a lobby like this, it becomes that much more difficult to play as big as they typically want to. So we'll see. Game number 3 of Wingman Season can come back into things. Typically a team that we say is a team to watch out for. And we've been saying that all about them throughout the entirety of the Challenger circuit.
Yeah, I've got to see more of Wingman Season coming around when it comes to these intense lobbies now. G2 taking game number 2. They're looking to replicate that again. See TPM, with the respect, they're still going to be able to get that beacon over by Tree, and the split up that we see from G2 with Designful taking the loot over by that southern building. But it's going to be Lava Siphon that is still going to be contested by Sentinels and Team Sheesh, as well as it being the hot zone. So I'm interested to see how that fight in the early game is going to go down, especially now looking at where this circle is going to be pulling. I love these circles, Jamerson, and I only love them because they're the most chaotic, and it's those usual outside of the eggshell dome circles that provide us the most action when it comes to those open space areas that we usually see exposed between launch site and dome.
Yeah, action has been slowly picking up here in the early game. On World's Edge, we had some early fighting in game number 1 between Team Sheesh and Sentinels, but really no one going down. TPM was the only team that ended up losing out a player overall in zone number 1. In game number 2, we had a full team out by the end of the ring 1 closing, but this is a ring when it pulls down hard southeast over towards that launch site dome ending. Typically in zone number 2, zone number 3, we can see a lot of fighting taking place. Here's Sentinels, though, now over at Lava Siphon, now picking up the remnants of the loot that Team Sheesh ended up taking. They were able to get the benefits of the gondolas, I believe, walking away with double purples. Sentinels still sitting on the blues here, as at least they get blues across the board.
That has to be something the Sentinels notes here, because, again, this was the hot zone, so while they do make their rotation still closer to Team Sheesh, they're going to note that Team Sheesh probably has the health advantage with those purple shields, like we see right here, and it looks like Sentinels actually aren't even going to try to take this fight to Sheesh. It looks like they're trying to actually prioritize rotating towards the direction of launch site. So just like we saw, I can never forget, it was actually insane. The game number 1 over in the Sweden land, we saw a very similar circle where we also got to witness over 7 to 8 teams make their rotation in less than 30 seconds of the game starting in the same exact circle we're seeing on the outskirts of Dome.
Yeah, I remember that circle. I remember this. I remember thinking this is a circle that Optic wins, and then they were one of the first teams to actually go out in that zone. So teams have to be careful a lot of the times when it comes to trying to play God spot, trying to play a round 5, round 6 spot early on. We'll see if that matters here. And we do have Complexity starting to make their move through. They do have to be careful. Redeem is still actually rotating through Fragment East right now, as Snipe Down is going to take a quick pit stop on top of Khan. But it does look like we do have a fight. Nightmares, they do not want that goose egg anymore. They're going to try and full send it here onto Asuras. Bursty's the only one that's actually taken damage. They're starting to back away. They've got Running in the Skies actually giving them scouting information with that Valkyrie rotate. Ultimate now is Nightmares getting the cracks. That's going to be Nifty going down. And Nightmares to pick up a point here. We'll see if they can finish the thirst. And with how separated they are, yeah, Nifty ends up getting finished off. And now Nightmare Esports looking to finish the job.
Nightmares Esports have woken up, and this is the Nightmares that we're used to seeing in the Challenger circuit. Split 1 now. Jazz is going to try to finish off that Valkyrie. Gets the crack. Does not get the finish, though. Not the knock, it seems like here. Meanwhile, Complexity's popping off against Exit in the feed, but Nightmare is looking to finish off this game. Can they get away, though? Asuras just running with their tails tucked between their legs. They know that they don't want to take this fight, but this does mean that Nightmare Esports are denied that extra KP that they could have taken advantage of.
This is also 2 games in a row where Complexity end up going down. Wingman Season come in for that third party up against Xset. Snipe Down almost got the 1v3 there, but it just left the window open for Wingman Season to come in for the third party, pick up 2 kill points for themselves, along with 5 bodies of loot to pick up throughout all of this. So now Wingman Season, they're gonna be forced to slow rotate and play this one hard edge, but that might work out in their favor. Do see now so many teams making their way on in. Sign us, please. We're versus TPM. along with Lazarus there in the back end. I think TPM might have gotten knocked out. We'll check in just a second. Casual's almost getting punished there by Lou's charge rifle, but they do have the bubble res to get him back up. And now they need to make their way on in. Hambino throwing down a defensive bombardment inside of Dome. I don't know how much value he'll get off of that. Typically, the Dome will eat up most of that, but at the very least, Casuals are able to reset and find a position on the outside of this eggshell.
Maybe some desperate option coverage, hoping that, hey, if we're getting shot up from the side here by Sentinels, maybe with this bombardment, nobody coming out of these buildings are going to contest this too. It's a risky spot to take control over the outskirts of Dome so early in the game, and you can exactly see why with Casuals being in some trouble here. You can certainly see Exit running for their lives, and it's Wingman season coming on their tails.
I'm wondering if Kenny was able to sneak in and pick up these banners on this Valkyrie, going for the rotate now. The Skyward dive. Did he pick up the banners? That's the huge question I have in my mind right now. And if he does, that'll be clutch to get Xset back into this game. And it looks like no. Unfortunately, the banners ended up timing out. He's even keeping his eye on his back. Gold bag, but no one to use it on. Unfortunate for Kenny.
It's a little lonely out here, and Kenny, unfortunately, is going to have to deal with it. Start a fight now, controlling some of the space, not only within the tunnel, but in this open area on the outskirts of Dome. Looks like there were some shots actually taken from the direction of Lava City, with so many of our teams now taking up this real estate. You could see All Glory Gaming being one of those teams already. So many black markets as well used up by Dome. I have my eyes over by the teams like Sentinel, who are holding the outskirts of launch site, because then they can hold that southern building that provides them a bit of that high ground positioning to overlook some of the action while also controlling the beacon that's over by launch site.
The big worry for me is that Sentinels and G2 might ultimately face off. G2, knowing whenever they don't have priority on a zone, they just slow hard edge and take up all their time inside of Thermal Station, but eventually they'll be rotating through that southern side. Speaking of rotates, here's Team Redeem now. Or for that Valk, we'll see. It could be a risky one to try and get inside of Dome, but more than likely they're going to play on that cart outside here on the eastern edge of the Dome. It is in. They can start skirting in from the southern side of the map.
Oh, wow. Surprise here, actually. There are some caustic traps that they have to worry about inside of this truck, but at least this is the real estate that the squad could now take control. It's going to be Redeem who are overlooking some of the action happening already from inside the buildings. We highlighted already before that AGG was one of the squads that were holding the southern building of Dome, so it may be AGG that are trying to take some poking shots at Redeem as Joey Blackout is just going to help restabilize. There's a good spot, though, for Redeem because they're just trying to note that their 6 won't be contested as long as the ring is against their backs.
They did end up having to expend a lot here. Oh, Black Hand. They know that they have an isolated fight out here at Lava City. And if we know anything about Black Hand is that they love to take these fights on the edges. They've got the amped up Rampage there to just clear out that door. Full sending it now into that bubble. They've got to be careful. Snade's actually being able to get snuck in throughout that pylon. Now they're going to charge up. They're a little bit disconnected though in this fight, but they've got them stuck in the corner. The Arcstar out. Goat now takes out 2 with the Arcstar and that R301, leaving 1 up. Black Hand will clean up. Someone sign us. And it was a full isolated fight. Team Casuals nowhere near enough to try and come in for the third party.
And Black Hand know that here too. Even despite the firework display of Arc Stars here, they're going to be able to restabilize, heal up nice, and wait to see what Casual's going to do here. As we could take a look as Wingman Season, who are now making their moves by the tunnel. They're just going to be holding this choke point to deny any sort of entrance from the teams that are still fighting over by Lava City.
The nice part for them is that they do have access to another exit from this tunnel. So they can go to the western edge and use a skyward dive if they need to go out of there. We do note that I believe Start a Fight was patrolling on the northern side of Dome. They are holding that as Kenny in a very scary position here. Money Miner is just creeping across. He heard all of their footsteps, but he is still alive for exit. 2 teams still need to go down before he can find any placement points for his squad.
Wondering here, Xset being one of those squads that want to maintain their top 10 spot. They were the last team actually in the top 10 spot with only 8 points to their name, and we know that they're tied currently with Sina's Police, so they need to be able to rely on Kenny in this situation after losing 2 of their teammates to actually rat this out. Very similar to the Nick Merck strat that we saw just yesterday, as Money Miners making their rotation through Lava City. They don't know that Casuals and Black Hand are here, and if they do decide to opt to go through the tunnel, we already know that those costing barrels are set up for Wingman season.
Now, we have a lot of teams taking a very similar rotating path, right? Of course, everyone was trying to maybe skirt around to the south side that we saw, I believe it was Team Redeem taking. So I love how we see these lessons across the board being shared and learned by so many of our squads right now, but sometimes that can work to your detriment. I mean, we see, especially when it comes to finals lobbies, grand finals lobbies, that a lot of teams try to play that similar way, but it becomes too many teams playing that way. Now, take a look at AGG. Take a look at how much space that Jomax is just controlling with this Valkyrie.
Joe Max not trusting the inside of that building too. You saw him peek a little bit, not fully enter inside of the building, saying a little suspicious that this is already cleared out, and takes to the high ground to see where the other squads are sitting in. We get to see more squads actually taking their slow rotation into that next circle, having to pass through Lava Siphon. We see teams like GeForce though, it doesn't look like they may have that next circle, and we don't have an outside point of view of the map right now, but just looking at where the circle's pulling, GeForce are slowly making their rotation in and don't really have an access to a beacon in front of them here over by Lava Siphon, if that is their game plan here. So I'm expecting some teams to even make their rotation towards launch site if they do really want to prioritize that beacon. And it does look like GeForce actually does have that information. So they're going to be taking their time leaving Lava Siphon, now noting that.
Yeah, they'll have it. Oh, start a fight. Aves still up on that high ground angle. This Wingman season, not taking any risks whatsoever. No one's poking out. They're just keeping eyes on the entrances and their exits. Once this zone closes, once the next zone closes, they'll have one less exit to really worry about throughout all of this. But again, you can see that exit here, the northwest side, is going to prove invaluable for them. Start a fight are just trying their best to gatekeep throughout all of this, as Sunny's going to go ahead for that repeak. They do have to note that we have about 3 teams inside of Lava City here. And so, Wingman season cannot rest on their laurels. They have to make sure that their back is clear throughout this next zone.
Now wondering which of these Lobas have the 5-finger discount. I'm pretty sure it was Casuals who are on the high ground. They have the Replicator out there too. You can see some of the black markets circles actually just encapsulating a lot of this outside of the rings. Sheesh are going to be taking control over this building though on the high ground, and I love the way that Team Sheesh has been playing this for the final circle positioning within our last 2 games, which further highlights why they've been placing so high. But it's not like they've been waiting it out the entire time too. They were also able to clean up some KP to their name in those last 2 games that they've been replicating that same playstyle.
Black Hand still stuck here at Lava City now. They have to deal with Casuals that are just off to their west. And you note that there was one more team, I believe, what was it? Money Miners, that might have been creeping around on the northern side as well. Some nade spam coming out from Go. We'll see if we can pick up anything there. But it looks like it might have just been to get some inventory open for himself. Money Miners going for that skyward dive. Gonna have to call it short here. End up taking a building just on the outskirts. 50 seconds left, and now they are basically stacked on top of 2 other teams. We've got Casuals above them. We've got Black Hand as well. And start a fight could end up just stealing away so many kill points once this zone starts closing in from that position they're playing on top of Dome.
This is going to be a bloodbath soon here, Jamerson, because the moment these teams are funneled outside of these buildings over by Lava City, that's it. You're going to be put into the line of sight of the likes of Start a Fight, of Wingman season. Look at Sheesh now in a fight themselves, actually. Looking at Mooney Impulse now, playing underneath them. Here, though, they don't want to overextend and give up this high ground. They're in a really good spot here to actually overlook any potential third parties coming in from their left, and it's GeForce that are trying to pressure them off.
GeForce is about to get priority on this rotate too. If they start pushing up, they'll be able to get that high ground. A little bit of the launch site is in on the other side of that mountain. And so if Team Sheesh aren't fast on this one, they're going to be forced to, well, just Valk rotate now. And so understanding that situation, understanding that, well, they even have Gas Station Gaming that's controlling that side of the mountain. We'll have to just go ahead and take this risky flight in. Start a fight, though. Focusing on someone might allow Sheesh to just fly by for free. They actually get into the outside of Dome. And now this position still a little bit risky. Kenny still alive for exit throughout all of this, as it looks like the full send might be coming out on over on that launch site side. G-Force pushing in, ends up clearing out a team. That's going to be Gas Station going down, getting pinched by G2 as well. Now G2 full on taking their time as Casuals ends up going down to Team Redeem. We have hit placement points. Kenny has done his job. How much more can he get for X-Set?
Joey Blackout just destroyed Casuals there too. I saw it in the feed, so Redeem now being able to pop off. Now it's G2, take this fight, take this beamage though. Disciple, who hurt you? He's looking for a second crack. He gets taken out by the player who's on the high ground. Pride Rock, you could say, as Jet takes a nice reposition. They are so low right now. It's only up to Jet to win this 1v1.
Gentrifying clutches up for the squad, and he'll be able to get the reses onto them. No one really in range to go for that third party, as Wingman Season are dealing with Black Hand currently. OBH for Team Asura is still alive, but it looks like he's on his ones and no one else is up for them. As Wingman Season are just trying to clear out this side. This is their avenue to get out of here. They need to go for a skyward dive for this rotate, and this is the safest position for them to do it because of the presence that we have on the northern side of Dome right now. You can see right now, Black Hand trying to keep an eye on them. G2 coming in, and somehow OPH is still alive for Asuras, but for how long? Gentrifying sliding down, and he narrowly missed out on that. And we're just lucky that we have the outlines, but you can see G2 are so close to being able to pick up another kill point.
This is what I'm talking about when it comes to momentum. When it comes to G2 rolling through these lobbies, they need to have that confidence to actually have that on display. They're calling it off here for this fight. They do know that the firing has stopped just for right now. So as it subsided, they're just going to take a nice, more passive approach. But I just love to see that Kenny is still alive for Exit here. I don't know how Kenny's been able to do it. Quite literally walked through 3 fights happening beside him all at once without being noticed. Quite impressive here, as Exit is just going to play for those placement points. We're going to have to see if they have any points in general for their KP. Kenny's been able to pick any of that up, but with some of these redeploys now, as Money Miners make their next move, they're looking to claim one of these buildings themselves, looking at their composition.
A building or maybe even a silo playing on top of the yellow tanks there is relatively safe for now, as no team's really trying to peek out. Sentinels trying to control the outside of the building here, but they've got to be careful. They do have eyes on them currently. Now, they might have to just try and full send it into this building. They've actually locked up the door from either side, as right now Money Miners just trying to turn the screws on to send, but it looks like they might just be in on this wall, as G2 meeting up against start a fight. Currently the bubbles are down. Designful has been finished off. Resulta will fall, and now it's up to Gentrifying in a 1v3. Start a fight will take this opportunity with the man advantage to just go for that full reset. Resulta ends up getting thirsted there, and Gentrifying will go down. G2 out in 13th. As Black Hand have the angle. Goat has to be careful. He swaps it up one more time. The Archstars are coming in, forcing them out, and start a fight. End up losing out on 2. Black Hand about to clean up, start a fight. Now there's only 1 player remaining. Black Hand have plenty of time to hunt him down as well. We've seen plenty of melee kills, but this time around, that one doesn't connect. But he's okay. He's got the backup there, and now start a fight around. We're down to 10 squads remaining.
Even though he fell down into the lava, it was the lava that was just enough there after that punch, even though he tried to fly away. Meanwhile, Team Sheesh, they're hearing the fighting happen right next to them, but I wonder if they know just how close Blackhand is over to their side. AGG still controlling the inside of this building. Remember, we just saw their Valkyrie player scan up a little bit of ahead to make sure that they have some of this clear room to actually infiltrate that real estate, as Sentinels now playing off of the outskirts of these buildings. They didn't have the opportunity to take control over some of these buildings before because of the late redeployed. Money Miners redeployed at the same time as them, but they got the high ground over Sentinels.
Just tossing down those barrels to prove an absolute nuisance as well. Wondering if that western tank is still in, or if Money Miners are going to be forced down. Black Hand able to freely walk up, surprisingly enough. No team's putting the pressure onto them, as they still have their work cut out for them. 30 seconds now. The zone is closing on in, as they are taking to the rooftops here. It looks like they might have just a bit of the corner here, the building open, but it is exposed. It's exposed to the rest of the map, so Black Hand need to find a better position throughout all of this. But now the rotation's coming out, as it looks like Money Miners. Mollis ends up picking up 1. Goat trying to infiltrate now. They do have that Nox gas grenade to use to force that team back just a little bit more. And now they might actually have access to the inside of that building, but somehow no one is looking at Black Hand, and they can play this rooftop for free. They do ultimately drop down and have the coverage of those supply bins.
Oh, they're trying to play off of those crates. So risky here as more fighting is happening over by the southern side of the building by Dome. Lazarus now making their appearance here as Prize actually gets taken out. Team Sheesh actually trying to find the opportunity to ease their way in right after Lazarus. Looks like they were actually trying to contest AGG once we saw Mullis get that knock originally for Money Miners.
Wig has gone down as well, and it's all up to Timmy throughout all of this to try and stay alive. AGG ends up getting cleaned up. A Prize thirsted as well. So it is just Timmy or Team Sheesh. We're down to 8 squads. Everyone else healthy except for Team Sheesh throughout all of this. That also means that Kenny at some point ended up going down for Xset. We'll figure out a bit later on where that happened. Money Miners losing out on AJ. They don't have the bubble res, unfortunately. But is he in a recoverable spot for Money Miners? They need to do it now. The slow zone is about to close on in, but you can see someone is on that window. It is not going to be possible at all. Someone sign us, though, in a fight up against Black Hand right now on the western edge, and Black Hand have lost out on one. They've traded back with Sync, though, and that's a big connect with that PK as Wicked ends up going down to that caustic gas, but that means Black Hand will not be able to recover. Goat is going to secure the thirst on the ground before he falls, and that's going to be Ronnie from Nightmare Esports to come in and clean that one up. Ronnie tries to get the loot, and he ends up spotting out Tempest from someone, sign us, please, excuse me, and takes him out. Sentinels now pushing up. They have almost all the space in the world to play off of, as it's the final 3 squads remaining now. Sentinels. Who else do we have in this lobby here? Well, we do know that they are full squads throughout all of this. Crust keeping an eye, but they gotta keep an eye on their back now as the bubble has been forced out. Sentinels regrouping to try and stabilize. It's Lazarus and Nightmare. Ronnie has that high ground angle, and it's going to be Lazarus in the center of this ring with the final 2 teams stacked on top of each other. Nades going down as Lazarus are receiving the focus from Team Nightmare. Bursty gets the knock onto Dank. Vize narrowly surviving now, and they even turn onto Sentinels. They got the knock onto Crust. Vize, it's an all-out brawl. Ronnie got the knock onto Bird, and that's going to be Lazarus out. Nightmare Esports with the 2v1 will take the win here in game number 3.
What a way to play the floor is lava and taking it up a notch here. Nightmare being able to come out on top. We were just talking about Nightmare. This is the Nightmare that I'm so used to seeing after their performance just yesterday, Jamerson.
And this is a much needed win, a huge reversal in terms of momentum for Team Nightmare, who found themselves on the wrong end of the leaderboard, now basically securing a spot in the top 10. As long as they don't go out without 0 points in the next 3 games, they should be fine.
Yeah, now with Nightmare taking that final game here on World's Edge, what does that mean for us as we move on to Storm Point? We're going to have to see here because we got 3 more games coming up here in the ALGS LCQ. You don't want to miss it with Nightmare taking that last game, and we'll see you after this short break.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Last Chance Qualifiers. Now we are halfway through the lower bracket finals. Remember, only 10 teams will be moving on. And basically 3 teams have already basically punched in their ticket for that top spot. And with Nightmare taking that win in game number 3, they are feeling rather comfortable. Let's see how many points they ended up picking up in game number 3, along with the plus 12 that they got. And it looks like they got a decent amount of points, 12 kills, I believe, for them. So that's going to be absolutely a huge boon for Team Nightmare.
They needed that because before this game, they were on the outskirts of that top 10 spot. Yeah, we were just 2 games in, but this is what we were highlighting before when we were talking about Nightmare Esports. Sentinels also right behind them with another consistent top 3 finish, and Lazarus showing up with 5 kills and taking 3rd place.
Yeah, great showing for them. But seeing Sentinels now, they should have basically secured their spot. Let's take a look at the bottom half of game number 3 to see where the rest of our squads ended up laying out. And unfortunately for Complexity, this is 2 really bad games in a row for them, going out first 2 games in a row.
Yeah, so same thing could be said about TPM, actually. Unfortunately, gonna get those double bagel points right there, and they were sitting on the lower end of the overall leaderboards before, which means as we enter Storm Point, Complexity, TPM, they need to really start kicking it into gear, because you only got 3 games left to even contend with the other teams that are already sitting happily in the top 10 overall spot.
Yeah, 3 games left to go, and we are we are swapping off onto Storm Point for the final 3 games. But taking a look at the combined standings, Team Sheesh, while they do maintain first place, G2 now creeping up 3 points behind them. G-Force there as well with 29, and Sentinels here 28. Now this is really surprising, especially when we have the 2 teams that are splitting a POI right now in Team Sheesh and Team Sentinels still really high up in terms of placements and points. And that's because neither of them have really hard committed onto a fight. They are absolutely just splitting Lava Siphon after the first game at least.
Yeah, it was about that respect that Sheesh had bought in for themselves. Now, you can't really say the same because Sentinels could absolutely try to take this fight with Sheesh, but it's not going to happen as we move on to Storm Point. Don't think they split that POI. I do remember back in the day when Sentinels was trying to actually contend with Optic Gaming over by Mill, which is usually where they land here. I know Blackhand is another team that likes to land Mill, but I don't think with the way that Blackhand is playing right now, being outside of that cusp, all that top 10 spot, that they want to actually take their chances against a team that's already qualified so far, or it looks like they're on the path to qualify. Let's also not forget that overall with all of these teams, our top 10 teams here in the losers round 2 bracket have to play another set of 6 games. It's a marathon for our lower bracket teams, which means that they got to keep themselves back in the game, keep that momentum going, and make sure that they stay hydrated, because it's going to be important when it comes to these long game days.
Yeah, one thing to note though, if we continue to talk about Sheesh and Sentinels, is that with both teams basically already securing the spot in the top 10, that they will have to fight once again when it comes to the end up all dropping there over at Lava Siphon. And so we might have round 4, 5, and 6 taking place just later on today. We're waiting for our last players to get into the lobby. We are going on to Storm Point. And now this is where things get really wonky in terms of Legends compositions. And so let's take a look at the Legend select screen for game number 4, our first game here on Storm Point.
I love it, and I'm so excited to see the composition changes that we're going to be witnessing here on Storm Point. I know that we saw someone sign us on World's Edge, opt to go Watson. We saw in the winners bracket a lot more Watson being utilized, but look at this change up now. We got much more mobility being prioritized between the Horizons and even the Ash.
Now we do have AGG picking up the Watson for them, but I'm trying to note if there's any other Watson squad. There was one more other Watson squad that we had beforehand, but it looks like they are going to be pulling off of that. Taking a look at Redeem, I believe they're the only ones running the Bangalore, as we did see a small resurgence of Bangalore when we did make that swap on over to Storm Point, but she has slowly been falling out of favor.
I just realized, Javerson, that we have two teams, one called Someone Sign Us, and the other one called Sign Us Please. At least one is polite over the other. Okay, you know, I didn't realize. So close in terms of names. I believe it was Someone Sign Us being the other squad that wasn't AGG that had tried to utilize the Watson on World's Edge. So actually change of plans here for some of our teams now as we move over to Storm Point. But this is funny to note here as we see some of these teams now making their POIs noted here. Sentinels that we talked about before overtaking Mill. They also got that beacon that Senox could control there. And seeing that this circle is basically in the middle here of this map, this could pull over to the left side that we've seen sometimes before. And those circles are chaotic because it leads a lot of these teams out into the open.
Yeah, take a look. Lou just patrolling on the south side, making sure that no one from Black Hand gets into the mills to pick up that loot. And so Black Hand are left in this really awkward position. They're stuck between Mill and Cenote Cave. There's a team down there, Cenote, right now as well. Sentinels fully understand that there is a team just to their south, and you can see that Lou is keeping an eye on that, turning his head, making sure that he is keeping an eye on that squad. And, well, yeah, that's the first hello coming out from Black Hand.
Yeah, at least Sentinels knows that there's still that squad that's right there, but I want to know what's happening over by Money Miners. I just saw a finisher on the feed, and we just saw our teams land on the map. So what is going on with Money Miners here as we can take a look at some of these teams now rotating away? It's Someone Sinus with Lux rocking the purple Evo. Didn't even need to utilize that black market just yet to find that loot. Of course, you are on the Loba, so with that passive, you could see some of these extra tricky purple loots and above just inside of these crates before Someone Sinus make their quick rotation into that circle since they already have the information for that next circle.
Yeah, very centralized one for our first game here on Stormpoint as Someone Sinus continuing to find some nice loot throughout their rotation path as it looks like as they make their way into checkpoints. Might be able to pick up more. AGG, though, are just going to play PvE for a little while over here on the Jurassic Park side, and this is going to be a pull on up towards that checkpoint area. There's still a little bit of Cascade Falls in, so that could be playable along with the River Center there. So a lot of teams, though, starting to make their focus on getting into a building inside of checkpoint.
Oh, this is a circle that I was scared about too. The open circle that could lead a lot of our teams to actually fight in the choke point that you see start a fight rotating through with the Trident. These buildings right here that start a fight are looking at is usually one of those buildings that you could be safe in when it comes to taking those 50-50s if you're trying to predict where the circle is going to be pulling. We saw it just yesterday actually in a very similar circle, but the one thing you give up in that building is that you're on the low ground. So it looks like start a fight, recognize that, they see maybe there's a team here that's already taken up this real estate, but if not, they could be not only on the high ground, but take control over this building. They just have to be careful because they're not running the caustic, so it doesn't really stop other teams that are running the caustic composition on. If not, they could be not only on the high ground, but take control over this building. They just have to be careful because they're not running the caustic, so it doesn't really stop other teams that are running the caustic composition on Storm Point from pushing in on them.
We've got Lazarus just off to their east as well, and now Someone Sign Us in here forcing them back, and so they've got to be careful. He is sliding down, but doesn't seem like Someone Sinus is going to chase after them quite yet. Again, teams have been playing the early game relatively safe. Very few people want to make any big mistake here, especially with so much on the line. You still have so much to play for. Asurus ends up going in, and oh no, Nifty! He got locked in by his own team. He's burning down now, and Asurus are about to lose out on their Loba. It's going to be a 3v2 here as they're trying their best to hold out. Lightstar Joe getting shot up from behind as well. Recover the banner and get the hell out of there. They don't have a skyward dive either. They don't have a bubble, and they are getting melted as OBH will fall. That's going to be Rakanishu picking that one up and start a fight. Are gifted some free kill points.
What a way and timing for start a fight to just make their appearance and sit on the front row of the chaos that they were traversing through on the Trident, noting that they wanted to get to this location first. Lazarus are just going to retreat for right now, but wow, what a way for Nifty to just get absolutely demolished with two other squads making their rotation in the same spot. Sentinels being one of the squads now making their appearance to start a fight, forced to have to play through the original building that they actually passed through in the low ground.
Having Sentinels also just outside is going to be absolutely terrifying as they've started off with purples here, but it looks like maybe they'll just give it up and start backing away and go for the skyward dive instead to try and get in. We'll see if they decide to full commit onto checkpoint or if they maybe hold a position outside. Maybe go over towards that Cascade Falls area. It looks like they will try and skirt their way in from the eastern edge instead.
Oh, they're going to be landing by the choke point where we saw that one solo try to get away, and it looks like they're right on their tail. They know with the way that they're playing that it is just a solo, so Sentinels are going to try to fully send it onto this player to pick up some easy KP.
Oh no, the last remaining member of Team Asurus here trying to back away, but you've got Sentinels right on top of you. Xenox will clean up Lightstar Joe, and this time around in game number 4, it's going to be Team Asurus going down first. So, as Wingman Season trying their hand at trying to get into this ring in a spot of trouble, Arcstar was able to get in, do some decent damage, port out possibly to try to get him underneath the building, but Casuals is going to be on top of them. The first knock onto Zednim, and oh no, Wingman Season lose out on one of their players early on, and they're still stuck in a really difficult position.
But here, with Casuals taking up this high ground right now, they can see a lot of the action happening over to the side. They got the black market to look at, so that way they could just replenish any ammunition that they need here. And they're also going to be able to be out of the thick of it without being contested from their 6 here. So a good spot right here for them to just stay at. We sometimes have seen the circle pull in this direction, but I do predict that the circle is going to continuously pull more so to the left.
Also, just want to take a moment here to shout out Tempest, who is still trying to pursue competitive Apex Legends. Just recently was noted that he had to move out of his parents' home. So if you guys want to support him, check out Tempest, as he wants to continue to compete here in Apex Legends with Sign Us. Please, on board with Wingman Season. They did recover Zednim's banner, but they need to get out of here to try and go for that res. On the kill feed, we have a Complexity and Sentinels fight. Monsoon getting that first knock. We'll see if they can continue to push on. They get the knock onto Lou as well, so that's going to be that exact same place on the western side of checkpoint. So much action. Crust has fallen. Sentinels might go down early here in game number 4.
We saw Icy pop off before with the bombardment in the end game over on World's Edge. Gas Station Gaming looking to claim some heads out here, wondering what's happening. Is Lazarus now making their appearance, still sticking in that same exact building? And I like how they've been just able to weave in and out here, not only controlling this space, but not fully giving up and overextending here, because they know how valuable this building is for this next circle.
Crust has been finished off, so there's only one player remaining now for Team Sentinels here. Gas Station Gaming trying to recover this loot, but they leave themselves vulnerable. Bubble's been used. The defensive bombardment has to go down for Icy here to make sure that they do not get pushed. With now left with no defensive options, they're even getting shot up from behind. They do have that Valkyrie redeploy, but they won't have Bubble for another 20 seconds or so, as now it looks like Wingman Season might be going down. Stunny, the only one up, as Noko ends up getting thirsted by a combination of Casuals and Sinus, please.
Tough here. Casuals now going to be able to just re-loot at the same time as Wingman Season, with only Stunny alive. Has to play this as a solo, but he does manage to get both of the banners here between Noko and Zednim, and he's going to play this patiently here too. He knows the information of that next circle, but being a solo and having to play through the little crevice that the rock provides could put you in a pretty tricky situation when you're in the line of sight of so many of these teams. You can see Sinus Please just looking for him.
They know, everyone in the area knows that he is there by himself. Xenox, though, still alive for Team Sentinels, might have been able to recover the banners as he goes for that skyward dive. This is ring number 2, or round number 2, by the way. So there's still plenty of map available. There's still plenty of respawn beacons for him to be able to plug them in, along with Wingman Season. Except, though, they're running the northern side of the map right now, as it looks like Nightmares might be getting into a fight up against Money Miners. They're the ones that are actually stuck behind all of these rocks here, while Money Miners have an entire building to play off of. But Team Nightmares, coming off of a huge win in game number 3, are feeling quite comfortable. Gotta feel a little bit frisky. Maybe they go in for that push. Stunny doesn't like to hear the gunfighting near him, as he does actually get out of there. So he's going to go full deep, but oh no, he is running straight into G2.
Oh, can you imagine if G2, though, redeploys right before Stunny gets there? You know that Stunny wants that beacon right there. He heard Nightmare Fighting, said, never mind, I am not going to go for a res in this direction, and then opts to go to the wall. But it doesn't look like G2's left just yet. It looks like they're just taking advantage of the replicator, which means either Stunny's going to see that and wait it out, or he's just going to have to go to a different respawn beacon, as All Glory Gaming gets Senox. They take out one of the Sentinels members here as Senox looked to maybe try to get a res going as All Glory Gaming are trying to capitalize off the situation.
Black Hand are coming in for the third party, though, in All Glory Gaming. They got to be happy with just the 1 KP and back away. They do not want to get involved in this fight. Sentinels are still alive, though, but for how long? Only one player left. It's going to be Crust. He's just hoping that the presence of these two squads allows him to pick up the banners, somehow walk out, but AGG are just completely backing away, allowing Yasuo now to push up. Crust playing off of that stairwell there. We'll see how much more space he can create, but it looks like it's going to be all 3 members of Black Hand now going in for the killing blow onto Team Sentinel. Shubi has that angle, spots him out inside of that stairwell, and Black Hand are playing this absolutely safely. They don't want to give away anything. Goat's going to tank some of that caustic gas damage, but here comes out the push, and now they get the loop around, though, as Crust is able to make it out of the building, but now he's only stuck behind that fence. He gets finished off. That's going to be Sentinels out here in 18th place. Not a lot of fighting taking place, though, as G2 ends up finding 1. And it looks like it was Nightmares getting cleaned up, but there was a third-party attempt coming out from G2.
Actual good rotation here for G2 to actually recognize that. We saw the fighting happening for a while, a bit north of the area of close to checkpoint there, but with that rotation away from the wall, I also wonder if they were able to call it stunning there. We're going to have to see, as G2 now are going to be able to loot up. But Hambino now playing off the low ground. You can see casuals here. You're going to be able to take some of this real estate as well as the high ground. And with much slower gameplay going onto Stormpoint, I like to see that a lot of our squads, despite playing patiently, are playing with a lot more confidence here.
Okay, Stunny was able to get Noko back into things. Wondering where Zednim is. Well, he is at least back into the game. So I think the fact, like you pointed out, that they were on the replicators kind of clued Stunny in. You get to see that icon from pretty far away, so he was able to just wait things out and get Wingman Season back into this. Is going to be round number 2 for them. Second shot at life here. The Wingman Season. They've been so good about being able to make the macro calls. They just haven't been able to get the placements and the kills that we know usually come their way. This time around, things are going to be an uphill struggle for them. For Ronnie, it looks like stuck by himself. Does have a lot of loot here just on the edges to pick up, but gotta be careful as this is ring number 2, and he does at least have the banners for Bursty and Dre. But how many of the beacons are still in? We know that Sentinels ended up using one. We know that Stunny ended up using one as well. Now, how many are inside of the zone? Team Redeemed, though, they've got a team actually stuck on the outskirts, just outside of here. I believe that might have been AGG. They're trying their best to gatekeep them now. Z Davis going to go for that peek on out, and feels is a little bit risky. We'll go ahead and back away off that Bangalore.
It's okay, you have the get off of me option, which is that smoke from the Bangalore. I believe the only team that we've been seeing within this LCQ rocking the Bangalore as Redeem have been very big innovators of sticking to this composition on Stormpoint. Love that from Z Davis, as Black Hand now are going to be able to finally take control over this beacon, maybe even take control over that rat that was forced to play off of the inside of this building. AGG now with the rotation out, though, you can see that they're going to be still facing off against Redeem, and is this going to be a green light indicator to Black Hand to maybe move in? It doesn't look like it, because you can clearly see AGG, they're out of there with the redeploy.
They're going to go ahead and skirt past all of that. The ring ends up holding to the southern side of checkpoint, so the teams that ended up calling it for the most part, but there's only really one building on that southwest side that's still available, so teams are going to have to creep up. AGG here on the northern end have to be careful of Zeratricking them over the side as All Glory Gaming make their way into this building. It's going to be safe for this zone, but not the next.
All Glory Gaming are going to take their time, though, especially looking at their composition with the Watson. They want to bunker down into one of these buildings. Not too sure if they noted that there's already another team right across the field from them. But with so many of these other teams having to play from the low ground, this is a really good spot for All Glory Gaming. Now, to see if they could get access to that beacon would be absolutely huge for them. But again, as we know, there is still that other team that's across the field, and it's going to be Exit that are hugging the high ground to share that alongside AGG.
Got G2 as well, holding out on this choke. They've got Money Miners right underneath them here. Or no, it's actually flipped. Money Miners up top, G2 below, as Nightmares starting to get cleaned up, and it looks like they will be the next squad out. So a lot of early game fighting as Team Casual stuck outside. Currently, Ronnie keeping an eye on them. It's going to be the Skyward Dive coming up from Casuals to get past this. Ronnie ends up getting cleaned up by Money Miners. So Team Nightmares out now as Casuals take this opportunity to try and fly past this choke point. A lot of teams in the area here. Now they just need to find a landing zone. That passive proving invaluable for them, but Sung is caught out in the open and he's getting tagged. That's going to be Designful with the wingman. Instantly thirst him as well. Now Casuals left with no options. There is one respawn beacon still inside of the zone, but it's basically a suicide mission if he wants to try and bring him back.
Into the open arms of Designful, served on a silver platter. I mean, there was no way for Casuals to note that G2 was inside because the Valk passive doesn't pick up on players that are just hiding inside of these crevices here. Even though they're inside of one of these tunnels, they're not out in the opens for them to get picked up with some of these redeploys. But look, their backs are turned here a little bit. They're just trying to take some shots. G2 noting that there's a fight happening right above them, as there's actually Timmy trying to run away with Blackhand being right in front of them.
Will Timmy trying to go full send? He got the singularity down. That's going to be TPM coming in. And ends up taking out Yasto and Goat. So TPM cleans up Blackhand. Will this be an opportunity for Timmy to try and come in, pick up those banners, and get out of here? He's got to be careful as he almost beams down one. As you can see, that zone is now ticking away. I don't think he gets it off in time. Timmy will go down to the ring. Team Sheesh only picking up 1 point in this game. Maybe 2. I don't think actually Timmy was able to get a knock onto the Blackhand side. Unfortunately there, TPM cleans that one up.
They got cut off in the middle of those rotations, and that's the unfortunate part of Storm Point when you're forced to go from the low to high ground. You don't get as much distance with those redeploys. It's currently Wick and Tempest now over to the side here. Wingman Season waiting for the opportunity to strike here as Sinus Please make their appearance, put themselves in their line of sight, but they know that there's still that team over to their left.
Sign Us Please dealing with Wingman Season, who are still on the recovery road here. Their armors, I believe, were sitting on whites and maybe, blues and maybe a whites. As Dennis, please, noting the armor checks, they have the HP advantage. We'll go for that reset and barely spot out the outlines there. Unfortunately, the wing does not count as part of the hitbox. Synced taking a lot of damage, and now is the aggression coming out from Wingman Season. Bubble early on, but they've got the coverage of the gas to slow things down just a bit. Synced needs a little bit more time, though, to get that Phoenix kit off, and now it's going to be the second pass from Sign Us Please. Synced is not able to get these barrels deep enough, though, to apply pressure, and now with 13 seconds to go, both teams have to disengage from this fight and go for a Skyward Dive. Sign Us Please will back away. Wingman Season might not even have vertical clearance. Never mind. They find a small sliver to work with, and they'll take to the skies.
Sometimes we've seen little angles, though, on Storm Point where you think that you have a lot of space, but then you get clipped by one of these plants. Luckily for Wingman Season, that isn't the case, and with this redeploy, are they trying to cut off their rotation? Oh, I don't think they recognize what the chaos is looking like inside of this building.
Oh, no. Noko goes inside, and he gets full sent on by G2. Now Wingman Season left to recover once again. Stunny stuck out here. Unfortunately, that box is just a little bit too far away from the window. But it looks like he'll just be able to back away and just play off the roof from now. G2 is controlling the bottom side as TPM losing out on 2 now as Sign Us Please pushing forward, looking to clean things up, but it's going to be start of fights. And ends up cleaning up a lot of that one as they're keeping an eye. They lose out on 1. It's going to be Monsoon for Complexity taking out 1 member of Start a Fight. Instant res comes out as Rakanishu is trying to stick it. The pressure is coming out, but they're going to lose out on Rack because of it. Monsoon with the Arcstar coming up huge for Complexity now. Matt Pickett, the only one alive for Start a Fight. He does have this height at the very least. He's trying his best to stick onto. That's going to be Iron Toes. Matt Pickett sticking on to the side of that mountain. But you can see Sign Us Please still playing on the other side of this tree. Trying their best. It looks like maybe their economy is gone as they have not been able to recover and heal up quite yet. Matt Pickett dropping below them, somehow surviving, but Tempest and knows, and they turn around and clean him up.
Oh, and Wingman Season got taken out by G2. I don't know if G2 has a landing strip all over their face or something here because everybody keeps redeploying on top of them. And the caustic Nox gas just coming out of left field too. Looks really funny here, but not so funny for start of fight. Now G2 with the reposition with the phase breach from Designful puts everybody from G2 onto the high ground on top of these roofs. I'm wondering if they know that someone's Sinus is off to their left here. And look at these buildings. Lazarus have not moved from this spot here. Oxy Aries playing the outside a little bit as Redeem lose out on Joey Blackout. They have the smokes for some makeshift cover, but it can only last for so long.
Luckily for them, there's a third team above as well that can just stop any push from above, as Lazarus is in the middle, and then you got another team just outside. No one really feels a burden to push out, so shouldn't be going out here. Throughout all of this is Lazarus now still holding. They've got that digi threat, so the Bangalore smoke not doing much. Take a look at all of the space being controlled by AGG right now on the outside, as we got a mobile respawn beacon coming in for Team Redeem. The plug in one more. G2 going for that Valkyrie redeploy, their only option because they did not have that phase breach, and they find themselves on top of this final building.
Oh, here we go, though. Complexity also popping off in the feed here with Gas Station Gaming getting taken out. Except, though, now making an appearance. G2 is going to be able to ping down a little bit as a lot of these squads are forced to traverse outside of the ring, but the bombardment blocking every direction. Lazarus picking up some kills, too. Huge nade coming in from AGG, and this is where all the fighting's going to happen here, Jamerson. Complexity know that they don't want to get in the thick of it. They don't want to put themselves pinched between two teams.
Monsoon trying to pick up any extra kills here, but it's gonna be sniped down on the backside. That ends up getting two onto X-Set. X-Set now out. We're down to our top 6 squads. Plenty of them damaged as well. Lazarus getting pinched as G2 were able to come in and ends up cleaning them out and clearing out this building. They still need to find an exit, and they might actually be blocked by these loot boxes. So they need to actually clear this out, or actually they have to exit here. But they're going to take some ring damage for it, so that might not be an option for them. So in the next 10 seconds, they need to just loot up the rest of this death box to clear it. Never mind, they can actually just crawl on in, just narrowly. Instead, they decide to drop down to the low and push out the rest of Complexity. Snipe down, going down. Where is Monsoon? You can see him right there, I believe. No, Monsoon gets finished off. Complexity out in top 5. G2 pushing up for more kill points. That is Redeemed going down. It's our final 3 squads. It's going to be a 3v3v1 as Tempest is doing his best to not draw any attention. Never mind. There's a mobile respawn beacon, and he might have just plugged them in. He will go down, though. Sinus please are out. It's G2 versus All Glory Gaming now, as you do have the defensive bombardment being used here. Nothing happening, though, as they're just buying time at this point. The phase breach being used, and it's All Glory Gaming that have so much space, but they're getting pushed now. Have to be careful about this flank, and Jaguares is watching it, getting the huge damage off onto Gentrify to take him out. The 3v2 for All Glory Gaming. Big connect with that massive as results of falls, and it's going to be All Glory Gaming winning our first map here on Stormpoint.
Our full Mexican squad here, All Glory Gaming coming through. Jaguares is always so on point with those shots, but they also had such a great position on the high ground, overlooking a lot of the chaos, but also with the Watson. I believe the only squad that we saw on Stormpoint with the Watson, locking down the high ground spot.
Yeah, and especially in a zone where it was going to be out of bounds heavy, it was absolutely perfect to have that Watson in play for it. You saw the respect that AGG got out of the space that they were controlling. But man, we have been having some fantastic games. Before we go to break, gotta let you guys know we got some big things coming up for Nerd Street Summer Champs, and if you want to check it out, go to nerdstreet.com. This summer, Nerd Street Champs will feature Apex Legends, Valorant, Halo Infinite, and Madden 2022. So head to nerdstreet.com to check out all of that. And also, if you feel like competing in Apex Legends, the next tournament, of course, you can sign up at nerdstreet.com and win $1,000. So get your squad, sign up, and we will see you there. Right now, though, we are going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 of the lower bracket finals right after this. All glory to All Glory Gaming after game number 4, taking a much needed victory there, really securing their chances at the top 10 here in the lower bracket finals for the LCQ, and they ended up getting 7 kill points along the way, Vicky.
Yes, look at the damage, though. Evenly spread across the board here for All Glory Gaming, popping off with their positioning and highlighting how important that final circle positioning is with their own composition. Jaguar is picking up 4 kills in total, despite the lackluster damage in comparison to the other 2 AG members here, but they were able to pop off and what? No way! No way that happened!
I mean,
No
they were
way.
in a lot of fights. I just didn't think they picked up that many kill points, but a second place finish and 17 kills for G2. They get 26 points. All Glory Gaming. I'm sorry. I love you guys. But G2 coming up with a clutch victory here. Oh my goodness.
I mean, Jamerson, that's 17 kills. Oh, I get that they're upset. I get that this is the redemption arc. 17 kills, though, picked up in Game 5, or rather Game 4, is so important here for G2 because that's going to skyrocket them in the overall leaderboards.
This is G2 in scrims. This is where the scrim bucks are paying off for G2. Love to see it for them, but let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. Hey, I think they're good for top 10 now, with 60 points overall after 4 games. Team Sheesh as well, they're in second place now. Eclipse, though, even though they've got 38 points. Nightmare Esports now in third place with 32. This is the top 10 currently with 2 games left to go. Let's check in with the bottom half of the current standings to see who's in trouble. Money Miners just actually 1 point off from top 10 currently.
Ooh, very similar to what we had seen with the outcome of the losers round 1 bracket here. Money Miners just 1 point away to finding themselves in the top 10 here. Xset right behind them. In general, though, looking at complexity, they definitely needed a pop-off game, and they went from the bottom end of the overall leaderboards now to sitting in 13th, just 3 spots away from finding themselves in the top 10, and they're even matched up together with Black Cat and Xset.
Yeah, this is going to be a race to the finish, basically, for our bottom half teams. Remember, just 1 win, one decent win should be able to propel you up. And so these teams, you know, cannot count themselves out quite yet. We still have 2 games left to go here on Stormpoint. So for Xset, for complexity, for Wingman season, we typically don't see on the bottom half of the leaderboard. They still have, you know, the potential to be able to get that win. It looks like complexity are feeling a lot more comfortable now. Things are definitely gelling for them. Those are good signs at the very least here in the second half.
Really trickles down to what we talked about before when it comes to the momentum, but also the confidence going into these initial games. We saw how it was a lot slower on World's Edge, especially for those first 2 games. But as we've made our way over to Stormpoint, even though Game 4 was our first game on Stormpoint, you could tell that a lot of these teams are feeling confident here in taking these fights.
Yeah, maybe it was a little bit of basically what the ring forced. When you have that ring pulling over to checkpoint, we saw how apt it is named. The checkpoints and the choke points proved so deadly for so many of our squads, taking very risky dives. And yeah, here's the highlight. So even though AGG won the game, we gotta look at G2's stats. 7 kills for Designful, and you gotta kind of contribute that to him being a bit more comfortable on that Ashe, having more mobility. And there were so many times, Vicky, there in game number 4, where that phase breach from Designful proved invaluable.
It was beautiful because I was wondering how G2 was able to relocate inside of those buildings that they took that fight against Lazarus and then also went for the reposition outside of that window to then play from the low ground versus All Glory Gaming, which is what allowed All Glory Gaming to even take the dub in the first place off of that high ground and their positioning versus G2. But having those kills there for Designful, I know we talked about Designful rocking the Caustic on World's Edge. You could tell that G2 is trying different things, but the Ashe is still sticking true to Designful on Stormpoint.
Yeah, just having that extra mobility, you know, he feels a lot more comfortable with it, and he gets to play more of his own style instead of having to play a large legend that absolutely gets beamed. He's able to trade so much more effectively, having that smaller hitbox, having the mobility. Taking a look at the compositions, we're not seeing much being changed up. It looks like everyone is going to be sticking with it. AGG still have that Watson, I believe, as well. Here we go, heading into game number 5. 2 games left here in the lower bracket finals. Our bottom half of the leaderboard from 10th, or excuse me, from 11th place down to about 17th. They're only split by about 5 points total, so it can go anyone's way.
And the chaotic side of me here, Jamerson, is wondering, why don't we have a Team Empire just absolutely throwing a wrench in everybody's plans? No Mad Maggie being played like we saw on the land. Just a lot of these legends just sticking true to what they feel most comfortable. As they should. There's just a lot on the line overall. Only the top 2 teams from the finals will be able to move on to face against our Pro League teams in LAN. And with a lot of these teams now figuring out where they feel secure here on Storm Point with their rotations. You can see here Reed's making his way down with AJ. Mullis going to be trailing from behind here. And Money Miners are going to be playing this slowly as Mullis has that purple Evo.
They tried to do that same thing where they were trying to find an isolated player like they did in game number 4 and get a first blood. But it looks like that one's going to go the way of Jaguares there for AGG, our winners of game number 4. Asurus, again in another tough spot, losing out on their Gibraltar so early on.
Oh, man. Detrimental there as Money Miners want to make that comeback, want to be able to find this great loot here. Maybe great loot in terms of Evo shields, but a P2020 looking a little suspicious here as Mullis is going to be able to try to rotate here with AJ. We've seen Wingman Season sometimes land on the outskirts here. And it's actually Key, Jelly, and Locks making the rotation here, but they're at a disadvantage in terms of those Evo shields.
AJ's got an extra blue to swap off onto if he wants to as well, but he's going to go ahead and back away. He has taken rooftop control away from them, and he's got the angles as well. Gotta be careful coming up these stairwells now. You can see he's keeping a tight eye on it. Quick movement out. Jaguares ends up getting a knock onto Lightstar Joe as well in that other fight, but someone Sinus still in a world of trouble. Key only getting now that blue armor. Here is the push out from the rest of the squad. Someone Sinus, Money Miners on the other side of this one as Jelly gets full sent on by all 3 members, and Key gives up his life. He knows that they are out. First squad down here in game number 5. Money Miners picking up a nice +3 for themselves.
And that's exactly what Money Miners needed here, because this is another one of those teams similar to G2 that pick up a lot of momentum, and being outside of that cusp with a 1-point difference between themselves sitting in 11th place overall and Redeem sitting in 10th, they need to pick up this KP, and having those Evo shields early on in the game on drop is definitely an amazing way to start off for themselves. They do have to traverse, though, into the southern part of the map here. You can see the circle pulling towards AGG. They just finish off with their fight there, too, so they're looking pretty happy as up Sushi, Sponge, and Talus with TPM are going to be able to control the southern part of the zone here.
Yeah, they're over at Shipfall right now as we have the rotation out from Fish Farms from the side of Wingman Season. But Team Sheesh were able to cut them off a little bit earlier, get in here into Barometer and try to find a decent spot to play off of. It looks like the drop ships might be their option as Wingman Season coming up behind them. So they've got to be careful. Prize is there on the flank. Chart of Fight are able to make a nice rotate in with that Trident and control this southern building. You can see Aves just swapping off armors for himself. He's got that 30-30 repeater. Ooh, never mind. Oh, man, that passive is just too strong sometimes.
I love it. I love it. Maybe even knowing already as they pulled up that there was already a purple Eva shield waiting for them. So now Team Sheesh taking control of this dome-shaped building. They've been really on point with calling those final circle positionings in when we were looking at World's Edge, but this is one of those circles that we have seen pull over to that little egg-shaped building. It actually looks like Complexity thought the same exact thing as Sheesh, but we have seen time and time again more than 3 squads share that real estate, but Complexity calling it off. Even though they pinged that building, they said, you know what, it looks like it's already been taken over. They're even getting shot off, and they saw that this high ground was actually open, surprisingly. So with Lazarus holding the low ground there, blocking even one of the entrances with a Trident, Complexity are going to have free reign over this high ground.
This is going to be really nice for them, being able to play off the height here, because if they need to go for that Valkyrie deploy, they should be able to off of that balcony on the back side. And so that means, of course, you don't have to expend your Gibraltar bubble. You can just go ahead and do that safely and then have the bubble upon landing if this ring ends up pulling away from Barometer. But with all the teams coming here, it has to be a good indicator that it's probably going to be ending on this side. Monsoon spotting out Team Casuals actually making the rotate in, but Team Casuals are in for a rude welcome here. As you can see, there was a team inside that will start a fight. Hambino narrowly makes it behind cover just in time, but it looks like the angles might be there for Complexity. They need to knock him behind the rest of this here, but they're still getting shot up from multiple angles. Team Sheesh on the other side of this stairwell. Sung is the next one to fall. as Timmy picks one up as well. That's going to be huge now. Team Sheesh, they're already safe in the top 10, but they're picking up more points.
And TPM's right behind them too, which is something that Timmy has already noted after getting shot from trying to finish off Casuals. Casuals in the unfortunate spot of playing underneath that bridge, but in the line of sight of not just Lazarus, but of Complexity and Sheesh on top of it all. So Lazarus, with this black market, are going to be able to loot up nicely, going to be able to have all the loot in the world without having to overextend for those crates that Casuals have that they don't really need to put themselves out in the open for.
Looks like AGG holding out on this angle as sign us please. They don't have to full commit onto this one. This is still super early on, so they can take their time here inside of Jurassic Park to farm up. They're still sitting on the blues, so they can easily make their way up if they focus one armor to at least one purple for themselves and just take their time playing hard edge.
See, Sinus Please are going to take their time, and when they do have the bombardment in their hands, I'm wondering if they're just going to opt to go for redeploy, but we know how risky it could be when it comes to using those late redeploys, especially seeing so many teams already taking up the barometer spot. Sinus Please are going to go in for that, and it's trying to see which of these open buildings are available for Sinus Please, because with their composition, they want to look for a close quarters building that they can really utilize the caustic traps in.
I'm so surprised because they have the beacon there as well, so if they wanted to stick around for one more scan just to be absolutely sure, they could have, but we'll see if they get rewarded for this. They do have a building, and they just slide right on in for that. They take a little bit of chip damage, but they are going to be safe throughout all of this. But take a look at their small heals. Things not looking too great for Sinus Please, so you got to be careful how they expend their utility and spend their resources throughout the rest of this game now.
Yeah, even Wicked with the Mozambique. I mean, this is faith right here. Aside from your car looking absolutely stacked, it's like what you're saying, Jamerson. They're still rocking the full blue Evos. Doesn't look like they have a great amount of loot in terms of health. And so with that downside and with them playing this safely, they're going to be denying themselves a lot of loot because they're not running the Robo. They're running the Caustic instead. They want to bunker down, and Sentinels with the Trident of their own, taking a page out of Star Fight's book, they're making their own rotations without having to utilize and burn through the redeploy.
Yeah, this trend is going to help them out, though, especially here with very little cover to work with, just providing a little bit of extra cover at the very least to play off of this cannon net. But playing on the northwest side, it should be relatively safe. No one really coming up behind them with the late rotate in now. Zone 1 about to finish up closing. And it is going to be gas station gaming here as the Valkyrie deploys coming out. Sentinels are just going to go ahead and go for it, but you know, they're a little bit later on this rotate than most of the other squads. Almost the rest of the lobby is basically here at barometer now. They're going to try and play that bridge side, or are they going to try and play that island? It looks like the island is what they're going for, cutting it a little bit short, but they are safe for now.
I'm always so scared of this spot here, Jamerson, because you're in the line of sight of so many teams if the circle does end up pulling out into the open. We saw a very similar circle, actually, again on land here. But with Sentinels taking control over the underside of this bridge, they have some breathing room just for right now, as more of these squads are making the rotation, seeing that the circle, Sheesh did predict this circle right, and Wingman Season are on their 6 right next to them too. So this is interesting because it looks like they're actually contesting up Sushi, who wants to go for a longer rotate, taking even the circle damage, and they're not even trying to contest Wingman Season because Wingman Season are actually circle keeping them.
Yeah, Wingman Season are so good about putting on the pressure here when it comes to keeping a team out from their side, and this is basically, I think, one of the best places that Wingman Season can be. They succeed more often than not when it comes to rings that they're able to play from the southeast side here on Storm Point. Coming from that fish farm side, they do such a great job of just making sure that they have that corner to themselves absolutely free. And so things are looking good for a Wingman Season squad that has not been able to show up that the way we expected at the beginning of the show.
See here, Black Hand now with the Loba. They're going to make their appearance as well off the outskirts of the circle. They're just trying to see if they could actually take control of this building if it's free. It doesn't look like maybe they have the information of that next circle, but they're on the other side of where we know the circle is going to be pulling from, as TPM now with the redeploy, avoiding Wingman Season, are going to make their rotation into the circle, and this is why they avoided that fight. Look at this. They only have one medkit if you look at Taylor's currently, and they're still rocking full blue Evos, so they didn't even want to take the chance outside of the circle here, but from getting circle kept.
Yeah, they do have plenty of cells though, so that at least as long as they top off, they should be fine. I believe right now Wingman Season are working on getting a scan of their own. They had one at antenna, they have one inside the shipfall as well, but note that that one is out of the ring, and so they'll be taking that damage. It looks like the ultimate excels are going on over for TPM. They are looking for another Valkyrie redeploy here because they are not safe for the next two zones. Wingman Season again keeping a great eye on their southeast side. They do end up picking up that scan. They know they are safe here. This is where they play in their comfort zone.
Yeah, and they're such a circle edge team when it comes to circle keeping other squads that want to go for those late rotates, like G2 actually, who were playing outside of the circle, just utilizing those replicators. Exit now making their way outside of Jurassic Park, while TPM now find themselves in more trouble. Instead of the Trident being right in front of them and having to deal with Wingman Season, they're now dealing with Lazarus.
Oh, Lazarus, know that they are there. Talus getting spotted up from above. That was Complexity playing on that top building inside of Barometer, still getting tagged. And now their reserves are slowly getting eaten up. We noted that they had a lot of cells, but they can't exchange for more here. We do have one player outside from Team Lazarus, Dank, looking for an angle. Might have just been able to spot out one, but he's going to back away here, feeling a little uncomfortable. So like that they do back away at the very least here to keep things safe. They are safe for the next two zones.
And they know that Complexity has them in their line of sight too. Even if they do try to poke at some of these teams out from afar, they can't really push out too much. And they don't have a Caustic to really block out these doors too, not really stopping any other. They don't really have to go anywhere. They do want to put in some poke pressure, maybe rack up some more damage in case they don't see any of the Evo shields that they see in the black market that they would want. And Nightmare now coming out here from the outskirts of the circle. This is the team that actually won the last game on World's Edge here, being pretty consistent. The Nightmare that we all know and love here, as Bursty's going to be rotating alongside Dresset Ronnie, taking their time here as AJ's actually waiting for them on the other side.
Oh boy, Money Miners might be able to cash in on this one. He hears them running in. AJ has to call it out. He's keeping an eye on that side, but he has backed away at least. It's going to actually be Mullis. Now you can see AJ's like, hey, what's going on back there? And he will turn around for this one. That might just force him completely back now because it's zone number 3 that starts ticking away, forcing out the bubble early too. His team at Nightmares now need to heal up. Asurus, Nifty, I believe, has been ratting it out for his squad throughout all of this. He's about to get rolled up on by the entirety of Team Nightmares here. So Nifty, how much longer can he survive for?
What's crazy is that this was a decision that Nightmare decided to make when they saw, or rather, they didn't know that Money Miners was on the other side, but when they saw Nifty now. So with this redeploy, they know that they made some noise, that they could potentially get circle kept, and instead of taking their chances, they're just going to rotate out of here. Now you can see Black Hand still has not moved from their spot, and Nifty does manage to survive for right now. For how long, we don't know, but they're going to be passing him through, and maybe even try to cut him off, forcing Nifty to go into the line of sight of Money Miners.
There was no like quick look around, so I don't think they actually spotted him out. But my big question is, Nifty, how many more heals do you have? He has been out in this zone for the last 7 or 8 minutes now, as Team Nightmares not out of the thick of things quite yet. First, he still needs to heal up. That's going to be Xset trying to turn the screws onto them. They've got that high ground angle. They do have the crossfire being set up as well. Klein, his defensive environment might not be the best here because that tree could eat up a lot of it as they are starting to lay out the damage. Checking for that red armor might give them a little bit of pause here as Wingman Season got sent on by G2. Stunny ends up going down. They're going to go ahead and use that phase breach to set up an angle. Resulta coming in from the left-hand side as the nades are coming out from that Wingman Season side. They were able to get the res, I believe, onto Stunny as they start backing away, but G2 are still on top of them. Gentrifying, though, gets cracked. Big amount of damage. Noko trying his best to heal up. As you can see, Stunny still cowering in the corner. Resulta swinging in from the left-hand side as G2 are full health. They are in their bubble now as they get that car sprayed down. They trade 1 for 1, but Zednam will fall, and that's Wingman Season out. G2 knock out Wingman Season.
I love what we highlighted that the one team that could go for these later rotations that Wingman Season is looking out for to circle keep was G2, and that was exactly what they had in their sights. They had Wingman Season, they take the fight, they come out on top, and now they're going to be right behind Team Sheesh as Black Hand now clean up Sentinels, it looks like. Crust getting finished off on the other side of the bridge.
This is so strangely Black Hand, right? Whenever it comes to Black Hand, it's whatever team ends up contesting them, they still somehow find them in the mid game and punishing them somehow. This is Sentinels on the receiving end of this weird kind of consistency that comes out from Black Hand.
And meanwhile, there's still fighting happening inside of these buildings of Barometer, inside of that big tower here. So while the action's happening over by the bridge, you already know that Black Hand can try to see an opportunity to fully send it out to Sentinels and then maybe get involved in a third party here as Exet now in this fight, having to reset with the shield battery after Hakulo utilized that phase breach. They do know that there's a team over in front of them, and that's going to be Lazarus still. Wondering if any other team from the inside of that sniper tower got contested as Nightmare in the middle of not just a smoke, but getting smoked potentially by Redeemed and Black Hand now, as well as cleaning up all the other squads that are moving in their direction.
Shiny was able to steal one of those kills as well on the Nightmare side, and so Complexity now coming up with some much needed points here. Remember, they are one of the teams also on the cusp. They are in the bottom 10. They had a pretty decent performance in game number 4, keeping the dream alive for Complexity. Redeem able to full recover, starting to actually focus down Black Hand, who are still stuck on that bridge. Money Miners, though, now stuck over here at this choke, trying to keep out G2, but we just know that it's a storm that's coming. G2 might just be able to push in now, especially with Designful forcing them back with these wingman shots.
Every single time we see these circles pull off to the left a little bit, in between the southern side of Barometer and even Shipball area here, if you want to consider that the choke point here. I always think about Esports Arena and how they were able to pop off on top of this rock, taking the god spot here. G2 holding on to this high ground, have easy access to the very same high ground here, so they're going to be rotating over to the side, wondering if they have that information of where that next circle is going to be here, but they don't want to overcommit, noting that there's still 2 other squads in front of them.
Nifty is still alive for Team Asuras. He's got Gas Station Gaming just off to the southwest. He's got Black Hand right there on the west as well. As Yasto goes for that challenge on the right, gets punished just a little bit and has to heal up. The Redeem. They have to push now. They're starting to run out of time. Yeah, there's 10 seconds left here. It looks like it might be a Valkyrie deploy for them. The smoke's out, and they will take to the skies here. Black Hand will be able to walk in with this one. They're going to try and focus down Oxy Ares. He's taken a lot of damage, but looks like he'll be relatively safe now. He's cracked with no armor, but he is at least in the skies. Gas Station Gaming are making their rotate on foot, as we'll see if they can find a decent spot to play out of. Every team is starting to focus them now, but they make it to the ground at the very least. Should have a bubble, but Oxy Ares ends up going down. The bubble res is there for them, but Sinus Please are right on top of them. Tempest taking a lot of damage, but they are dealing with the threat. That's going to be Redeemed going down here. Outside of placement points, we are into the top 15 region.
And this is why we talk about those risky redeploys in the late game, especially when you land on a team that's running the caustic, not the caustic here, with the barrels putting in some of that extra pressure onto Redeem. Now, courtesy Black Hand making their own moves to try to clutch their way into that next circle. But look at this, they have little to cover here, Jamerson. Yatsu gets taken out. Huge arc star from a prize here, and that's going to be Team Sheesh that have not moved from this spot, but look at the amount of damage that they put down when it comes to some of these teams putting themselves in their line of sight.
And they are safe in for the next zone. The hard pull over towards the bridge, over towards these drop ships. Team Sheesh have been on point basically all day long. They started off game number 1 with a big win. They're remaining consistent here. Speaking of consistency, G2 are still alive. They are our lobby leaders with 60 points. Now, if we take a look at this ring, take a look at the huge pileup that's taking place over at Barometer. We got TPM, AGG, Complexity, so many squads still stuck here now with 30 seconds to go before this zone starts closing in.
In these 30 seconds, it's going to be a death box graveyard for all these teams that are going to have to funnel their way through that bridge into the line of sight of Sheesh, except for G2 that we know that are on the other side of that choke point here. So you can see start a fight, you see Wicked now obviously playing off of the low ground with Tempest. Complexity have not moved from this spot on the high ground here too. Snipedown notes that there is still a member off to the left side of Sheesh. They're making their plan to see where they want to rotate here. With this redeploy, they actually may fully send it on that solo player.
Yeah, this is really rough for Complexity because they took this spot so early on. So you can see Snipedown is still sitting on only 40 shots for his wingman at this point. They need to get a kill and they need to pick up the loot quickly. They drop down on top of Team Sheesh. They should be able to coexist on the outside or on top. G2 are playing inside the bridge and Gas Station Gaming land right on top. So we've got 3 teams basically on this dropship on the first floor. That's going to be Complexity in the middle. That's going to be Team Sheesh. And up top, that's Gas Station Gaming as so many kills are going down. Icy with the big nade gets the 125, but that thermite doesn't connect. But take a look at the kill feed. We are now down to 9 squads remaining, and even more are falling as Lazarus are just down to Bird. They got G-Force. James Field is still alive for them, but for how long? G2 taking a moment to heal up with this bubble, surviving the storm for the time being. But as that bubble goes down, they will be vulnerable. Nice little spot on the other side of this bridge to keep them alive as a prize ends up picking up a few more kills for his squad.
James now is still alive, and he is still playing off of the little side that G-Force could actually work off of, but G2 are claiming head Designful with the knock onto Tempest. Is he going to call out the rat right here? Oh, there's no way. He sees him. He sees him in his line of sight. Goodbye, James Fearless, as G-Force now get taken out of the lobby. 6 squads left. G2 results of dropping off of the high ground. They do know that there's a fight happening over to their side, but they put themselves out in the open a little too long.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. If James Fearless wasn't there, G2 could have full sent it. But because of that lone rat, it creates so much havoc, so much confusion that G2 slowed down. You can hear that the res went off on the other side, trying their best to survive here. You can see Snipedown ends up going down to start a fight, but G2 need to finish this one off. They recover the beacon, but excuse me, the banner, but they're not going to have an opportunity to get back into this game. Gentrifying, trying to finish them off. Designful finds the angle, and there it is. Sign us, please, get knocked out. G2 as a 2-man. They've got Designful up, and that's really all you need at this point. But they are stuck on the bridge. 3 teams stacked on top of each other, and that bridge position is actually going to be the best spot. They're the last team forced out of cover here.
And they're going to be out of this entire chaotic mess that is going down inside of this little dome building here. You can see Gas Station Gaming, Sheesh, G2 playing off the bridge. Are they actually going to pull off the res? Gas Station are going to try to fully send it, but I don't know if that should be your priority.
Oh, they try to get that priority to get onto the bridge first and avoid the fighting that's taking place, but Snipedown was able to get that knock onto ICRVR, leaving a window open now for G2, but they've lost out on Designful, they've lost out on Gentrifying, and it's all up to Resulta to try his best to loot up and get back into this game. He's sitting on the white armors. Complexity is playing underneath the bridge right now as Team Sheesh are forced out of that dome. Gentrifying down now. Resulta, that's G2 out. Is the final 4 squads remaining as Sheesh are getting everything thrown at them here, but they've got the cover to work with. They still need to buy a little bit more time for a bubble. Timmy on the left-hand side will force back that squad, buying enough time for Team Sheesh to try and heal up the peak out, but Team Sheesh remain alive. Snipedown has gone down on the Complexity side. Timmy trying to get in for these kills, trying his best to survive. Will take to the skies with that Valkyrie passive. He is up there as Shiny ends up going down. Nightwing will fall, and now it's all up to Timmy here for Team Sheesh, but he is lurking. He is creeping alive, but he takes some zone damage and he peeks out. Will he be able to do it in the 1v3? No! It's going to be Complexity still alive. It's Gas Station Gaming with a clutch win here in game number 5. They were on the bottom half of the leaderboard. They might have been in the bottom top 3, excuse me, bottom 3, but this win propels them into the top 10.
What was that end circle? Jamerson Gas Station Gaming was actually in the overall leaderboards all the way in the bottom, 20th place, and they just got that dub with amazing KP to their name. Timmy was moving all around all those knockdown shields, even with the trigger discipline, complexity coming out in second. But Gas Station, they needed that win, and with only one game left here within our total 6 games in this losers bracket, that was amazing for Gas Station Gaming.
That's right. We have one last game here in the lower bracket finals. So we're going to take a break. When we get back, we will be able to find out who the top 10 teams moving on to the grand finals will be right after this. Gas Station Gaming made sure to hit the nitro there for that game number 5 win. And it was such a crucial one because they were sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. Let's check in with our winners from game number 5. They ended up with 7 kills, but with that plus 12, that's going to be 19 points overall for them. Look at how much damage they dished out.
I mean, they had 6 points, I believe, before that game here, so that's a really good look for Gas Station Gaming, looking at how close 12th through all the way to 16th place was looking like between Wingman Season and Complexity. The damage, though, we love to see the damage even across the board between all of our 3 competitors from Gas Station Gaming.
Yeah, they did such an amazing job. We noted that they weren't in the best of spots, but they had to walk in from the zone from the north side. They had Black Hand to their back as well. So that was a difficult rotation, but it looks like they were able to somehow be able to survive throughout all that. Redeem giving up that spot. Remember, they were one of the first teams to go for that Valkyrie rotate on the north side, and they got punished for it. So for the teams that actually hoofed it, despite having the name of Gas Station Gaming, they're able to benefit from that. Complexity, though, another squad that we saw on the bottom half of the leaderboard. Second place with 9 kills. That's going to be 18. That should push them over the top.
This should really highlight here, those teams in the later half of those top 10 teams are now picking things up where it matters most. Game 5 leaving us only with Game 6 to really clutch out those points. TPM still, though, trying to find their way through, getting 10th place with 1 KP, but I feel like it's a little too late here if TPM doesn't get anything rolling here for game number 6. But looking at the combined standings, G find their way through, getting 10th place with 1 KP, but I feel like it's a little too late here if TPM doesn't get anything rolling here for game number 6. But looking at the combined standings, G2 is still on top. Sheesh is still right behind them. But look at this. All Glory Gaming now making their way into 10th spot here. Nightmare Esports now sitting all the way up with 32 points. And Complexity now are not in 12th place, but rather in 4th overall with 35 points.
It looks like they finally cleaned things up. I don't know what was going on World's Edge for them. Definitely was not working out, but Stormpoint has been a complete game changer for them, now in 4th place. But I do want to note one thing. G2 and Sheesh, they have the large bulk of points in this lobby. Between them, 123 points. Typically, when you have a split like that, the top 10 threshold is usually much lower, but right now it's at 29 points. That is absolutely insane. That means so many teams are trading blow for blow and actually having decent performances. And so now, taking a look at the bottom half, Gas Station Gaming, despite getting that win, are not in the top 10.
But look how close they are with those bottom 8 teams that are still hitting their stride in the top 10 spots, with Black Hand being right in front of them top with those 25 points. A good last game here for Game 6 could cause chaos for 8 of those teams that don't have the same gap that we have G2 and She sitting on.
Really, honestly, it's anyone's game at this point. Any of these teams, with a win, with 9-10 kill points, should be able to basically get into the top 10. But it's so crazy taking a look at these bottom 10 teams. Wingman season down there as well. That is not something we want to see. We have to note that, you know, G2, who ended up taking them out for their spot, ended up coming out, in like 3rd place in that last game, 3rd or 4th place. So that could have been the game for Wingman season to turn things around.
It's tough when G2 manages to actually reverse the trump card that you had in trying to circle keep a squad and take their sweet time outside of the circle for those later rotations. And I feel like that has been the G2 game plan, even a little bit on World's Edge when they were running more of the patient composition with the Caustic. But here they could absolutely enable Designful to still stick onto the Ashe and clean up some more extra kills. Sheesh has been also phenomenal in predicting these final circle rotations between World's Edge and even on Stormpoint too, which is to highlight why they're in that top 2 spot right next to G2.
It's been absolutely amazing to see. And yeah, G2 still committing to the hard edge style, and I think that's basically what's been their bread and butter for the last 2 years, competing under the banner of G2. I mean, this is a squad that we've all known and loved since the aim assist days, and they're just absolutely killing it now. I'm glad to see that they've kind of turned things around, especially after the lackluster performance when it came to Sweden, as there's still another land. There's still $2.5 million to play for in July. We have to remember that at the end of the day, there's only 2 spots remaining. Luckily for us, down here in the lower bracket, it's 10 spots to move on to the grand finals for the rest of the day.
But how much breathing room do you have out of those 10 teams to face off against some of our heavy hitters that are already sitting in that winner's bracket with some of those extra points to start off with? It's going to be hard here. That's why it's so crazy to say that it's only 2 teams that are going to be moving their way over to compete in the championship land over in North Carolina. It's a lot here for a lot of our heavy-hitting competitors, but again, it should highlight the amount of skill that Apex Esports has in this competitive space.
Here we go for the final Legend Select here in the lower bracket finals. It's nothing really getting changed up. I think everyone's dialed in for what they want to play, and they just need to play their game. One final game, game number 6. This is what it all comes down to. This is their last shot to try and survive for our bottom 10 teams. So many squads, like you noted, only a few points out from being in the top 10. Blackhand being one of them. Gas Station Gaming, despite getting that win, still just a little bit short. Now you got to make sure that the tank does not go empty here in game number 6.
Means here that Gas Station Gaming also recognize what points they need to obtain, so that way they could find themselves within those, at least those bottom 8 spots that are so close together in terms of points. Doesn't look like we're getting much of a difference in terms of the compositions as well, except, you know, we currently have All Glory Gaming still rocking the Watson. Wondering if Redeem is still rocking the Bangalore, as they have been with Z Davis rocking with that composition throughout Storm Point, since we've seen Storm Point in this map rotation. Redeem actually being one of those other teams that we're so used to seeing pop off. Now, they were on the cusp right before game 5, also looking to maintain that spot within the top 10.
Yeah, Team Redeem, usually, you know, a team that we note that end up slow playing a lot of rings and are able to get their placement points, and that's where a lot of their consistency comes from. Have not been able to convert on that, but here we are heading into the final game of the lower bracket. Dropship going from west to east, so the northeast squads finding a little bit difficult for this drop, but they should be able to make it. Now the next ring proving to pull central again after that last ring, and this time around it's going to be pulling over a bit more towards that antenna side. Asuras, though, get the drop onto AGG. Jaguar is showing up with the Devo, gets the one knock and goes for the flick, but OBH ends up taking him out. This time around, Asuras will not go down early.
He took that wide corner with confidence. You have to give it to him, at least right there, with Nifty getting rezzed up over in the middle of Jurassic Park. But man, what a start right there. Not something that we're used to seeing here when it comes to these early 50-50s, especially in game number 6. But even better here for Asuras, as they do need that KP.
And that's really unfortunate for AGG, by the way, because they were just on the cusp there. Now they have to watch on for the next 20 minutes to see who decides their fate, if they will stick in the top 10 here, as we do have a little bit of fighting taking place on the northeast side of the map right now over by Lightning Rod. Someone, Sinus, might be going for a creep play, lurking to see if they can pick up some free kill points for themselves here.
There is a team right across. They're a little far away, but someone Sinus may be getting a little anxious and trying to rotate already, not wasting any time, not going for the sabotaging play, or maybe even trying to overlook. Wait, what is going on here? There's a Trident in front of them. They actually heard this. He's trying to dip away, trying to roll out, but the surprise fire comes in to help out the Caustic player who's trying to get back to the safety of his team.
And Lurk not quite as successful there for someone Sinus. They have to back away. It was Team Nightmare on the other side of this one, who keep their player alive for the time being. Bursty, lucky to stay alive, and Nightmare are going to have to take their time and kind of reapproach this one, because you never know if maybe they turn around and try to lurk once again. Though down here on the southeast side, as it looks like Us Please are currently taking position. They do have Team Casuals creeping on up. And now, with one player isolated up top, Hambino's going to push up, but the barrel gives away his position, and he has been spotted out. And Arcstar inside the bubble, and that is so much damage onto Team Casuals. They almost got the knock onto Sung, but he somehow survives. Team Casuals narrowly losing out on a 3v nothing up against Barrels there.
The Barrels and the Arcstars, those are the real menaces right here for Sinus Please. They're rocking full purples here too, even putting down some of that damage. Yeah, they were forced to get booted off the high ground here, but this is great because they still were able to get the information of the beacon, so they still know that they're inside that next circle as G2 take to the skies on the cannons here, and they're going to be able to note that maybe there are some squads in the area, and they're actually getting shot at the same time, but they don't want to find themselves pinched if there is another squad over to the right.
G2 safely in, though. They're currently our first place team in the lobby. They have absolutely nothing to lose and everything else to prove here as they now charge forward. That's going to be Designful taking that first peek on in. He's got that turbocharger on the Havoc. He would love to have the the Devo if possible. The bubble's about to go down. They've got the Arcstar primed and ready to go. Now as Lux, the healthiest member on his squad, Resulta going on in. Designful gets the first knock onto Jelly, and that's going to be free fire out there from Resulta to help out Gentrifying, taking out Lux, and now there's only one player remaining, and this might be the end of their tournament. That's going to be someone Sinus getting knocked out.
Someone sign us, which there are on the bottom 10 spots of these teams, so they won't unfortunately make it through here. Just like All Glory Gaming being the first squad that we saw go down, like you said, Jamerson, they were sitting in 10th place, which allows G2 to now get a little bit aggressive now. They're sitting in the first place spot. They have nothing to lose. They want to carry that momentum over to the finals round when they face off against more of our heavy-hitting teams, as Redeem now are going to be able to loot up quickly here. Some redeploys that we see out in the distance, but that's going to be Z Davis, who are going to be able to be aware of what's happening over here with so many squads now, not only taking the high ground, but Sheesh as well now having to take this low ground without playing a defensive character like the Watson or the Caustic.
Yeah, we've seen Team Sheesh play this position, I believe, when we were on Storm Point for day number 1 or the final day of LCQ. They're able to survive quite late, but note that, yeah, it is a vulnerable spot, especially when you don't quite have the loot to back it up. And it's Gas Station Gaming is down here that's eating everything up. Oh, they've got to be careful. We have to know this is another squad not in the top 10 quite yet. They haven't even hit placement points yet, and so they cannot go down. They have to be careful in how they play this spot.
They're going to be poking here from the side. Icy has been absolutely amazing with landing some of these shots here in the past. We saw it on World's Edge, popping off with that bombardment, trying to move around some of the competition here, but holding in the spot could be risky. Open up yourself up to 2 spots that some of these teams could take a shot at and start a fight, actually holding this nice little angle that we saw W actually take a very similar space in this same exact circle, and they even took the game here. But wondering how some of these other late rotating squads are going to do in terms of contesting them if they find their backs pinched.
You can see X set all the way up at the wall right now, taking their opportunity. You hit up the replicators, another squad on the bubble. That this is going to be difficult for them because now they have to fight to get their way into Launchpad, and we know how difficult it can be. Even when you go for that Valkyrie redeploy, there could be a lot of spots, but there's also just a lot of bad spots. Complexity, with a really great performance in the last 2 games, have been able to secure basically the top 10 for themselves. I think they're well within safety margins of being able to make it in. So a lot of pressure has been alleviated from them. For Team Sentinels as well, another squad that is safely within the top 10 here, playing on the very farther eastern side of Launchpad.
What's crazy about Sentinels, Lazarus, and Casuals is that they're all tied right now in terms of points from 7th all the way down to 9th. So this could mean a lot for Sentinels in just holding position, in terms of holding their placements tier 2 to play for those placement points. And so hogging the edge of the circle without giving up too much space is a good move here looking at their team composition now. You can see Taylor's Upsushi now getting shot at from the ground by a lot of these 30-30s, and they're just looking to find their own place here, but they don't know that there's already 4 to 5 teams that have already taken up the same real estate.
Yeah, TPM currently at the bottom of the leaderboard in 20th place with 9 points. They not only need a win, they need a big 12, 13, 14, 15 kill game if they want to stand a chance at making it into the top 10. AGG did go down, leaving that spot open. You have teams still alive like Sentinels, like Lazarus, like you mentioned as well. So they have to not just have an immaculate game, they need to have a big pop-off game.
So intense, and they were even getting shot at from behind there too. They would need a miracle at this point, honestly, with the way that a lot of these teams are just playing this so patiently. See G2 now making their appearance onto Redeem, who actually landed here before, but the Zyphel's been taken out. So has Jets. It's only up to Resulta here, and he doesn't even have his dome. He gets finished off, and G2 are out of this lobby, but they're not at risk of being eliminated. They are the ones top fragging this entire lobby overall, with Sheesh right behind them. But with Redeem now losing out on Joey Blackout, the same cannot be said about Redeem, because they absolutely need to take this game with ease. They were sitting outside the cusp of 10th, top 10, being at 14th with 21 points, and the cutoff between themselves and All Glory Gaming is 29 points.
They were able to get the instant plug-in as well, so he will be back into the game. So things looking good so far, at the very least, for Team Redeem, picking up the 3 KP. That helps bolster their shot. At this point, Money Miners keeping an eye on that res throughout all of this. Joey Blackout coming in right now. Nightmares coming in from the northern side, though, might stop Money Miners from trying to grief anyone getting that res off. As you can see, 3 teams starting to pile up here. You got Complexity on the northern edge, as it looks like Team Asurus might have spotted out Black Hand. Both of these squads need to survive. Black Hand currently in 11th place with 25 points, tied with Gas Station Gaming. This is so close, but I don't know if Asuras has spotted them quite yet. Haven't pinged them out. They're just taking the opportunity to hit the replicator instead.
Which is crazy because they have the positional advantage and they don't even know it. For Blackhand going off to their right, they're even taking the redeploy saying, wait a minute, what was that? And now they're going to be able to focus a little bit. Better late than never if Nifty's going to be able to take and see what's going on with Blackhand. But Blackhand do manage to get away. They are going to prioritize getting closer into the circle. And when we did get to look at that map overview, it looks like Wingman Season have a really nice read of where the circle is going to be pulling.
No surprises there. Again, they have been so good about being able to call the rings. It's just that transition. And now this is where they love to play out of, by the way. They love playing over at Gale Station whenever they get the opportunity to and try and play things a little bit slow, especially off of these buildings. They typically do well from these spots. So we'll see now as we do have Sign Us Please actually taking out one member of Team Nightmares. That's going to be Bursty going down. Team Nightmares, they were the team that were rotating from the northern side of the map, and it looks like they are getting gate kept.
You see Redeem now still playing off of the low ground with Mullis making his appearance through the backside, though. Having to be careful, Redeem does not want to have another instance where they get dove on from the high ground. Money Miners, who've also been putting in some work, now are going to be able to see what's happening over by Sentinels here, too. Sentinels putting down the dome now, also putting down some of this gas, actually having to avoid some of this gas. Looks like Fresh still has his Nox gas available to himself, so they're gonna still take control over this building, but they don't really have much space to work off of here.
Yeah, and they're at least safe. They're at least safe, but that ring ends up pulling away from them, so they still have to work out something here for that next rotate. Redeem on the low ground here. They've got Money Miners above as well as right now. Team, Redeem. Looks like they're just going to be happy to just continue to play on the edges. They don't want to risk anything. They don't want to try to go for that Valkyrie redeploy that we've seen more often than not being punished in these lobbies, as they've got the armor swaps to play off of too. So this could be a nice fight for them to try and take up against Money Miners, but this is a fight that Money Miners also themselves don't even have to take. They can avoid.
Oh, what is happening here? Oh no, Black Hands, they don't even know what's coming right now. Impulse James, they're all waiting for the opportunity here. G-Force looking to strike. They're looking fantastic with their evil shields here too. They hear them, but they're not going through their entire choke point.
Oh, there's the first knock. Shubi going down. Black Hand might be out of this one as G-Force push forward. Getting dropped back by that Singularity, but that's not going to stop James Fearless from getting that knock onto Goats. And Black Hand now down to just one player remaining. And their tournament might be over right here as G-Force are on the hunt.
They have a family. They finished them off so quick. G-Force looking for blood. Trying to find that last player being Yatso, losing out on his shield. You know already that G-Force is going to try to fully send it in this direction with the ring closing right behind them, which means that Black Hand, with Yatso being the last one alive, is about to be funneled in the direction of Wingman Season.
Oh boy, and as he turns that corner, Wingman Season should be keeping an eye on their south. The only thing saving him, a charge rifle from across the map. Let's take a look. Yeah, that ring just pulling in. Yasto.
Oh no.
Tries to use that bracelet to get into a rat spot and survive for his squad. He is the only hope now to try and rat this for as long as possible. I don't think they picked up any kill points either, as unfortunate for him. He's just stuck in this bush now. He can't get that bracelet to work.
Nobody saw anything. Pretend like I'm not even here. Imagine Wingman Season also hearing this Loba just healing out up from the outskirts of their building. They're just trying to see if maybe Yatsu could take a different angle. Just wondering, man, I definitely wish I could at least fly a little bit like I'm on the Valk. But now G-Force find themselves in another fight. It's TPM who are in trouble.
They've already lost out on Sponge throughout all of that, and they are knocked out. TPM are out of the tournament. Their shot at making land is now over. Unfortunate. G-Force being the ruiner of dreams. They are safe. They don't need to be getting this KP, but here they are in the top 3, and they are just knocking out teams left and right.
It's not about the G-Force, Emerson. It's about the whiplash that they're giving to these other teams here. Start a fight now in the middle. They have not moved from this spot. They've just been able to take control over here. Again, very similar to the game plan that we saw W have with their own Loba, holding final circle position, noting where the end circle is going to pull off to their right here too, because that is exactly where W was sitting in his Sinus Police. Not running the Watson, but running the Caustic, so they're going to be able to bunker down into this spot and prevent any other of these other teams from redeploying on top of them.
Sinus Please are fairly safe right now on the leaderboard. They're in the top 5 with 33 points, but they have Nightmare underneath them with 32, Lazarus and Sentinels also tied with 30. So even though they feel kind of comfortable right in their position, they still want to make sure that they don't leave up anything to chance. For Complexity though, huge turnaround here in the second half. Just above Sinus Please by 2 points. They're going to be able to play the hard edge on the northern side of this map and then react to when that ring pulls down to the south. Snipe down is kind of on his ones down there in the riverside, but he should be relatively safe. You got Xset behind them though. Xset, another squad that really shouldn't be risking a fight at this point in the game. We're at 15 squads remaining as the Valkyrie redeploys are being used. So Complexity have full knowledge. They know this ring is pulling down to the south.
And GeForce is still claiming heads, by the way. Seeing that OBH gets knocked, which means Asaurus is in some sort of trouble, as Money Miners now are going to be able to take that side here, noting that this is where the circle is going to be, but they have to look to their backs because it's Lazarus who have a better angle over Money Miners, and it's Vizzy by himself, but with combined with GS Bird, they are going to be able to put down some of that extra pressure.
Asaurus on their last legs as Nifty just got finished off. So we'll see if they have one more player remaining. They just might here. Lazarus still holding this high ground angle. They've got plenty of spots. They have plenty of space. They are completely safe. Even in the next zone, it pulls on top of them, joining on board with Team Redeem facing off against Gas Station Gaming. Team Sheesh ends up taking out Money Miners. That's another squad from the bottom 10. So AGG watching on are happy to see this kill feed so far. That's the team that went out early, went out with 29 points in 10th place.
They jumped on Money Miners, and with Lazarus looking at them from afar there too, they still managed to survive. They're looking to reset, and now they're between not only Lazarus, but also Sentinels here too.
Team start a fight, actually getting into a fight with Redeem right now. Both of those squads need to survive here. They're both in the bottom 10. There's so much on the line. There's so much going on as Sentinels now stuck in a corner. They do have to make this rotate out. You can see there's about 6 teams still inside of Launchpad right now. Redeem surviving, getting Joey Blackout back up. Xset. Kenny ends up getting a knock onto Monsoon, and he gets another one. That's going to be Klein onto Snipe Down. So Complexity might be knocked out, but they should be safe in the top 10. That's Complexity out here. Xset picking up much needed 3 kill points and securing top 11 at the very least, but their job is not done. Xset are still in 16th place. The 3-4 kill points that they end up getting there will propel them up just a little bit, maybe get them into top 13.
And Team Sheets just want to be comfortable because this is the god spot for them right here. We saw this just yesterday again, and this is exactly where Team Sheets needs to be as long as they could hold their ground against their backs and against Sentinels who have their spot in their eyes. It's Lazarus, actually, who are now splitting their attention away from Team Sheets because Lazarus are going to want to inch their way forward. They also have the high ground here, actually. So looking at the fact that Lazarus have this spot available to them, as long as they don't have to drop down, they're going to have a nice positional advantage over a lot of the teams that are forced to play off that low ground. So noting that there's still a team right behind them, they don't want to be split up too hard.
Yeah, their height should be in. And speaking of a little bit more about this pull, hold on just a moment. We've got 2 competing Valkyrie ultimates now as Team Redeem might be dropping right on top of Lazarus, but inside of Launchpad is Team Sheesh. Gatekeeping here as a prize, has to take to the skies with that gravity lift. Timmy gets the first knock onto Senox, and Xset's Hacula will be able to help them finish them off as Kenny ends up picking up more. Xset coming up with crucial kill points here for themselves. This might be the run for Team Xset. They got one last player to deal deal with just on the outskirts here as Timmy might go full send on to start a fight, who are now knocked out. Timmy ends up going down to Tempest. We'll see if Sinus please continue to push. Xset though looking for as many kills as possible. The defensive bombardment will finish off Timmy, but he does not get that kill point now as they push forward to look for any stragglers here. There is one. That's going to be a prize going down, and there it is. Team Sheesh are out, but they are safe in the top 10. It's all about Xset here though as we join on board with them. This is their run. They've picked up about 5, maybe 6 kill points in these fights. Now they just need the win.
This is insane for Exit. This is insane for Starter Fight originally there too when they were picking up so much KP there. But this is also crazy to see Wingman Season waking up here as currently you see Redeem having to play out of pretty bad position, getting pinged from every single spot. G-Force now finding that this could be Wingman Season that are poking them from afar. Like you said, Jamerson, a spot that they definitely favor, but they're going to have to get moving soon because it's not in that next circle.
Light Star drove from Team Asura's underneath them, and Zednim has spotted him out as Wingman Season. They need the kill points as well. They've picked up a few with that 30-30, I believe, and they do end up taking out Asura's. It's the top 5 for Wingman Season. Xset as well. Both of their tournament shots on the line now. I think it's just Wingman Season that need the win at this point. They were at about 15 points at the beginning of this game. So they need a few more kill points, and they need the plus 12. But Lazarus is going to make it so difficult for them with this position that they hold.
This is insane here now. Currently you see Redeem, you see Exit, you see Lazarus, you see Wingman Season from the low ground here. Just trying to play for their lives, but they're going to be in the line of sight of not... Oh, no, they can't even... They don't even have the chance to go through the middle part of the map because Wingman Season get taken out by Joey here. That's going to be Redeem picking up that KP.
I think Wingman Season might be out, but here's G-Force once again playing spoiler to the rest of the lobby, full sending it into this bubble. Big 100 shots, and Impulse is just laying waste to Team Redeem. Team Redeem are out in third, but they turn their back onto Xset. It's the final 2. Lazarus versus Xset, and Xset need this win. They've picked up about 8 kill points, but the plus 12 would send it home for them. Lazarus right on top. The defensive bombardment in the hand of Bird. They don't need to use it quite yet. One player holding behind is going to force them back. Lazarus in the final 3v3 up against Xset. Vize might be the first one to fall, but the bubble is there for GS Bird. He'll take the bracelet to get a little bit more space to top off, and here is the rest of Team Xset charging forward. Dank now cracked, getting flanked from behind. Only gets taxed for 8 there, but he will fall. Xset might have done it here in game number 6 with the much needed win. Did they do enough to secure top 10?
The last minute marathon from Xset. Are you kidding me? Clearing the entirety of Launchpad, clearing up from the low to high ground against Lazarus, who was on the cusp as well, so close in the bottom 10 spot. Hopefully Lazarus was also able to pick up enough kills there to maintain their top 10 spot, but an amazing last minute push here from Xset.
Lazarus get the plus 9. That's the most important part. Doesn't matter about the kill points. They get the plus 9 that put them at about 40 points without kill points being kind of factored into that. So Lazarus should have done enough. Xset, I believe, had about 18, 19 points going into game number 5, but they get the plus 12. We know that they fragged out in this game too. And I know that they made it at this point, but it's just so unfortunate for a lot of our other squads right now who ended up going down early on. Here we go. Xset walk away with a 13 kill game. That's going to be 25 points for them. Overall, that is a huge win. And man, that secures their spot in the top 10.
It's crazy to say that Xset before this was sitting overall in 16th spots, and their best placement was 8th place. Meanwhile, they come out with the dub, they come out with some of that KP and putting down that damage, 13 kills, which means that Xset has accrued over 25 points in their name.
Yeah, G-Force. I believe they were the 3rd or 4th place team. This was the squad that was knocking out bottom 10 teams left and right. They had the kill points to back that up too. 10 kill points for G-Force in 3rd overall. So that's going to be 17. Lazarus only got 2 kills, but they got the plus 9, and they more than secured their spot in the top 10. Unfortunately, though, taking a look at the rest of that Wingman Season, Redeem, They had a great run throughout the Challenger circuit, but their run ends here and they will not be making champs. Still want to shout them out because they gave us so many amazing moments throughout the Challenger circuit.
And look at Nightmare actually in that last game falling short with no KP with only 1 point because they placed in the top 15 spot there, and they were one of the squads that were actually close to the bottom end of the top 10 teams. So with only 1 point to their name, what does this mean for teams like Exit? Start a fight here too. Gas Station Gaming now, as we could see, G2, the overall leaderboard 75 points, she's right behind with 59, and Casuals is our cutoff with 31 points.
31 points being the cutoff is absolutely insane, because remember, we started game number 5 with the cutoff being 29 points. AGG was that first squad that went down and had to watch on. Casuals did just enough to squeak on by and make their way on in, but you have to imagine if you're a team like Team Sentinels, noting that you're that close to getting knocked out, that has to be kind of scary.
This also means that All Glory Gaming, that was on the cusp, who took game number 4, do not make it into this top 10 spot here for the combined standings.
That's absolutely insane, because typically when it comes to these qualifiers, if you get a win, you move on. But now we have 2 teams, both All Glory Gaming and Gas Station Gaming, both who have had a win in the last 6 games, do not make it into the top 10, and then Redeem as well. They're in 11th place with 30 points. They were so close. Just a few more kill points, just out surviving 2 more teams. Could have been the difference maker for Team Redeem. They're gonna have to bow out.
Unfortunate there, but that's what happens when you have all these teams so close in terms of points. Game 6 literally making the difference for teams like All Glory, Gas Station, and even Black Hand to an extent there, where they really needed that pop-off game. But what an insane performance that we've had within our top 10 squads. Absolutely deserving it. I love the push there from Exit. Lazarus, of course, securing their way and their ticket into the top 10 spot too.
Yeah, what a last final game for Exet. Congratulations for taking game number 6. Congratulations for securing your spot in the top 10. And like we said, those are the teams that'll be moving on into the grand finals here for the last chance qualifiers. Now, again, G2, Sheesh, G-Force, Exet, Lazarus, Sign Us Please, Complexity, Nightmare, Sentinels, and Casuals. Those are 10 teams that'll be moving on, but they'll be moving on to play against the point difference, right? The winners bracket finalists, they will of course be starting off with advanced points. The first place team starting off with an additional plus 10, all the way down to the 10th place team that'll get a plus 1. So these lower bracket teams will be playing at a disadvantage, but you gotta imagine playing here from the lower bracket, they get to warm up at the very least, especially for a team like Complexity, who started off really struggling in the first half, now starting to gel. So getting a lot of those kinks out of the way before the grand finals start might actually be to their benefit.
Yeah, G2 is another one of those teams that actually take advantage of that, but it's about keeping that drive and not burning out by the end of those next 6 games, which means that our lower bracket squads have to play all day today, a total of 12 games now that we're going to go through the finals, Jamerson. Now, our final teams there, those top 10 teams, are Furia, W, we have Renegades, Unlucky, HCH, Charlotte Phoenix, Tripods, Torrent, we have Free Agent, and E8. That's Elevate, all waiting for them in the top 10 spots, and that's going to be the finals taking place in the next 40 minutes, Jamerson.
Yeah, that's right. And that does mean we do have to take an extended break, but you guys aren't going to want to miss it. If the games here in the lower bracket were any indication of what we're going to be seeing later on, you're definitely going to want to watch the grand finals. We're going to take a break, but before we do that, one last shout out to Nerd Street. Make sure you check out nerdstreet.com, because we've got a lot of fun things coming up. Nerd Street Champs, Summer Champs will be taking place, and we've got a lot of action in store. Apex Legends, Halo Infinite. We've even got, I believe, Madden 2022 as well. And if you guys want to compete in Apex Legends, we do have Nerd Street throwing on tournaments all the time, $1,000 on the line. So make sure you and your crew check out nerdstreet.com to check out everything that's going on in terms of competitive Apex Legends. For now, though, we're going to go ahead and take our break. When we get back, we'll have the grand finals and be able to find out the final 2 squads that'll be moving on to champs that'll be taking place in July. Don't go in or, well, go ahead and take a break, guys. You guys deserved it. We'll be back in about 30 minutes.
this is big.
That look like they're swooping in for against the world. Can they do it?
Though, really feeling good about this spot.
Focus is gonna try and push into this dome.
They're running full blue on everybody is now. No, wait, hold up.
Not gonna end up taking it.
alternator.
Error being chewed through right now.
Welcome back to the North American Apex Legends Global Series Last Chance Qualifiers. This is it. This is the grand finals, and after 6 games, only 2 teams will be earning a spot in champs, which will be taking place in July. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Vicky Kitty. And Vicky, we have so much on the line today.
So much, and only 2 spots available, Jamerson, and there's so much talent in this lobby. I don't even know what to expect right now. Of course, with the format, for those of you guys tuning in, we had a lot of Apex go down within these last 2 days, but today, this time around, for this lobby, this is where it all matters. The final round determines the top 2 teams that will be advancing into the Apex Legends Global Series Championship LAN that is happening over in North Carolina.
It's absolutely insane. Only 2 spots. We saw earlier today in EMEA, where it was Team Scars with the last win in game number 6, securing their spot, one of the 2 spots from EMEA. So congratulations to them. But now the big question is, which of our teams will be moving on? Let's take a look at the 20 teams in the top that'll be competing now in the final 6 lobbies, as we do have, of course, the top 10 from yesterday from the winners bracket. They'll be starting off with advanced point. Team Furia there in first place will be starting off with 10 points, and W, of course, with 9.
Now, does this matter here looking at the second half of our teams who were able to play the first 6 games in the losers bracket earlier today? The likes of G2 and Sheesh, even G4s, that really rely on that momentum going into this next set of 6 games, or will they fall apart to the fact that they could feel burnt out from playing those initial 6 games? We're going to have to see here, but looking at Furia's performance yesterday, W, even HCH that were so strong on Storm Point, is this going to consist in the lobbies that actually matter today, Jamerson?
And it's so great, especially for a team like HCH. Remember, their run here, basically in the LCQ, started in the final Challenger Circuit week for them. They were able to secure a spot, and now they've made the winners bracket run, finding themselves in 4th place overall, getting that +7. So it's a great start, but it's all about being able to finish strong. You need the W's. It's not about just making the top 10. It's the top 2. And for some of our teams, we did see, of course, in the lower bracket that there were some problems that they needed to work out. Sentinels barely eked on by, even though for a lot of people they are their favorites.
Although we saw G2 do what G2 does best. They were lackluster yesterday, which is why they had to play through the losers bracket in the first place, but they were finding their stride in the later half of our games, looking at the results in that losers bracket. Sheesh with their final circle placements. We have to highlight some of these these bottom 10 teams much later on, because I'm expecting this to all just be scrambled about when it comes to these top teams now facing off against these bottom 10 teams, Jamerson.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be starting off on a Storm Point. We ended on Storm Point. We're starting on Storm Point. 3 games here, so a lot of teams not going to be as comfortable, you have to imagine, going into this one. Again, for the teams though that came from the lower bracket, they get that little bit of benefit where they get to work out maybe some of the issues, or kind of warm up before we actually get into the games.
I'm looking at HCH and Unlucky, though, when it comes to Storm Point. We have seen them work their magic when it comes to predicting those next circles, especially when you have to deal with the likes of Sheesh.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 4 teams that we're keeping an eye on for these next 6 games. We're going to be starting off, of course, with Unlucky, with the latest edition of Tech. You know, the swap off, the weird roster changes that always happens with Tech leaving Furia and now joining Unlucky. This is a new team. They've already achieved so much, making it into the winners finals here for the last chance qualifiers.
Jamerson, Unlucky has been created, I think, within the last 3 to 2 days, and Tech got this team together. It's insane. They've been rocking it with the Watson. Furia, though, we can't talk about Unlucky without talking about Furia here. They've been popping off, not just with these off-meta picks using the Seer, but all together with his Watson being integrated into this roster. They did not move off of Seer at all yesterday and found themselves topping the overall leaderboards in the winners bracket. And also looking at Sheesh, we looked at them earlier on today in the losers bracket, and they're here to swing. Timmy always coming out in terms of a lot of these insane fights, but popping off in these last circles aren't the only things that they pop off in, because they're very momentum based as a squad.
And speaking of last circles, we have to talk about W, who are so consistent when it comes to positioning. They are so good about being able to read the zone. When we talk about macro teams, we have to talk about W. They're able to lay it down regardless of the map. They always know where they need to be. Sometimes it's not always at the right time, but still they know when to get there and how to get there. So we're going to be keeping an eye on these 4 teams. Again, the only 2 will be moving on to champs, and that's where things get very scary because there's just so much on the line. It's $2.5 million that they'll be playing for at champs, and so you know that the pressure is on for all of our players.
Yeah, you already know that G2 has the experience of playing on land, looking at their lackluster performance in Sweden, and so they also note the pressure that comes with playing not only on the stage, but underneath these hot lights, being put under pressure, even playing those 18-game series for day 1 and day 2. Now, can these other teams, though, keep up with that? Those 2 teams that we're going to be crowning the winners within the LCQ to face off against other teams from the Pro League in champs. It's a lot on the line here, but an amazing opportunity nonetheless.
Yeah, that's right. It's all going to come down to 6 games. 6 games decides your fate here. And it's been a long journey. Some people making it through the Pro League, others having to claw their way all the way up through the Challenger circuit, watching on from the outside. But here we go, looking at our first Legend Select in game number 1. We're starting it off on Storm Point. So we're looking for those double mobility champions. We're looking for the Ashes to come in. One of the first few lock-ins, that's going to be Luda along with Renegades. Picking that one up, that's going to be madness there. And so we do have quite a drastic change, I would say, from what we saw in our first series today. A lot more Ashes being picked up for this lobby.
And Watson's here. Just maybe just one more head of a Watson instead of the usual one that we had between World's Edge and then going over to Storm Point. But nonetheless, it's still a change-up that we were not used to seeing. Of course, we have to obviously highlight Furious still sticking to their Seer pick. G2 looking out for Blood out here. Designful still sticking on the Ash, whereas we saw G2 actually opting for Designful to stick onto the Caustic over on World's Edge.
Yeah, but you saw how much of a difference it made in his comfort overall when he was able to play that Ash, having that extra mobility. He was able to play a lot further out, and that's what he likes to do. He likes to play on the edges. He likes to limit test. But here we go, heading into the first map of the day on Storm Point. We get our look at the first ring as well. Dank doing us a big favor. He's going to pick up that scan. Looks like this is going to be pulling all the way up towards Wall. So the pings are already going down. Teams trying to take the compound outside of North Pad. Oh, you also have to imagine that on the northern side, right outside of Wall, you have those drop ships that teams will be playing inside as well.
I'm being nosy right here, Jamerson. I'm looking for these early 50-50s. I want to see where the heat is going to be taking us for some of our teams. It looks like Barometer, actually, is being contested right now by 2 teams out here. Sheesh taking the high ground and taking the beacon control. That's going to be important to note as we still see Lazarus now just looting up here. We're going to be able to get a nice overlook, though, of the 2 teams over by Barometer, but nobody wants to overextend here because they do note that the third party could be inevitable to their left.
Yeah, it's going to be Sheesh and a G-Force over here, but we have seen Barometer basically split this way. One team takes the tower, the other team takes the eastern side, and then tries to find cursory loot on their rotate out. Up here on the northeast side of the map as we join on board with Furia. They are here, but they've got G2 just to their south, so they have to be careful on the rotate. But hey, that's going to make it much easier. Gold armor for his Watson coming out, and his loadout is already looking deadly.
Watson is here to stay with Furia with such an amazing performance yesterday. I want to see more from this team, especially since they're rocking the Seer. Although, how long will this last, though, Jamer? So you think the Seer pick in terms of the composition is going to last in North America, or do you think teams are going to start figuring it out?
Seer can be incredibly helpful. I mean, with the fact that, you know, we've lost out on the Bloodhound meta, having one extra team that has that scan, that heartbeat scanner that helps you in the fights and can also disrupt reses, it can be incredibly crucial. A lot of times when teams are rotating as well, you will have the panic bubble coming out from Gibraltar's. If he can interrupt maybe a res that happens inside of a panic bubble, you'll have the opportunity to pick up kill points. I think the Seer can be so strong, but I'm glad that it's not, you know, the overbearing Seer meta that we saw on launch.
Actually terrifying. Those first 2 weeks, Sings here. Not a fan here, but am a fan of W. Rocking the lowest still here. Their game plan is always to take that final circle position that they're trying to get a read on and then sit pretty with the black market in hand without having to overextend for any time or any type of loot. So with this redeploy, they're going to be able to predict these outskirt buildings, these dome-shaped buildings that we actually saw a gigantic mess in just yesterday in that winner's bracket. But W want to make their appearance first as Lazarus also getting note on where the circle is going to be pulling.
It's no surprise whatsoever when we see these very northern rings pulling up towards that wall side. Lazarus and W will find a way to make it into these dropships. On board with Sheesh, though, as they're creeping their way on up right now towards Jurassic Park. They do have HCH ahead of them, as it looks like Renegades, of course, as well, making their way into one of these buildings now. Torrent actually coexisting right now, I believe underneath W here, but they're going to try and buy some space for themselves. Arcstar's cornering them back up, and they're throwing more in. Rambo doesn't have a barrel, unfortunately, and so they have to commit all of these throwables in. Going to have that Black Market Boutique going out as they want to find maybe armor swaps, help them out to stabilize up against Torrent here, but Torrent committed a lot and got very little off of this.
At least they have the bottom floor, but how much space is enough space here for Torrent? Even running into the Thermite just to toss out that Nox, guys, actually force him to maybe exit the front side of the building here. W now are forced to actually play on the roof in this situation, and if this actually works out here for Torrent, that means Torrent is going to be able to have much more real estate to play off of.
Phony living on a knife's edge there on the ledge, but he should be able to make it back into his team. His bubble should be coming right back on up. But take a look, W keeping an eye on the outskirts here, clearing that up as well, making sure no one else has access to that Black Market Boutique, and he will rejoin his squad. So W now forced to just play the top of this dropship here. So for to at least get themselves that. But again, they committed so much onto it. On the other side, for Team W, they can just re-up with another Black Market Boutique. That ultimate is not on a long cooldown.
Absolutely, and what's crazy is to see how quick these teams have adapted for these circles and Storm Point. Big grenade coming inside one of the dome-shaped buildings here, but with so many teams already taking up the space, they already know and are trying to predict where that circle is going to be pulling without giving up too much of that real estate, especially when it comes to trying to give up that space to other teams here. They're going to be sticking true to where they're located. As we can see here, Fury are also going to be rotating with the redeploy. And Charlotte Phoenix is actually right in front of him, and you talked a little bit about the Seer passive. He hasn't looked in the direction of the bunker, but his Watson can pick them up from this distance.
Yeah, he definitely has plenty of space to play off of here. You can see double checking as he goes along. But it's going to be Charlotte Phoenix inside the wall. So you really can't do much about trying to push that angle. So I like that they're moving away from that. HCH, though, end up losing out on Sorcerer. Got that interception pylon going down as well, but the casuals are looking to completely finish this one off. There's almost no world where they're able to get their player back on up. Hill, though, fighting back at the very least. Sung is forced to at least back away and start hitting the bat or hitting the cells, as they will secure that thirst onto Sorcerer and clear out interception pylon. Ooh. Casuals right on top of them are not going to allow them to even pick up this banner.
That's crazy to see HCH lose out on Saucer already. This is the team that has found so much success over on Storm Point, and now casuals coming in from the lower bracket are here to put a dent to their plans as Hill is running away. Man, what a start here for HCH. And maybe, they got the banner though. They're going to be looking for an opportunity to get the res right here.
And this is fine for them. They'll be able to, of course, res anywhere. They don't have to do it in the nearest available position. It'd actually be better to go a little bit further because teams might still be rotating, slow rotating throughout. You join on board with tripods. They are inside of Jurassic Park right now, just free looting, getting some extra loot along with the armor charge against these prowlers. So tripods slow playing this one, not in a hurry to get in, as most of the spots have already been taken over there on the wall side. So it looks like they've learned their lesson well about not having to play absolute god spots so early on, and instead focus on their macro and focus on their resources.
I like Tripod's game plan on Storm Point because while they also take their time here, they found a lot of their strength on World's Edge, especially for those final circles. But here on Storm Point, they also were able to stay consistently within the top 6, top 8 spots. So now they're looking to try to replicate that, as you still have Sentinels now making the rotation away with the Trident. Looking fantastic in terms of those Evo shields. I wonder if they fully sent it in on Nightmare, who usually lands right next to them over by Mill.
G-Force are actually tailing them and running parallel to them right now. Maybe trying to get some free damage off, but Sentinels are going to be absolutely safe. They are, of course, on that Trident. Could throw down the bubble whenever, and the damage is split across them, so it's very difficult to get some critical damage across. So it's going to be a rotate to the north pad, but they're going to be met by Unlucky, who are currently there. Tech is keeping an eye on it for now, and as soon as they crest this hill, it will be spotted out. But here's the first ring closing in, and I don't think we're really surprised to see how slow this game has been, as we only had 1 kill onto that HCH side, but they were able to res their player back on in, and we are back at full lobby.
This is very similar to the pacing that we had for our game number 1, Jimerson, in that lower bracket. Now we're seeing this here in the finals because this is where it all matters. It's not those top 10 spots that allow much more freedom for these teams to play the way they want. It's only 2 of the top teams in this lobby that are going to be able to move on to champs. The Sentinels are going to get the beacon scan here. You can already see Unlucky noticing that they're going to have to force their way into that next circle. They're not taking a lot of damage, but if we see Unlucky try to take this fight, they could easily get third-party by some of the teams that are right behind them.
Sentinels could just double back with the Trident, right? They don't have to hard commit into pushing in from the north pad side. I mean, kind of want to see them take the world tour of Stormpoint, take the take the tour, go all the way back down to the south and then wrap up to the east and then maybe come in from the high point area and like swing around from there on the top side of wall. They have plenty of options. This was just ring number 1, so they can definitely tank that, especially if they start making, their way around to replicators, which they're no strangers to whatsoever.
Yeah, that's one of their game plans. They're very similar to what we had seen from G2 too, as well. But the Trident going all the way worldwide around Stormpoint, I'd be a big fan of that if they opt to go around towards the wall, as casuals now taking their time overlooking some of the teams that are making their rotation. A lot of boat check, though, that we've seen so far within our players in this first game. But casuals are just holding this choke point, not getting ahead of themselves. A little bit of a different plan than what we're used to seeing from the likes of like W, who like to run the same composition and hold that final circle positioning.
There we go. We get to see it on the champion banner as well. Xset with a monstrous win in game number 6. Secured their spot. They came out from the bottom 10 at a big win. Plenty of kills too. Well-deserved victory for them, and so I'm glad that we get to see them here. They're now making their rotate out. Still playing hard edge at this point, but we'll see. It seems like it's relatively safe on this rotate now as we join on board with G2 still. Hard edge. They're on the eastern side of the wall right now, as they've got a few teams ahead of them. So this could be some early kill points for G2, but they're not in full fighting condition quite yet. Still blue armors for them.
Yeah, full blue Evos for this team. They do have the redeploy in the pocket in case they do want to find themselves in some trouble like we've seen for those late game 50-50 rotations. But with these blue Evo shields, they want to be careful with some of the team fights that they're going to take, especially since they're going to continuously play the edge and they're waiting for an opportunity to see if any other team may be rotating in their direction. But a lot of the action is happening already by North Pad. Look, you see Sentinels now overlooking some of the action with some teams already taking the buildings right next to wall, right to the right of North Pad. But they have to note that there's still that team over by the choke point of checkpoint as they take some of those shots.
Yeah, not quite the Devo though. Or excuse me, the turbocharger on the Devo, unfortunately. That could be absolutely deadly. Right now, Team Tripod's lurking inside of that bunker. It's free agents just going to walk past, and looks like they're not going to be able to set the trap quite yet, but they will hold on for this for some time now. Again, Tripods have been slow playing these things. They know that they don't have the priority on the rotates. They're not quite as fast as a lot of our pro league teams when it comes to moving in those god spots. When it came down to Challenger Circuit, they were doing a great job of mirroring teams like Wingman Season, a lot of our very macro heavy redeemed teams like Redeemed actually as well. But this time around, they know the situation they're in. They're slow playing things. Elevate another squad that's also slow playing here on the eastern side.
I like here free agents being one of the squads that you actually need to be so careful with. They're insane here as Xset now are jumping down to the gulag, trying to see if they could find a nice little angle over to the side here. But playing off this low ground could be risky, but a nice way to actually put yourself out of the line of sight of the squads that are holding the building off to your right, as well as Sentinels who are coming in from your 6 easily if Exit isn't careful.
3-team affair, and it is going to be Team Casuals. The first one knocked out. Nightmare started this all off, and an HCH got their revenge on Team Casuals. But Sheesh ends up coming up from behind them, and the bubble's already been forced out from Team Sheesh, and they still have a lot of ground to cover here if they want to make their way on in. A defensive bombardment might be coming down on top of them. They're going to use this opportunity to just get the hell out of there. This Team Sheesh just applied a little bit too much pressure. They're happy to get their kill points and get out, but they might be landing on top of G2, who have spotted them out. If they turn around, it looks like HCH do get out of dodge.
HCH have had a heck of a game right now. Just looking at the fact that they had to get the res on their third here. Now they're going in for reposition because Team Sheesh was on their backs. G2 now seeing the opportunity to move in onto Team Sheesh, but the Watson pylon eating some of that Valk tack here over to the side. They're going to play off of it, though, to their own advantage in case any of these other teams hurdle a bombardment or grenades in their direction. But a nice little off angle that Jet is trying to take. They cannot ignore HCH, though, on their backs because despite HCH having a rough start, they still have much better Evo shields in terms of having full purples versus the full blues that G2 is rocking.
Replicator dropping in as well, and so G2 wanted some kind of priority onto that. As we look at HCH, they've got Elevate as well in the area. So many teams now starting to focus their attention into this one compound, and HCH are now fully surrounded. They've got a minute to work with before the zone starts closing in. So what is their plan going to be? They're kind of eyeing the idea of maybe just going down to the south and not try to push into the teams to the north that are gatekeeping. Their tripods are around the area as well. So many squads now showing up here. So many teams are playing the hard edge that someone's going to have to change things up when it comes to how you play this one out, because if you have 8 teams, 5 teams all here on the edges, I mean, it is such a grief.
It's chaos, especially on Storm Point, where we see usually more teams play on the edge as Deeds falls low, calls out the dome, so does Nick Merckx. They're going to be able to heal safely after gaining some distance between themselves and G2, but none of these teams want to fully send it because, like you said here, Jamerson, the grieving is inevitable if you currently see these teams like Elevate make their way from the high ground into a third-party situation onto G2 or even Tripod, so they're going to be able to back off in time, but G2 need to understand that there's still another team behind them. They're overlooking to see some of the action that could come from uphill.
Man, you know what I want to do? If I go to LAN, I just want to have like the Valkyrie redeploy sound on my phone and just like creep up behind people, start playing that, and see them instantly look at the sky. I'm sure it'll be the biggest troll on LAN. But right now, those team tripods that actually use that Valkyrie redeploy to get a little bit closer to this wall. They've got G2 off to their south along with Team Sheesh. Now they've got another team coming to the north, it seems, as HCH use that Valkyrie deploy to get down to the southern side. We do have the black hole landing right on top of G2, but they do not go down. They will be able to survive. They top off once again, gentrifying. He's so close to purple that he's getting greedy for this one. He's got the swap off instead. That's going to be nice for him as they're going to continue to try and push forward. Now the bubble has been expended from what you have to imagine is Team Sheesh on the other side of this one. Gentrifying being brought down low, and he will fall, but the flank out from Designful gets the knock, and that's going to be Team Sheesh out in 18th place. G2 though, not out of trouble quite yet. The other teams are starting to show up. Here's Demi and Luxfordy. Unfortunately for them, they need to reset themselves, so that's going to allow G2 to get that res as tripods getting focused down just a bit. Complexity are holding down on this choke point. They're creeping up. Monsoon will be able to secure that thirst onto Luda as Deeds goes down. That's tripods out. We're down to 16 squads.
So many of these squads that are not filled up right now. Free Agents playing this as a duo without Washi over to the side as Complexity has a full man squad trying to take a nice angle, but Monsoon getting hit so hard over by the side now. So does Snipe down. They need to back off. Complexity now elongating this fight. So many teams right now just trying to find these angles and these choke points, but like you said here, Jamerson, holding so far outside of the edge could be detrimental to the game plan here for any other teams just waiting to circle keep you.
On the kill feed, W ends up going down. Furia ends up picking up one of those kills at the very least. It was a 3-team effort to actually take them out. As it looks like Furia now find themselves in a bad spot. Elevate picking up one of those kills there. But this fight, Complexity, not having the best of trades, forced back as just the two-man of free agents are putting in so much work. Dimmy going for that peek out by himself. He's got the Mozambique DT. Fortunately, not quite what you want in this fight when the shields have been topped off. Here they go, charging forward now with the bubble out. Lux is the first one to fall. There's only one more remaining. He tried his best to fly past them. Complexity will go ahead, pick up the +2 from free agents. Now we're down to our top 13.
Gotta get the fly swatter sometimes when it comes to those pesky Valks that try to get away here. Renegades now actually taking a nice angle here on these rocks. They just have to watch to their backs for those really far out squads that are taking their time to rotate behind them, like we've been seeing the chaos unfold here. But without Renegades being in the thick of all these dome-shaped buildings, they're gonna be able to safely overlook a lot of the action while putting down some pressure. Like Lazarus understanding that with their redeploy, getting out of that situation, but now landing right on top of Nightmare.
Yeah, this ring ends up pulling away over towards the trenches, towards that respawn building, that octagon over there. As it looks like Slurpee G and them might have found a few kills on the side. Excuse me, Mooney and them find a kill on the side. Golden going down as Sentinels getting involved in a fight with G2 as well. They were over on the western edge of this map, I believe. Complexity dropping down right on top of another team. Snipe down might go down to the ring. No, it's going to be Elevate. Mercy getting the thirst onto Designful here as well. Shiny will go down. Lazarus ends up cleaning them up. Now we're down to our top 10 full squads remaining, but Lazarus end up losing out on one. Nightmare's defensive bombardment gets the knock, but Lazarus might be able to get the res. Renegades getting involved with that. The defensive bombardment coming out from Pow to get the knock onto Dank here. But Lazarus still trying their best to recover as Nightmare are choosing their time to push out. They can't really do much because of the sightlines of Renegades, of Sentinels right now who are forced back.
Look at this. Look how Presley needs to play this. He danced around the bombardment. Now he can't dance around the tactical from the Valk and getting put into the line of sight of Mooney that cleans up that kill. Nightmare Esport, though, even with the pressure from the bombardment that they put down, now Renegades are making an appearance on an unfinished squad that is Nightmares. They're trying to find these hits, though, with the massive. Renegades falling low, though, and now they're in the line of sight of another squad. The black hole pulling them into their line of sight as Torrent now are actually taking out Pow Pow.
They're right on top, pushing into the bubble. Sykes, though, getting some decent damage off. The wingy shot's connecting, but it's still a 1v2. G-Force now coming in to clean that one up. 7 squads remaining as G-Force, it's the re-knock, unfortunately, onto Impulse, and he gets thirsted off. And so G-Force are left as a 2-man. There is a beacon there. They're going to try and plug him in, but take a look who it is. It's Sentinels that laid it down. So there's almost no opportunity. Torrent on the northeast side might be in a spot of trouble as Unlucky are making the first move on this rotate. They don't have to expend a bubble to get that rooftop control as well, so they'll be able to hold this one down. They are getting challenged, and now the bubble will finally come out, but they at least have rooftop control and the interception pylon down.
And we know how important it is to have this rooftop control for this next circle. Very similar situation that Unlucky actually found themselves in just in the first game of Storm Point yesterday in the winner's bracket. Now, with these Watson fences, though, set up, it's going to be so pesky to climb up on them, even if there was a dome that could protect your heads a little bit. As James Mooney now in this fight over to the side. Sentinels stuck in the middle. Torrent now having full blue Evos, though, in this second to last circle is so intense as Torrent now are trying to clear some of the space up with the caustic gas.
Yeah, they're trying to push up onto Sentinels who are safe inside of that building right now, but Rambo might go down. Luckily for him, he's able to back away because of the presence of his barrels, but RKN gets peaked. That's going to be James Fearless picking up 2 on Torrent before he falls, and Torrent will go down. HCH, it's going to be Crook that ends up getting that last kill onto Eureece to knock out Torrent. Now here we are. We got HCH. We got Sentinels as well. 2 teams inside of the Octagon. They're on the northern side. And fairly even, X set below Unlucky right now. Hack Yellow and Kenny currently outside peeking that roof. Always Senpai taking some damage, but you see Casellos is just having a grand old time just setting up his fences under no pressure whatsoever.
This is such a case of deja vu. I cannot get over this. Unlucky literally in the same position right now, except this time they successfully set up their Watson fences. They had to drop down though from the high ground to try to fully send it onto this team. They want some of the KP. They're tired of sitting pretty, but this is just turning around, not in their favor. You can't just jump on top of Xset and not win the fight here when you had the high ground.
And oh no, HCH are just able to come in basically for free, but they lose out on one. That's going to be Crook going down. A defensive bombardment for is going to be cleared by that interception pylon as Hill drops that one down. You can see the missile barrage will get eaten up as well, so they might actually be able to get the res. They still need to buy some time for him to heal, but Sentinels have been stopped at the base of this building. The bubble is down for Crook, and he will slow heal up throughout all of this. Wow. He's not going to take that natty gen actually. Hits the bat and now hits the med kit. Sentinels trying to swing around from the backhand side. You can see how tense the situation is here in the final 3v3. Sentinels, though, are backed up into a corner, but HCH, no idea exactly where they're playing off from. Sentinels will have a little bit more space to play on the high ground, on the low ground, excuse me, but it looks like HCH want to make the jump on over to have a better shot at making this drop. The pings are going down and they do have the slide, but you can see now they're going to go for it, dropping down onto Sentinels, and Sentinels have not responded quite yet. There is the bubble. They're trying to throw down the barrels as well as Hill just playing off from the outside. He's the first one to fall. HCH now in a 2v3 as Sentinels, they get to one more knock before it's all over. Sentinels take the win here in game number 1.
Oh, so that's how we're going to start things. That's how we're going to start things for Game 1 on Storm Point for our finals lobby. Are you kidding me right now? HCH even took 2 separate angles, and that did not deter our Sentinels from actually beaming down HCH, the team, once again, that was the most consistent team in the winners round, to actually take 2 games on Storm Point.
That was a huge opportunity for HCH. They ended up deciding to take that jump down from a different angle. They were considering going to the right side, going to the left. Left Sentinel so exposed, but it looked like they weren't quite ready to get that 3-2-1 before that bubble ever went down. It was a little bit late from Sentinels, but it still worked out in their favor, and you saw how strong that caustic gas is in the late game, not having an interception pylon, nothing to deal with it, but still a great performance out from HCH, and of course, that win for Team Sentinels. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2, the grand finals here for the LCQ, right after this. All right, welcome back, guys. Our first game done here for the grand finals, and it was a fantastic victory there, but it was a great lead for Sentinels. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats overall, see exactly what happened. Sentinels did an amazing job, of course, riding that northwest side of the map, and despite not getting into too many engagements, it looks like it was just the final kills there where they got the bulk of their kill points. It still works at the end of the day. It's going to be a +12 along with the 4 for them.
Yeah, may not have a lot of KP, but with their rotations and their game plan, it was amazingly executed because we know that they landed Mill, which means that they took the Trident to rotate north from Mill all the way through North Pad to then use that beacon to scan the circle, and then they stayed over by North Pad, even when we had the likes of like Tech just putting in a lot of pressure with the rest of Unlucky holding the edge there. And Sentinels, though, claiming those 4 KP and 16 points. HCH was right behind them, though, with 6 KP to their name, and G4 still putting down the works, though, with 8 kills under their belt.
Yeah, everyone always wonders, can James Fearless and his squad put in that many kill points when it comes to a bit more of a competitive lobby? Well, it looks like they're definitely trying to at this point. At the bottom 10, though, right now, we have Complexity there in 11th, tied with G2 with 4 points each. Might just be a slow start for them. We'll see if they can pick up more as we take a look at all the combined stats after game number 1. W, though, which is one of our squads that had that early rotate onto the northern side. Remember, they took a position just like Renegades did, and a few other teams into the domes, into the drop ships, but unfortunately that ring ended up pulling away from all of those squads.
And despite Sentinels, of course, coming out on top, it's HCH with that KP that is able to claim additional points there and claim that #1 overall spot in the combined standings. Let's not forget, once again, it's not the top 10 squads that are safe this time around. It's actually the top 2 squads. So there's a lot on the line here, but a good way for HCH to get ahead of the curve.
And here we go. Taking a look at our Legend Select once again. Nothing really changing, it seems. A lot of Ashes. We do have a few Watsons, few Horizons we saw being pretty present in terms of a lot of the fights in the mid and early games. So the Watson, I keep saying that. A lot of the Horizon squads right now. I got Watson on my mind. I mean, we got to see a number of them there in the late game, but the Horizons are getting into the mid-game skirmishes more than anything else. And we saw how deadly it can be. G2 having to face off against a few of those singularities as well. But for right now, Charlotte Phoenix, they haven't been able to find as much. We'll see, though, coming into the next zone, into the next ring, how things play out for them. But here we go, heading into game number 2. 2 out of 3 here on Storm Point before we make the swap. And this one's going to start off from the north, coming down to the south. So a lot of the teams on the northern edge, especially the teams that are playing on the northeast, will be happy about this one having a relatively earlier rotation time. Actually, no, this is more of a diagonal. So the northeast teams are a little bit punished on this drop.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Also, Jamerson, I don't blame you for having Watson on your mind. I mean, we have his Watsons in this lobby rocking the Seer. It could be as confusing as just setting your competition up for confusion here. But, of course, we get to see Exit usually land over by the southern side. They're going to have a nice rotation, leaving the Gale Station Fish Farm spot, and they're going to be able to rotate off to the right. They also have a plethora of Tridents to work off of if Hakulo wants to get the Trident and deny that from Washi and Demi there. But as we get to see where this next circle is going to take us, we got a Stormcatcher circle on our hands, and we know absolutely how chaotic that could get. But I'm looking over at Complexity that have control over this beacon, and that they could deny this beacon information from the likes of Wicked and Sings.
My big question as well is for G2 there on the northeast side. You can see that Fury are up there right now at Lightning Rod of G2. How do they end up playing this one? When it comes to the circles that end up basically dropping right on top of them, leaves them a little bit confused on how they want to play this one out. Will they try to go for center zone, or will they maybe wrap around to the north and still play that hard edge if they want to? Sentinels, though, already getting lucky with this armor loot. Crust with the purple, additional blue if they need it, but no, they do not. Lou ends up finding a purple of his own. So I think it was really nice for them to be able to essentially boot out Black Hand in the lower bracket finals there. Make sure that they had no one to worry about on the south side.
Yeah, Sentinels now are going to be able to loot up the rest of Mill, take their time. Mill always has such amazing loot in general. I mean, look at this. Walking with 2 purples, a blue here for Senox. And they are going to have a little bit of ground to cover. Like you mentioned, the circle pulling all the way up to Stormcatcher means that they have to go to the complete opposite side of the map. But with so much action that's going to go down over by the northwest and even the northeast, looking at G2 over there, I'm expecting Sentinels to take this a much slower rotation.
They played slow played game number 1, Lou. This is about the most action they're going to get in the early game as they pull up with the Trident. You can see Torrent now continuing their looting path. It's all slow for them because they don't have to worry about making it into the zone right now. It's basically just about 100 meters to their south off of High Point here. So they already understand they're probably going to get gate kept by Charlotte, Phoenix, and such, and so they're under no hurry. But take a look at this complexity. He shadowed on their rotate. They have a full team behind them here, and I don't think they're actually aware of it. They are going to take to the skies, and it's going to be safe for them. They've already got that extra vertical clearance. They just want to create a bit more space between them. The first dots on the map for them there. They do have ideas now that there is a squad pulling up behind, and they're just trying to get to this height as quickly as possible. We know how bad it can be when you're stuck here on the low ground trying to climb up these hills.
Yeah, complexity, having to go through that low ground. We see a lot of teams that want to prioritize that high ground positioning for a reason. I mean, even with some of those circles that could just be so detrimental in passing through the wall area, it could just get crazy real quick as complexity are just checking their angles to make sure that their rotation are safe. But with the team that was right behind him, I believe that was HCH, and now Wicked, Tempest, they're making their own rotation, but they're right on top of Casuals.
We've got Casuals, HCH, Complexity all showing up now to the Stormcatcher side. Sung up top. They ended up going down a little bit earlier on in game number 1. Want to make up for that as they ended up getting caught up in the scramble on the southeast side of the zone in game number 1. This time around, though, things looking pretty good for HCH, who on their rotate ends up getting into full 3v3. Complexity want a shot at this one, but HCH have not lost out in a single member. They got a knock onto Snipe Down, and the bubble has been used, but he's just on the edge of it. HCH, though, know that there are too many teams in the area to try and full send it off this one, so Snipe Down will be safe. He'll get rezzed up. Complexity can count their lucky stars there, be able to get him back up.
Wait a minute. I'm about to sure if Snipeout managed to pop that. Oh no, he didn't actually get the Phoenix kit. That Phoenix kit that was by his feet got swooped up by a black market. Are you kidding me? Oh no, I got some PTSD looking at that from the EMEA region when that happened to Shiv, actually, from solo queue goats when his gold Evo got swooped from underneath his feet when he was just trying to help out his teammate. So unfortunate here. Hopefully he could restabilize even with those small shield cells. See Charlotte Phoenix in the feed popping off though. Over from afar, Roddy just trying to fight for their life over there too, as you can currently see so many of these squads already taking the location over by Stormcatcher.
Yeah, Ronnie being saved by the squads that are just firing across with the charge rifles, with the 30-30s. They know that he's there and they want to go in for the kills, but they're still getting pressed by these tactical abilities coming on in. Elevate trying to apply some pressure onto them for right now, but they do have to back away as Presley gets tagged. Well, Bursty getting finished off, so Ronnie, the only one up now. 14 Nightmare, we'll see. Maybe he can pick up the banners and get out of here, but it seems like there's just too many teams in the area. Lazarus being one of them, actually creeping up behind Elevate, and Elevate aren't putting too much focus onto them yet, but there they go. They turn around just in time to spot out Vize, takes him out, and takes him down, excuse me, and he's going to be forced to bat up. It's actually going to be a Phoenix kit for him, so Lazarus will turn around. Ooh. They do have a team behind them. That's going to be free agents inside of that compound.
Free agents and HCH is uphill, so no matter where Lazarus rotates right now into that next circle, they're going to be met with a squad, whether it be Elevate, HCH, free agents. Lazarus needs to make this decision or try to take the redeploy, but with G7 tank falling low, it doesn't look like they have much of an option than just to restabilize here. GS Bird putting down some pings. They were pinging up that landslide, but again, they just do not know that HCH is right there.
Yeah, the terrible part for Lazarus is that they can't get uphill with this Valkyrie rotate. I mean, it just doesn't. So they might just go full west and maybe not even attempt to go across the mountain. Take a look at that. They don't even clear the mountain. So yeah, that's exactly what they have to do. They have to go to the western side. Dank has his evasive maneuvers on right now. Attempted to go across the mountain. Take a look at that. They don't even clear the mountain. So yeah, that's exactly what they have to do. They have to go to the western side. Dank has his evasive maneuvers on right now as he's dropped down to about 20 HP. but they'll just completely back away. Things looking tense. Dake, was he actually taken down? He was, but free agents cannot punish this, and he does get rezzed.
Gets to see another day. Also, it was funny to note that G7 over there with the animation from coming through that Valk ult was able to cover some of those shots here. Sentinels actually just came across Exit. Notice Exit ended the quickest turnaround, says, okay, not in these Hot Wheels, not right now. We're going to take a longer rotation outside of the circle, maybe find a better angle to approach that next circle as Exit are trying to overlook what is going on with Sentinels over there. And they may have spotted Lazarus as well with that rotation inside of those buildings.
And that was one of the quickest, like, 180 drift turns that I've ever seen out from Sentinels. They noped out of there so quickly, but they're okay with this one. It is still an early ring. They can go back to fish farms. They can pick up the scan before going on in. And you can see a lot of teams have that exact same plan as well. G2, they are not riding the edges. They are slowly creeping their way on in, but they are still keeping an eye on that northern side where Furia are, where we have tripods coming in as well. And taking a look at Unlucky, of course, they're going to be slow rotating throughout all of this one, taking checkpoint replicator and using all of that to the best of their advantage throughout all of this. We do have about 12 teams inside of Stormcatcher and just on the outskirts as well. So a lot of teams putting that focus on, not as many teams as we had in game number 1, playing hard edge and also playing kind of fairly similar rotates, but it is going to be squarely ending on Stormcatcher for this next ring.
But the amount of aggressive edge squads that we are currently seeing, like free agents holding that choke point, could deny Lazarus, could deny Exit there. So for how long is free agents going to hold that position before they recognize that they should start making their moves over to the next circle? Because then you have the likes of G2 who are not only holding a nice spot here in that next circle, but they know that they may not have the ability to get the beacon, so they may not have the ability to get that next set of information, but at least their backs are cleared against this rock wall.
Yeah, and they just got to keep an eye really on the Valkyrie teams that are using that redeploy so early on. It was at 2 minutes and one team ended up taking to the skies there. So they're going to be keeping that in the back of their minds. Really consider this one, but they have plenty of time. Take a look at how hard that ring ends up hugging each other for the next 2 zones. So they know that they'll be safe here for some time. Sentinels, though, taking that Trident World Tour across Stormpoint at this point. They have wrapped very hard over towards that eastern side, creeping up. And eventually, if they continue to go this way, that will be G2's position that they'll be walking into.
Jamerson, you asked for it, and Sentinels are providing here. They want to be Mr. Worldwide so bad out here. Washi taking a lot of damage, though. Now on the high ground, having to put down the dome. Doesn't look like Washi has even big meds in general. And with the bombardment coming out later, that dome may not be available for Washi to utilize.
Nice connects with the missile swarms there as well, but it's right underneath that tree, and Old Faithful is keeping him alive for now as G-Force will expend a lot in this fight, but it could have been easy KP for them, so I don't begrudge them for that. As this is still early on, they should be able to get another defensive bombardment up in time for the movements that they need to make. They've got a Trident here to play off of. Might just be a yoink coming out from Fearless, as James Fearless, as he is looking for some sort of off angle. Lazarus, though, on the heels of Team Sheesh, and the Team Sheesh have had almost no time to rest as someone's been at their back this entire time.
Lazarus now having to go off to the right side here. Sheesh needing to play safely since they also took a much slower rotate though into that next circle. Rather, tripods actually were the ones that took that slow rotate into the circle from the northern side. Furia now playing off the left side though. Deeds, Luda wanting to fully set it in. It's tripods. We were just talking about tripods. Well, this is why they want to play slow rotating into that next circle, because then now they're going to be the cutoffs here for some of these teams, but they need to get into that next circle themselves or else they're going to find themselves getting circle kept.
Yeah, Furia had the exact same reasoning here. They could back away, but Luda has committed down to the low, and he didn't have enough time for Deeds to heal up, and he's still hitting that bat. Nick Merckx is the next one to fall. Panders is absolutely beaming with that flatline, and it's just Deeds up. You do have that Q coming out from the Seer, but Furia are just going to go ahead and full send it into that bubble. Oh boy, it's all up to his Watson now, left in the 1v1. And he will be able to take out the tripods here, but the Arcstars are coming in. G2 now with the third party. They will get the 1 KP. Unfortunately, they don't secure the kills on the ground, but they secure the northern side of this ring.
Imagine if Deeds didn't fully commit to that res right there. Deeds thought that they had enough time, but oh my goodness, his Watson was also not fully healed up as G2 move in for the perfect timing on the third party. Regardless, G2 would have came in for the third party, so either of those squads were unfortunately in a bad position. But with G2 moving up, actually uphill, now this opens things up for the squads that may take G2's spot in the real site that they were hugging against that rock wall.
The thing about playing from that north spot, about being able to clear that out, is that they will have a free skyward dive. They're playing from the highest spot, basically, in terms of geography on this map, on this ring. So they'll have a little bit of extra airtime if they need to delay for a landing. But this is still early on. I can't believe I'm saying this. This is still just zone number 2 closing. It feels like so much more has happened in this early, and we've had so much fighting. Nightmare still bleeding out on the edges as they're trying to work their way on in. GeForce is just completely gatekeeping them here. Exit are taking their shot to go over to Antenna to hit up more of the replicators as well. So they're slowing things down immensely as free agents are still over at Launchpad.
I know that North America loves to hold these final circle positions and not move at all whatsoever once they get to the spot that they want to hold, but it was as if in this game number 2, Jamerson, all these teams are tired of it. They want to send it in as Torrent now are going to have to play through the outskirts, actually sharing some of the space that G2 had actually moved away from, but G2 moved right back in. It's like what you were saying before. They had all the clear space once they were able to clear their backs from those squads that had to rotate from the north side, from uphill, and now Torrent are in a pretty tough spot. Not only do they have blue evos, but they're also stuck not only between G2 but another squad to their left. So now with Scissors, Phony, the rest of W just taking the real estate inside of this building, Torrent really have nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to go and no real angles to play off of either to try and get some poke damage off, to try and get those purple Evo shields up. G2, whenever they smell weakness, they will go ahead and push. They picked up 6 loot boxes worth of ammo and utility to try and play off of. Don't know how many nades they ended up picking up, but that could be the deciding factor here. Torrent, though, who at least force them back, and you can see now G2 have to turn their focus onto the skies, and they do have an idea of where this ring is going to be pulling down. They see that Valkyrie team going all the way over here. It's going to be Team Sheesh that made it to the bottom of Stormcatcher, but they are not safe. Nice Wig doesn't have his bubble quite yet, but he is able to slide. Bubble was used behind him, and it's going to be Lou that ends up taking him out. Crust finishes him off, so now Team Sheesh left as a duo for the time being. But at least they're safe in the zone. They can count on that at the very least.
Sentinels being the winners of game number 1, being silent killers off to the side there, being able to dirty Nice Wig in the process. G2 still fighting off against Lazarus this time. I don't even know how Lazarus put themselves in the middle to maybe face off against G2, but a nice crack right there. The Arcstar landing on its mark, and another one. Lazarus just got deleted by G2, and G2 wasn't even fighting in this close quarter battle either. Torrent now over by the other side wondering what the heck is going on over here.
That's the extra utility they were able to pick up on in that third party that they found on the northern side. They started things off, by the way, remember, in that third party by throwing a ton of nades to finish off tripods and them. So they needed that top off. Nightmare, though, challenging on the outside up against Team Sheesh. Unfortunately, the door is going to get grief. They lose out on that. The bubble already has been used on the other side. Timmy peeking on out. They don't have Wig. They lose out on a prize. And now Timmy is going to be left to rat this one out. But free agents end up getting third-partied by Sign Us, please. HCH in a fight with Exit here on the southern side of the zone. And this is an important one because you can see a little bit of that mountain is available for them to play off of. Defensive bombardment's down. The interception pylon is about to get cleared by Haculo, but the nades are coming in. They've got that singularity as well. Haculo gets out of danger with that phase breach. Might have just saved Klein as well, but no, he will ultimately fall. That's going to be GeForce showing up. Haculo getting melted by Impulse. Now there's only one player remaining for Team Exit here as Fearless retakes height with that gravity lift, leaving Kenny to rat this one out once again.
HCH making their way through. I don't know how Kenny's always put into this situation, but must not be having a lot of fun. GeForce is even looking for him, though, so that way they don't have the opportunity to get this rest. They hear it going down. James is gonna be able to move in, try to have the opportunity. He finishes clean here, but Exit is still alive. Kenny now just floating right around GeForce here, rather Impulse now flying around to see where the rest of Exit could be. But with HCH being right there, they don't want to fully send it.
Yeah, they need to kind of reset their mental on this one. They need to start focusing on that rotate. They have to make it across to the east. They have two teams really in the way. There's also teams still inside as well that they have to contend with right now, though. They do pull off with 30 seconds to go now, trying to chip away at HCH, who have cut them off in terms of priority to try and make this rotate now, as it look like they do have that rock again to try and play off of Crook. The nice truck there too. You can see now Fearless cutting them off. He's trying to get into the inside angle, but he always has to worry about the teams coming up from behind them. Like a prize ended up surviving. Timmy actually got a prize back up.
What? That's actually insane, and I think it was just because that third party coming in to actually put a dent to Timmy's team's plans is just amazing that a prize is still in this. Believe it was actually Hambino and Tempest over on the high ground that put in some of that pressure to allow them to reset here, as we see HCH now with the rotation, with the redeploy, and Kenny is still alive. Where are you gonna go, Kenny? You're about to fall right into Charlotte Phoenix.
Oh, he's at 5 HP, and Sentinels might have taken him out there as HCH now take this rooftop building. A little bit exposed, but they have plenty of cover, a little bit of cover to play off of. Oh no, here's the drop down. Phony ends up getting the knock onto Hill. And Crook, even though he's got that bubble, he's trying to hold on for as long as possible before he needs to use it. Hill ends up getting finished off, and HCH have to play a man down. G2 versus Charlotte Phoenix, though, as the defensive bombardment has been used. Grab lift to get right up on top of G2, but G2 instantly turn onto them. They haven't traded quite yet, but there it is. The knockback onto Bowser. It's down to a 1v2 now, though, as Designful is still alive for a squad. The defensive bombardment has gone down, and Charlotte Phoenix, with the help of Sentinels and Elevate, end up getting knocked out. But here's Elevate to finish off the rest of G2. We are now down to our top 12.
Even Sheesh taking some shots at the fight that was going down over here. G2 getting taken out in 13th place. EA have some breathing room at the very least, and they're still inside of this next circle too. So they don't really have to push off too far away when it comes to getting some of this extra loot. But whoever's on the high ground right there with that charge rifle is definitely having a ball, taking chunks out of EA.
Yeah, I can see the tweets right now about the charge rifle being composed. And here we go. Joining back on board with HCH along with W. Phony going for that peek. Almost got the one clip onto Crook, who somehow survives. And he might have come out and narrowly misses bubble just to be extra cautious here. That's a good time. It's at 28 seconds. You'll have another bubble for next zone pulling on in. You can see casuals playing from up top on that storm capture ship. They've also got the black market boutique to help them out. Oh man, they are down to the last little bit of meds, and they unfortunately have to leave it back there. Crook only has about 20 HP cells, slow healing throughout all of this. There we go. Looks like he might have just been able to pick up that medkit in time as he backed away, but HCH are not out of trouble yet. They still have to walk on in for this zone.
Man, everybody is hungry out here. Look at Sheesh with just Timmy and a prize still up and alive. Complexity, who've also been able to take some shots over by the fights that have been happening over to the right-hand side. But with Team Sheesh over to the left here, and EA now finding some picks. Hambino falling down, even getting the dirty, the knocks. Guys, what the heck? Oh, did it just get eaten? That is so unfortunate.
I think that might have been a big Kraber shot onto Snipe Down as well, but does survive. It was just a body shot. Now they're able to walk up for free, as it looks like Elevate facing off against GeForce here. You got the black hole coming in, Nox gas grenade, and the defensive bombardment being utilized here for Elevate in this last minute scramble. But here comes the push out from GeForce. Big knock onto Mooney, bringing this down to a 2v2. The turnaround from Mercy to take out Impulse, but it's all up to Golden. He will fall. Sentinels keeping a GeForce alive for right now. Fearless gets that armor swap and starts hitting the res. A tense situation for him as Sentinels cannot push out, unfortunately. They've got Unlucky on top of it. Another team just below. Casellos got the knock onto Sanox there, but no one really pushed out to punish these knocks.
Elevate was going absolutely crazy right there. With Unlucky, though, having the high ground, they're in such a good spot. Still Rocky, the Watson, still having those fence lines up as W try to fight for their lives. Phony running away in this situation, being the last member alive from W, isn't going to get far as Complexity still clean up some of those last-minute kills. They're playing off the low ground, though, so while a lot of the action's being funneled in their direction, they do note that there's still 2 squads fighting on the high ground right here.
Yeah, 2 Watson squads as well. As right now, we do have Complexity trying to find an angle, and hey, the Caustic Gas was able to get the knock onto Wicked, so Sinus Please now down a man. They don't have the bubble, but they do have the car, able to spray them down. Shiny trying to find an angle now as he pushes forward with this Mastiff. Tempest answering back, luckily, keeps them alive, but you can see the Mastiff not quite connecting. Sync gets the knock onto Snipe Down, and it's all up to Shiny. 2 seconds for this bubble to try and advance. Maybe get a couple kill points, maybe get more placement points, but they will fall. That's going to be Sinus Please surviving the top 5 before they ultimately go down. Sorcerer still alive for HCH, but for how long? He's only got about 5 HP left, and he will get cleaned up. That's Impulse. Pick that one up. We're now down to our final 3 squads. We've got Sentinels, we've got Unlucky. I believe might be G-Force for this final one.
It's crazy here with the bombardment getting set down. Unlucky still with the high ground here. You highlighted the 2 Watsons that we were potentially seeing here, and it's Sentinels playing off the low ground here with Casellas dropping down, though. Now they're put into the line of sight of not only just Sentinels, but the squad that's right in front of them too. The bombardment now calling down as the Dome Blue was the first one to be used up from Unlucky, which means they're going to be a little late to the party, having to play this offensively.
Sentinels, though, slow push out of that bubble, so they took some ring damage, and they get the 1 shot onto Lou. Crust has fallen as well, and now Unlucky just trying to secure 2nd place here. Tech trying his best to survive, and it's G-Force to come in for the cleanup and win here in game number 2.
G-Force are looking so strong, where they went absolutely crazy in game number 1, actually picking up, I believe, the most kills despite not winning in that game 1. They picked up 8 kills, and now in game number 2, they're going to set themselves up in the overall leaderboards with a W to their name, as well as some extra KP in that last circle.
Fantastic performance coming out from G-Force. Like you said, a lot of kill points, and we're wondering if they're going to be able to keep up with everything else that's going on in this lobby, and they are doing that without missing a single step. 2 fantastic performances for them in a row. That's going to propel them up to the leaderboard. If they're not in first place, I would be absolutely surprised. Now, if you guys are getting the itch to compete as well in Apex Legends, well, you got to always check out nerdstreet.com. We've got, of course, Nerd Street Champs coming on, where you can compete in Madden 2022, Valorant, Apex Legends, and of course Halo Infinite. And we always have our $1,000 tournaments going on, so check out nerdstreet.com to sign up with your squad mates. But that means we're gonna go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have our final game on Stormpoint here for the LCQ finals right after this. G-Force, more like Speed Force. Barry Allen tapping into that. They take the big win in game number 2. Let's take a look at how many kills they ended up with. And it's going to be 10 kills for Impulse, Fearless, and Mooney there with the plus 12 coming in.
Insane damage here between Impulse and James here, but it's quite a coincidence here, Jamerson, that we're seeing 2 of our teams from the loser side coming into this finals take both game 1 and game 2. And looking at the overall results for game number 2, G-Force not only took that dub, but they also took 10 kills on top of it all.
But it was also another fantastic finish for Sentinels. Not able to get quite the back-to-back, but an 8-kill third-place finish gets them 15 points to add on top of the win that they had in game number 1. Taking a look at the bottom half of the bracket, though, 4 teams without any points. That's going to be Nightmare, Free Agents, Lazarus, and Tripods. We saw that disastrous push coming up from Tripods that ended up griefing them and then allowing G2 to come in for the third party. But here's the combined stats after 2 games. G-Force now take away the lead. Sentinels in second place, but HCH and Unlucky right hot on their tails.
Though Sentinels has been providing that consistency so far, like you made mention, not only taking game 1, but sticking with themselves within the top 3 here is going to allow them to stay with that consistency. G-Force, though, I'm loving the fact that these points here for a top 4 teams are actually so close together, Jamerson. What is that going to mean since we're jumping into our final game here on Storm Point?
Our final game on Stormpoint, and I can't believe how fast everything has gone by. I mean, we all know we're still getting to the 6th ring. It's everything, you know, coming down to the last moments, the final closing of the ring, but it still feels so much faster, and it has, especially in that last game. We had so many teams going down in the 1st and 2nd rings. The action definitely picking up pace here in game number 2, but game number 3 might be a completely different case. So many more teams understand now that their time is running out. There's only 4 games left, Vicky.
Yeah, little to no time, and we still have the top 4 teams very close together in terms of points. Although with 4 other games to worry about here, there's still a lot that could change up for those top 2 squads that are eyeing their way into a spot into the champs over in North Carolina. A lot on the line for these teams as we jump into this last game here on Storm Point. I'm loving what I'm seeing for a lot of our squads here, because usually you see Storm Point kind of keep our teams on their toes, but not fully dive into a lot of this action. But instead, it's kind of been the opposite here.
Yeah, it's been a lot of the edge fights as well. So many teams are kind of falling back onto that one, and unfortunately for them, you know, the geography of Stormpoint kind of forces a lot of teams into each other. There are so many choke points that you just can't get past like you would on World's Edge, especially when you have a northern pull here. And that's kind of what we're getting in game number 3 on Stormpoint. We're waiting for that ring 2 information, though, to know exactly where this one goes. But if it ends up pulling up towards that command, command center side, I would not be surprised.
Oh, Jamerson, this is going to be crazy here. Better here for Charlotte Phoenix, as they are going to be able to loot up Command Center. But do they like to play this area here when the beacon that they want is being contested by G2 and Torrent? So while they manage to take Command Center and loot up the entirety here, they have to decide whether they want to play the edge, very similar to how a lot of these other teams have been playing, and maybe take fights over to Renegades, or are they going to stick inside of Command Center?
And again, I have the question for G2. When the ring ends up pulling on top of them, how do they fare? Well, they fared quite well, I would say, in game number 2. They found their kill points. They found a lot of action, actually, in the mid game. They did a good job of controlling that northern side. This time, though, it could be a little bit more difficult. We had Torrent not dropping too far away from some of the choke points that they could try and opt to control. On board with G-Force, our winners from game number 2. I believe they're still splitting this with Team Sheesh, but it's that center control for G-Force where they're just getting everything. Take a look at that. The purples along with blues. Blues on blues on blues. So they have all the armor to work with.
You get a blue. You get a blue. Everybody gets a blue here in this spot. I mean, there are so many different blue Evo shields here. You would think that there's a Lobo on G-Force, but there absolutely isn't here. And so with some of this loot, they're going to start making their longer rotation into that next circle. Currently see Furia here still taking control over the northern part of the map. But this is great news for Furia, because with the Valkyrie deploy on this high ground here on Stormpoint, they cover a lot more distance compared to the squads that have to redeploy on the low ground.
Apex is a horror game. Prove me wrong. As the Prowler's putting in some work there, but he should be completely safe. Charlotte Phoenix actually pushing out from Command Center here and actually find some early action. Another full squad. Catching out Bowser, and now, oh boy, he's in some trouble. Two other squads here. They're trying to back away. Stink now down to 1 HP, but he barely dies behind cover, and he still needs time to hit up a med kit after this. They're swinging on him from the south side, and Stink will go down. Charlotte Phoenix caught in such an unfortunate situation. It was W that caught them on the rotate. Greek is the next one to fall, and there's only one player remaining here for Charlotte Phoenix. Don't know exactly where he got off to, but he is out for the time being.
You get booted out of your own POI without a beacon, so you don't know what the circle is pulling next to your POI. And then when you do try to go for the beacon that is right next to W right now, you get denied the rotation. And look at the loot that W have. We were highlighted logo before. You would think that GeForce has it with their equipment, but then looking at W here as we see Complexity actually hold that thought here. Shiny gets taken out, and Complexity now playing this as a duo.
Sign us, please. Roll up and take him out. Now Complexity, he might have an opportunity possibly to come in. You can see this is ring number 2. Sign us, please know this as well. They've got the scan at the bottom of the ski lift. They know that they are safe here. They don't have to move, so it really might not be an opportunity for Monsoon to try and come in and pick up that banner, especially with the fact that they are setting up the barrels. You can see how far they are away. Snipe down, and Monsoon even sitting on white armor, so this is looking like an impossible situation.
And with more teams redeploying on top of them, it's going to be incredibly difficult here to get away with this. Sheesh, though, talking about rocking some of the strong equipment here. Currently, Nicewig going to be playing off of the side. It's going to be a Prize here who's just trying to reset a little bit. They're playing off of the low ground, forced to play off the low ground now that more teams are making the rotation into this next circle.
Oh, they're going to go ahead and challenge for that mid ground, get some flesh damage off. As the full send comes out from the other side, the knock onto Sync. Sign us, please, now down to a duo. Great bubble will stop a lot of this gas damage, but it looks like actually some of the gas got in. And so a Prize tanking some of that, but they do get the reset at the very least to heal up. Timmy hitting up that med kit. A Prize was only on that white armor. That's a quick reset on that armor for himself, but it looks like they might have actually been able to get their third on back up. There is the black hole singularity, and I think the res might have gone through. Sync goes down once again. Now Team Sheesh almost unrelenting on this pressure. They forced out the bubble. Bubble res might be getting stuck here as they go ahead and charge forward to get the read-on quite possibly, as Sync does go down again. But that focus means Timmy gets punished. A Prize down to about 5 HP will fall, but Nicewig clutches up and keeps Sheesh alive. A defensive bombardment just in case as they go for the reset now, as Team Sheesh are not getting pushed. Nightmare were considering it, but that call out from Nicewig to go ahead and use that defensive bombardment absolutely stops it.
That's the insurance policy right there, Jamerson. Make sure that Nightmare gets kept away by the bombardment. They're going to call it off a little bit here, but they are going to set down the black market in case that they can swoop up any of the good loot that are inside of those death boxes. G2 actually fully sending it on to Elevate, who are in trouble here. They've taken care of Golden. It looked like only Mercy was able to get away here, as G2 are going to take their time rotating into that next circle after picking up the KP.
By the way, with the timing of that fight, there was plenty of time there for Complexity to actually pick up the banner throughout all of that. So they might have been able to get out of there. They might be able to plug Shiny back on in. For Elevate, though, unfortunately, they were only able to pick up Mercy's banner. And maybe Presley goes back to try and pick him up, but no. Looks like it is a lost cause. He's just going to go ahead and back away to get that solo res. Unfortunate for Team Elevate. Over here on the side, though, it looks like Exit just going to leave Lazarus to it and give up that position. Furia taking the time to use that replicator. Oh, no, it's going to be the same fight again. Tripods versus Furia. Somehow they can't escape each other's fates.
Oh, Tripods now creeping up on Furia here, and they know that they're playing by the edge of the circle, but they have the information of where the wall is. But with the replicator being used, was this a bait, an off angle from another team here? And it does look like Tripods weren't expecting Furia to actually be playing a little split up over by the other side of wall.
They do still have one trapped on that replicator, but they're focusing on that rooftop instead. And it is the larger threat. And yes, you have to respect that for now. Pings are going down. They're just going to go ahead and back away. It looks like they're getting ready for that Valkyrie redeploy here. Nick Merck setting that one up now. They do not want to get gate kept again. So Furia successfully deflected them. Shiny was actually picked up by Complexity. But oh no, they've got G2 coming in. They saw that res beacon being used, and now G2 are looking for these kills and hit for that Gibraltar across the ways. But Will they be able to get the knock? Shiny about to go down once again, hidden for flesh, and he will fall. That's going to be Designful on that wingy once again. Getting that knock onto Shiny, and now Complexity lose out on Monsoon. It's going to be Snipe Down, the only one up. 1 controller versus 3. Well, I'm going to go ahead and give this one away to G2.
Yeah, but Snipedown is running for his life. He knows what's waiting for him on the other side of that circle. And with no shield and having to play with such little shield in general, he's just going to have to wait it out outside the ring. I wouldn't even be surprised if G2 tries to look for Snipedown, but they are going to be able to loot up the rest of Complexity before they decide their next move here. Unfortunate for Snipedown, but at least he's still alive. And it's insane to see G2 pop off in the way that they have been. Kind of taking notes, seeing G-Force win, seeing Sentinels win Game 1 and Game 2 means that G2 is looking to be one of the other squads from the loser side to try to take another game under their belt.
Yeah, the thing for G2 is, again, remember, they were up there on the northeast side of the map. I was wondering, what do when the ring ends up pulling their way? Well, they're going to persist and continue to play hard edge despite what the ring might want them to do. Taking a look at the next zone, though, it is still pulling over to Command Center, but a bit of Stormcatcher is in. Lazarus made the call. They are on top of the Stormcatcher ship, and they have a lot of space to work with. Very few teams contesting that area.
Funny to see that G2 actually thinks that Snipedown wanted to wrap around the circle and maybe go north of launch pods. You see them actually getting set up there, but Snipedown is not going to give up that space. Hopefully he has the opportunity to pick up the 2 teammates that are left behind in their death boxes. But with Renegades now, moving over to the side, they've taken the exact spot that we had our previous team move away from here. And this is a good spot for them, but they haven't gotten themselves into a fight. Look at this, rocking full blues versus a team like W that have had the Loba and the Black Markets to their advantage.
Still, can't count out Madness. If he's able to get that spray down, he can easily 200-0 anybody. Black Market Boutique going down for W, and it basically encapsulate all of Command Center here. So they'll be able to pick all of that up. And again, this came off of that rotation. Catching out Charlotte Phoenix afforded them so much space for this zone.
Early here, G2 playing off the low ground, seeing Lazarus on the high ground. Lazarus have a nice clear line of sight of G2 before G2 actually escape underneath them. And seeing where the circle is going to be pulling, Lazarus have had this beacon control over here for quite some time, and they note that other teams may want that same type of information, so not good getting off of this high ground is nice for Lazarus while overlooking what the action is happening over by the building right next door to them. The Watson Fence is already set up on the roof.
This is basically just a continuation from game number 2 for Lazarus. I believe they were playing on top of Stormcatcher the entire time as well. And now they're going to be able to chain these beacon scans over and over again. Even the next zone is in. And if this continues to pull in their favor, this could prove invaluable, as it does look like Monsoon was plugged back in. Complexity are back in things, but they're back in trouble. Monsoon will go down. Impulse gets that kill. And now G-Force are going to push up onto Complexity, and things are not looking good whatsoever. Purples versus whites. Nothing to fight back with either. Now, though, joining back on board with Renegades, though, they've got Nightmare creeping up behind them. No one has actually made their presence known yet. I don't think they have contact on them quite yet, but there we go. The first shot's coming out now from Dre. Will give away their position, and so we should have Team Renegades on high alert for this, as they do trade away some damage. Dre getting tagged there on the leg.
Unfortunately, not landing some of those wingman shots, though. But with Nightmare Esports holding this position and having Ronnie even at an off angle, they're trying to cover multiple different angles at once. Here's Dres is still trying to take some shots between those doors, wondering if that's W over by the other side that we had noted. While W is stuck on the other side, though, with Renegades also holding the opposite side of Command Center, you can expect teams like HCH to get involved, but I'm still surprised to see HCH taking their time. I mean, with this composition, they're not looking to get overly aggressive. They're getting shot at by Lazarus that is holding the high ground currently over by Stormcatcher, but still, this is a great news for HCH to build up those Evo shields as G2 are in another fight here. The black hole, trying to pull him outside of the dome.
Mooney is so low, though, and G2 are going to go for that swing. The bubble has been used, and James fearless. I know you're fearless, man, but you sometimes have to wait for the rest of your team. G2 don't have to wait on anything here as they clean them up. Our winners from game number 2 knocked out here in 18th place, and G2 instantly turned around, and Designful is ready for it. Sorry, Lazarus, you're not going to have your opportunity to come in for the third party. Let's take a look. Complexity still alive. Sniped Out is there for his squad. Wondering if he's picked up their banners once again. Might be able to plug them in for what, the third time this game?
Snapdown, I hope you're having fun. Welcome back to Apex Legends here. And you love to see it. Having to play from the outskirts, fighting for his life after what G2 did to tear apart the rest of Complexity. Now free agents making their rotation. Oh, I like this approach though. Taking the northern side of Command Center. They must have heard all the action happening from the inside of Command Center with Nightmare taking up the real estate. Renegades, W already making their appearance as they're going to creep their way through the tunnels.
Yeah, very tense situation. You never know when you're going to get lurked on. And so I'm glad that they're taking this very slow. They're not making any noise throughout all of this. We're down to 17 squads, by the way, as Sentinels now making their rotation in on the outskirts of Command Center. Renegades are out here in force as well, as Crust is forced to bubble up with 1 HP. And he got a nice barrel down, or a Nox Gas grenade, actually, just to buy them some space. He still needs to heal up, though, as the medkit is finally getting popped. That's going to be W on the inside, as Senox is getting tagged down low, and it's going to be his turn to heal up. They've lost out on 2 Sentinels, now just down to Lou, and he is getting fired down. Renegades were able to pick apart Sentinels, and Lou is now the only one up. Thermite connecting. He doesn't have a bubble for another 7 seconds, and it's just a matter of time as Phony now pushes forward to finish off Sentinels. Sentinels are out in 17th place. Now, W, they've got to be careful. Renegades are still here. The phase breach, though, to get Madness back. And it's going to be W to pick up all this loot. And I'm surprised because they don't need to go out for this loot. They've got the Loba. They could just black market boutique all of this.
Yeah, but they don't feel comfortable sitting inside a command center. They saw Sentinels land on them and said, wow, our position has just been griefed here. But coming out on top from that fight without getting pushed by Nightmares is a miracle and a blessing that W could count right here. With Renegades also trying to swoop up some of the KP that Sentinels was providing to W on a silver platter. Now you see Tech making the rotation, Unlucky getting shot from behind. They're going uphill, but with these Watson fences, they're going to be denying some entry for some of these teams that still have to get through this next circle.
Well, trying to play this very similarly to what they did in game number 2. This time around, they don't have to worry about tripods dropping down onto them. It's going to be Team Sheesh over at Stormcatcher, though. They pushed onto the building now, and now the defensive bombardment has gone down. A prize still burning down to that thermite bubble out from the other side. And that's going to be Sheesh trying to charge forward. There's another team just behind them, though, on the low ground there that they have to be careful about. I don't know if they're watching their flank as a prize. Takes big damage. That's going to be Sorcerer from HCH across the ways with that 30-30. Getting that knock. Lazarus. Smell blood in the water, and now they want to knock out Team Sheesh. Nice swing. The only one up. Multiple squads showing up for this one. It's going to be G2 for the third party as they finish off Team Sheesh out in 14th place. G2, though, might have bitten off a bit more than they could chew. Never mind. Gentrifying, turning around onto Lazarus. As a result, it needs that quick armor swap. Unlucky coming in for the 5th party here. The defensive bombardment has been used as Gentrifying is trying his best to back away to heal up. It's going to be Unlucky getting the knock onto Resulta here. And now it's just a matter of time before G2 get knocked out early here in game number 3.
Jet dipped so quick after he saw Unlucky crawl up on these roofs. You would think that he was the one seeing the horror stories happen before his eyes that aren't just the Prowlers. So now he's playing right underneath the building here that Unlucky is playing off of. And Fury now over by the other side. Renegades now trying to have an opportunity to take a different angle onto W that have been so consistent in holding up that spot. But it looks like Renegades may have actually been forced out of their own position, looking like another team making their appearance.
And W actually doing a good job of actually mirroring the movement coming out from Madness. And Fury is not allowing an opening in the defenses. They are getting pushed right now. Sykes goes down. That's going to be free agents pushing up. As they might try and stick the res. No, they cannot. He is not inside. He has been instantly thirsted. So Sykes is gone. They've picked up the banner, but I don't know if they'll have an opportunity to try and go for that res. Madness getting some decent damage off here. And he's got that. Of course, and Snipe Down ends up going down. Gentrifying the rats. on running into each other. And Gentrifying finishes the job onto Complexity as they are now knocked out. Madness dropping down low. He does have that PK out. Sprays down onto Casual, but the Casuals will end up knocking out Team Renegades here. The bubble res will be used, and Casuals might have enough time. In W, trying their best to gatekeep the two squads here on the western side. They do have to give up a little bit of ground here as they start backing away.
And Bino really has been popping off all day today with those bombardments. You love to see it, as you love to see W now with their quick rotations, with the redeploy. Now noting where the circle is going to be pulling, they're going to be now trying to go for this reposition. I wonder if they were able to take care of Gents being the lone survivor of G2 after he just cleaned up Complexity, was sniped down, being the last one alive. But look at this, the bombardments being rained down on free agents, Casuals being ahead of free agents, though, with Washi not having a shield. Washi's in such a terrible situation.
He's still dishing out so much damage right now. No shield to his name as he slides right into the full three-man of Team Nightmare and gets cleaned up. Nightmare are able to take this spot. I believe they used the Valkyrie redeploy to actually get here, but as they turn around, there's still another squad in their way. That's going to be Saucerer picking that one up. HCH sliding in for the 3v2. The Arcstar just to be extra cautious there. Bursty falls. And that's going to be HCH picking up the +3 up against Team Nightmare. We're now down to 7 squads remaining, 17 players left. That basically notes that I believe we have 2 rats still alive in this lobby.
Gent creeping up, maybe. We're gonna have to see. Help. You see Presley actually from Elevate playing behind a rock, but look at this position with HCH being on the other side. Unlucky having this high ground here. HCH has been consistently finding themselves in these end circles as well after their performance in game number 1 where they had to face off against Sentinels, but Unlucky having this positional advantage, which means in these 5 squads that we have left, we have 2 Watsons in this lobby, Jamerson.
That's right. All of the rats have now been cleaned up. Torrent still on top of Command Center. They are still safe up here. This is such an excellent position. Really, no one's going to challenge them for that. You can't imagine that a Valkyrie redeploy comes in and completely grease them. So they'll have a safe one. And with the elevation that they have, once again, they'll be able to just coast around the skylines for some time now before they are forced down. Unlucky, though, still stuck over here inside of Stormcatcher, utilizing last bit of nades that they have. Actually, his Watson has a few frag grenades here as W narrowly survive. Fury and Scissors with the gold armors. They're only saving grace, but they are just fish stuck inside the barrel, getting shot at, getting bombarded as Furia have a free shots onto them. Unfortunately for them, they're not able to get the angles quite yet. It's going to be Oi Senpai with the defensive bombardment that gets the first knock onto Phony, clearing the way. They get to charge up now. Tech looking to finish things off up against W, but Darkstar slows them down. Nice pylon will allow them the safety from all these missile storms, from all the defensive bombardments. There's a slight angle off to the side, though, that it can be griefed from, but looks like no one's really paying that any attention. Oi Senpai finishes off Phony. Now we're down to 4 squads full up and only a 2-man right there for W. It's going to be just 1 now as Fury is the only one alive for, I was about to say Vizio, for Team W. They are knocked out. It's our final 4 squads remaining.
W couldn't catch a break. Everybody wanted a chunk at the W. They want W's themselves as HCH now coming on the other side. Unlucky, still alive. Like you mentioned, the pylon really helping them out here, but can it be enough of an off angle that Fury could take to absolutely grief the pylon? We're gonna have to see here. It doesn't look like they even have the opportunity, but it looks like they tried and they succeeded. And now Furia know that they don't have the pylons, but HCH, they potentially do. Look at this, playing off of this little nice off angle here as Furia are gonna continue on the reign of pressure from the high ground.
I believe that they were able to actually pop another ultimate Excel, so they might be able to get down 1 more interception pylon. For Furia, though, this is a really rough spot to play out of, even though they have a nice crossfire and they have basically the rest of the squads in front of them. They have almost no cover on the slide down. This pressure is just enough. HCH on the other side of this rock. You got the 2-man of Torrent. Just making sure that no one looks at them. They have been spotted, though. The pings go down, and there it is. The headshot onto Rambo will take him out. Now RKN will fall. Torrents are out. It's the final 3 squads remaining. Bubbles have been used from either side, and Furia can just wait for the trades to start happening. They have corralled them into the middle of this building, but no, they've actually given up position as HCH are on the outside looking
No way.
in, and Furia have to full commit onto this fight now. Well, the fight will come to them. Casellos trades away. Furia gets knocked. Gets the knocks, and they will be able to survive, but they don't get the res. It's going to be HCH now coming in for the third party, committing onto this fight. You can see Crook down low, but they do dish out some decent damage here. There it is, the 11, and now just one player remaining. HCH will get the win here in Storm Point, game number 3.
And another type of game where they find themselves in the top 3 spots in general after taking that dub. So you already know the likes of Sentinels, GeForce, and now HCH are looking to stay consistently on the top end of the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, and we had 4 teams all within striking distance of each other. I think our top 4 was only separated by about 4, maybe 5 points. So this is going to be an absolute nuts finish with 3 games left to go. That does mean, though, that we are going to be swapping on over to World's Edge. We're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 4 of the Grand Finals here for the Last Chance qualifiers right after this. Sentinels, GeForce, and now HCH all have a win under their belt, and they are still in the top 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at the winning team stats after game number 3. HCH pull off a 10-kill win there in game number 3, and Saucer was putting in work with that 30-30.
Are you kidding me? Over 2,000 damage and even 6 kills to their name. I love this here, and even picking up 10 KP in total for this squad in addition to those 12 extra points. Jamerson, this competition's absolutely hot, even with a different winner taking each of these first 3 games. Now looking at the game 3 results, taking those 12 extra points in addition to the 10 KP, that's gonna allow HCH to have 22 additional points, with Furia being right behind them. Also another one of our more consistent squads.
Speaking of consistency, though, unlucky 3 games in a row where they find themselves at least in the top 4. I believe it was a top 4 finish in game 1, a second place in game number 2, and now a 3rd place finish with 8 kill points in game number 3. So they are matching basically our top 3 squads, despite not having a win quite yet. But amongst our top 3 squads, I mean, they have basically been monopolizing the large majority of the placement points throughout these last 3 games on Stormpoint. Let's take a look at the cumulative leaderboard, though. As you can see now, HCH with that win propelled themselves up to 1st place with an 8-point lead, finally pulling away from the rest of the pack. Unlucky now in 2nd place, G-Force in 3rd with 34, and Sentinels have been dropped down to 4th place with 31 points.
There's only 2 spots available here, Jamerson, with HCH taking a little bit of a lead over Unlucky with 52 points. This is the time for HCH to start making their own breathing room as we go through World's Edge. They want to be able to get comfortable here, because with those 2 spots being the only available ones to allow our squads to compete over in the championship land, you're looking at the second half of this page and you're wondering what is going through Xset's minds. Nightmare Esports here, Charlotte Phoenix even falling down into 18th place.
Yeah, it was a really bad roll for them, moving out of their spot inside of Command Center to try and hit that scan, like you mentioned, Vicky, and they got absolutely punished by it. I believe it was Team W ended up coming in, and there was actually 2 other squads, I think, in the area that were focusing them down. Very unfortunate circumstances for Charlotte Phoenix there, who could have really capitalized on a zone like that. But that's all in the past, as we are about to swap now over to World's Edge. We saw a lot of Ashe compositions coming through for our squads, but now as we make our swap on over to World's Edge, we're expecting something completely different.
Absolutely. I still think that a team or 2 may stick to the Watson, but I'm expecting a lot more of the Cossack to come out, for the reason that World's Edge provides much more of that close-range combat inside of these buildings here versus what you usually see at Stormpoint. But it's so dominating when the majority of the lobby is playing Cossack. You yourself kind of are forced into that position, very similar to what we saw from TSM on LAN over in Sweden. We even saw the sneak peek of how on the Cossack a little bit. So as we now move over onto World's Edge, is HCH going to continue on their domination, or are they going to fall apart here with the change up in composition?
It's a very comfortable lead that they have right now, 8 points. They just have to remain consistent like they have been. Again, HCH, they've had a top 4 finish, a top 2 finish, and of course that win in the last game. If they continue to play like this, I mean, placement points alone without even getting any kills should be able to secure that top 2, but we know that it becomes a completely different beast. Teams have a lot more experience when it comes to World's Edge, so they might get edged out in terms of the priority on the rotates, but they have been so good about being able to make these calls, about even being able to play the edge when they are put into that situation. So all signs pointing upwards for HCH. And again, we have to drive back this point, this squad that came together for Challenger Circuit 4, the final week of Challenger Circuit, first time playing together in that kind of situation, securing a spot, and then of course having to make this run through this gauntlet this weekend of the LCQ1 finals and LCQ2. It's been absolutely absurd, but they are not slowing down.
It's crazy to talk about HCH in that capacity, where they just showed up in that last Challenger Circuit and then just dominated. And I do recall, I believe it was you and I, Jamerson, that took a look at HCH and knew that this squad was absolutely going to pop off. But it was a matter of discussion of, do they even have enough games to be able to accumulate some of these points that they're going to need here? And now that we get to see them in the LCQ, they are not disappointing us. They have been one of the more consistent teams that we even got to see in the winners bracket, taking a majority of the games, even being one of the squads to take games back to back.
Yeah, what if? I mean, that would be a huge Cinderella story there for them to be able to make it through. I mean, It's really unfortunate what happens when it comes to the postseason. A lot of players end up getting dropped and things like that happen. But Hill has found his home right now with HCH, and things are looking so great for them. If they make it through, that would be so great. I would love to see Hill on LAN. And of course, now with that 8-point lead, they just have to hold on to it for 3 more games. Just 3 more games left here, Vicky, as we enter into Legend Select for game number 4.
Some of these teams, this is like, what, their 10th game that they're playing for the day? The teams that had to play through that loser's bracket to even get here in the first place. You wonder here now, is that benefiting these teams, or has that set them back in terms of burnout here? Sometimes these high-end lobbies could just be incredibly weighing on your mindset, but HCH looks like they're sticking to their guns, they're sticking to the Watson, and so is Unlucky.
And other times you just rise to the level of your competition. I mean, we do have some crazy names. It's so surprising, you know, here in the LCQ, G2 definitely being one of them. A lot of high expectations for them, along with Sentinels and HCH are going with the best of them. But some of our squads right now still proving, I mean, failing to prove themselves. I mean, one team I really want to know is Complexity has been having troubles throughout the day. I mean, when we started off on the lower bracket, they performed, I would say, abysmally in World's Edge, and then when we made the swap onto Stormpoint, things looked a little bit better. If we start off on Stormpoint, things not going so well for Complexity. They were in absolute shambles, I think is the nicest way of putting it in game number 3. Can they find their footing on World's Edge, where they haven't proven themselves with Snipe down on the roster?
Now, looking to see that Charlie Phoenix actually may be in some trouble. They are waiting on one player, so while we get set up here real quick in the lobby, we're going to throw it to a quick break. Don't miss this, though, because we are going on to our game number 4 on World's Edge. Right after this short break, we'll have the lobby loaded up for you guys real soon.
Welcome back to the ALGS North American Last Chance Qualifier. We had a little bit of a hiccup in our lobby, but it looks like we have most of our players loaded back on in. or make that swap on over towards World's Edge. And again, it's just so astounding to see the level of consistency that has been coming out from our top 3 squads so far, Vicky.
Yeah, and it's tough because, yeah, they're our top 3 squads, but we only have room for 2 here. So what does that mean for some of our lower end teams that want to make an impact for these last 3 remaining games that we have now as we move on to World's Edge?
Yeah, that's right. 3 is more than 2, and only 2 will be moving on. And it's just so bittersweet really thinking about this situation because, again, we've known so many of these players for so long. They've been competing at the highest levels of Apex Legends. And now for this season, this final year 2 of the Pro League, only 2 teams will be earning a spot to make it on over to Raleigh. And it comes down to the final 3 games of the day. It'll be, of course, on World's Edge. And what a way to end the last chance qualifiers, but to go back to Old Faithful here in World's Edge, entering into Legend Select for our first game on World's Edge. Let's take a look at how many teams end up swapping on over to that caustic composition.
I'm gonna expect most of all these teams, if not the squads that are rocking the Watson, to probably opt for the caustic here, unless they're opting for more mobility, if they're trying to play a much more aggressive comp. Actually, looking at GeForce, that do like to prioritize that mobility. So do tripods here. So a lot of caustic overall, but for our more aggressive teams, they do value more of that mobility, where the Gibby is going to be utilized to cover a lot of that space with the domes.
Yeah, we do have about 11 caustic squads coming on in, smattering of off-meta picks in terms of the Seer for Furia, along with the Watson for Unlucky. Double mobility as well, with, I believe, only 1 Wraith. It's so strange to go from Wraith being a 100% pick rate now down to like a 3% pick rate. That's so astounding. After so much Apex Legends that we've been able to cast, been fortunate enough to cast, Vicky, across the last couple of years. But here we go. We have entered the dropship. The teams are loaded up and now making their way on to World's Edge for game number 4.
Making our way downtown. Maybe not so much Fragment, though, here over to the side, because Nightmares are going to have all the information off of that beacon over by Fragment East to note that this circle is going to be pulling in that direction here. So this is going to be an interesting circle for our southern teams and our northwest teams leaving the Skyhook area. Expect a lot of contention for that building with the beacon north of Fragment West, where you usually see sometimes a lot of caustic squads actually take control over that building so that way they can deny other teams the intel that the beacon provides.
This one's pulling over towards that Frag East side, but a lot of Epicenter is in. So we're looking at that bridge on the southeast, I think, of Epicenter for this ring to ultimately pull towards. But it's another one of those rings where the teams that like to play slow edge, that like to pick up the beacon scan for zone number 3, zone number 4, could really benefit for this one. So expect a lot of slow rotating in, especially for a squad like G2 that'll be coming from that southwest side, over at Thermal Station to take their time. Maybe pick up the scan if there is one over at Landslide before committing onto a position here. For HCH, despite having staging as their stomping grounds, they're not actually picking up much in terms of the armor. You have the blues at the very least, but it's still not quite what you want walking out of this spot.
Especially looking at their comp, they're not the ones running their Lobos, so they note that even though they want to play defensive with the Watson, they need to try to pick up as much loot as possible before sitting down in that last circle position that they want to sit in. Unlucky, another team actually running the Watson, but it's a little bit of a different situation here with Oin Senpai picking up the purple armor. He's going to be healing up nicely here as Fury Phony. The rest of W are actually taking a look at Exit, with Exit actually trying to go in the middle of their rotation.
Looks like they might have been able to sneak a nade in, but no, never mind. We're going to allow Exet to basically be the canary in the coal mine for them, right? And if any teams are in the area, they'll be shot at first, and then they can make the decision on how they want to rotate in. But it looks like Exet will be able to make their way into Fragment East. We had, I believe, Hambino and Team Casuals actually popping out of this area just not too far off. There's a first Black Market Boutique out in the open. It's a swap meet over here.
Oh man, everybody gets part of this black market here. Exet in the middle of the field, having no fear here as they make their way through Fragment. Noting that there's probably a squad right there to their left. Nightmare, though, wasting no time to take this high ground. I'm expecting this circle to actually get right through the train tracks that Complexity's holding, but with Nightmare holding the truck right next door to Complexity, they're gonna be waiting patiently, looking like they have the caustic composition out, so they have no reason to exit out of this truck.
Yeah, and for Complexity, they're actually kind of happy to have a team inside of this truck. That means that's another layer of defense for them to work with. They've even got Torrent just off to their north on the rest of that train track. So a lot of teams calling this zone basically how we called it early on. Zoom, zoom across World's Edge there. And a nice look at the outskirts because, we really don't look out that way. Tripods, though, find themselves in an early fight. They ended up getting a knock onto Lazarus. We're rotating through. This is actually happening all the way down south, still on the edges of the map, as Vize drop down low. Bird will fall next. They do trade back, but it's still Vize now left in a 1v2. He's on the low ground, and Tripods will be able to get the res here safely. And Arcstar just to cover, just in case. Luda will get Deeds back up. He's got the arm shield even to provide extra coverage for them. And now Tripods will be able to full reset and go in to finish off Lazarus.
Looks like Lazarus is also trying to go for a res themselves right outside those double doors to block out any entry here from Tripods. Tripods who usually land either by Lava City or Big Mod depending on where they feel comfortable. But Lazarus now having to force their way inside of the building. Tripods have blood in the waters for them. They're looking for the opportunity to clean up this easy KP.
Now, how many of these doors are locked up? Lazarus trying to back away, and they have been spotted out. They're taking to the skies, heading for the blue. They got the crack. Oh, man, Lazarus. I don't think they were able to recover the banner, unfortunately, so it's just going to be the two-man backing away. Will they have another opportunity? How long will Tripods stick around? Oh, they're going to give chase. They're going to actually chase after them to finish them off. Renegades on the rotate. They got Charlotte Phoenix ahead of them, making their way into Fragment East right now. I'm surprised that free agents are still sticking around inside the Fragment side while all the teams are trying to make their way over towards Epicenter and Climatizer. HCH are winners from game number 3. Almost in some trouble there. They do survive. They've got the pylon down as well. But it looks like it's just going to be used to slow heal and just in case nades start getting thrown in. And hey, it definitely proved its value there, eating a nade at the very least.
I'm expecting more teams to get as aggressive as Tripods is when it comes to chasing down their KP. I mean, Tripods needs this. They're sitting in the last place right now where you only have 2 teams that have an entryway into the championship. So a lot of teams now trying to find the opportunity to claim some of this KP as Torrent actually made their way away from HCH into those buildings safely as HCH lose out on Hill. The Watson Fezzes are still set up here, but this could be a green light for Torrent to fully send it.
Torrent aren't going to push it quite yet, and that's the bubble res out to keep Hill up. He still needs to heal, and the bubble will go down. But we do have Sinus Please in a fight with Exit. It's a battle over a bridge here. Bubbles have been used from either side, along with the defensive bombardments as well. Now the barrels, though, is going to create a lot of space, forcing Exit back. Kenny goes down to the Arcstar of Synced. There might not be an opportunity here for them to try and get his body. The bubble has already been used. Sinus Please have lost out on one, though. Now they are getting flanked. They've got to be careful as a third-party attempt. Synced getting shot from below. That's going to be Renegades in with the third party, cleaning things up. Sign us, please. Was anyone able to survive, or was Renegades able to completely knock them out? Nah, that's going to be one squad down now. 19 squads remaining here as Zone 1 finishes closing.
So close to popping that shield bat there, too, as Sinus Please now having to go down and by the bridge. Currently, see Exit getting taken out. Luckily here for Sinus Please, they were still in this and they were able to collect some of that KP. As you can see when we said Pyfuria, or rather Tech, actually going down through the low ground. Having to play this unlucky now, making their appearance right next to Renegades, who are just cleaning up all the loot with this Loba Black Market.
Yeah. Renegades, again, playing fairly similarly to how a lot of the squads in the lobby want to do it. They want to just be on the slow side of the ring. They want to make sure that they have that back to the ring. And they've cleared out 2 other squads that are looking to play that similar style. So things are going to look much easier now for Renegades, controlling off of Epicenter here. Zone 1 has finished closing. We're going to find out where the next ring will pull as well. And it continues to just hard focus onto the large bulk of our squads that have already made their way to the northeast side of the map.
It's those train tracks and the Pride Rock that's going to determine so much for the squads that are rotating away from Overlook. They're going to have the high ground advantage actually in the middle of that rotation. So I got my eyes on Elevate actually right here. Nightmare that have not moved away from this truck with the caustic composition that we were talking about earlier before. And like you highlighted with Renegades playing this much more passive aggressive approach, they're actually just creeping up on a lot of these teams that are fighting themselves in these fights and just kind of cleaning up the loot right behind them here too while poking from afar. So the Renegades getting some KP under the belt. Thanks to that, you can see some other teams struggling a little bit. Complexity, actually, rather Sheesh, actually just trying to send it in as G-Force are running for their lives on the low ground.
This is a little bit worrisome for Renegades as they did commit to the low to try and pick up that loot. But the simple fact that Team Sheesh are currently gatekeeping G-Force, there's going to be another opportunity for Team Renegades to come in for the third party. Grav lift now to try and push on to the full squad of Team Sheesh. Same as Nicewick ends up backing away. Fearless loves to make these aggressive pushes. And they can hear that they had to back away because of that Grav lift. I'm so glad that Sheesh were able to get out of dodge there. But G-Force now maintain this height. We even got the ultimate excels online for Mooney, so he'll have another defensive bombardment if they want to go for an aggressive push.
Amazing spot here for G-Force to hold onto the high ground too, because any teams are going to be rotating away from Fragment, well, they'll be rotating into the line of sight of G-Force if they stick onto this high ground. But they have the information on where this next circle is going to be pooling, and they have a minute here to kill, so they're going to be on this high ground, seeing if they could try to take this zip line, maybe overtake a little bit of the high ground that Renegades was sharing originally, but it looks like they have spotted another team right below them.
Yeah, Renegades just across the way on the other side over on that eastern edge of Epicenter. You can see right there, it is Team Sheesh caught down underneath between either squad. And I imagine that G-Force, they have not shied away from large majority of the fights that have come their way, and they have come out the victors for the most part. Down here by No Name, though, Charlotte Phoenix, they've got a team ahead of them inside of that cart. And unfortunately for them, there is no beacon, it seems like, inside of No Name. So they're going to have to just rely upon sheer knowledge at the rest of this, for the rest of this map. Pushing up, it looks like that squad might have actually vacated the car and given that one up, allowing them to push up for free.
Now with the way that the rest of these teams are playing to try to send it in, he snuck in the Nox gas, so they're forced to actually get out, and a stick on top of everything. You got the Nox gas, you got the Arcstar stick. I mean, Charlotte Phoenix just clear out everybody right here inside of this truck because nobody can survive getting gassed out like this.
That was the perfect setup for the Dutch oven. You saw them even closing the door on them. And Team Casuals had no room to breathe, literally. But here comes some Arcstars, the third-party attempt. The Charlotte Phoenix now trying to reset. Looks like Lazarus got in that Nox gas grenade. And it's going to be Charlotte Phoenix on the receiving end of this one. Greek getting finished off. Stink going down. You can see the caustic gas still ticking away. And they charge forward to finish off Bowser. Charlotte Phoenix out in 17th. Only picking up the kill points they got in that fight. Lazarus as a two-man capitalizing off of this one.
Lazarus, Caustic, immune to getting pink eye himself, but now not immune to taking some bullets from afar. Oh my goodness deeds. Luna now with the rest of Tripods are tired of it. They're fully sending it on this team after getting that knock.
I love how W are just looking on just from the east and they're like, yeah, we're good. We don't need to get involved in this, as Dank is going to be forced to rat this one out. He might have actually picked up one of the banners. So there's an opportunity for him to go over here to Fragment to try and get a res. It looks like, yeah, the bridge res on the western side should be available for him. No, he never picked up Vize's banner, unfortunately. So it is going to be full-on rat mode for Dank.
Here you go now, Team Sheesh, though, playing it from a different angle, having to play from the low ground. As you can see, G2 off to their left right here, too. Moody Impulse now up ahead. Difficult situation once this circle continues to pull a little bit north towards that bridge, but mostly looking here at G7 Denku is still alive and looking to get this res on the outskirts of, or rather can't even get the res, doesn't even have the banner actually, so he's actually just going for a quick long rotation outside of the outskirts of Epicenter.
Speaking of res, G-Force were able to plug James Fearless back into this one after G2 ended up taking them out, being unlucky now, is on the verge of getting knocked out as tech will fall. Tripods helping out in that regard, taking out Rest of them, 15 squads remaining here. We have hit placement point territory. That ring scan coming in. It will continue to pull on over towards the bridge over here at Epicenter. Tripods have this free high ground now to play off of.
Here we go, tripods now, rotating off to the left. This is the game that they need. If they're going to be picking up all this KP, they need to look for the dub in sight because they desperately need it right now. Game number 4 here. G2 still holding on to the high ground right now, overlooking Renegades that have been holding on to their location over by the other side of the zip line. As currently, Zera making his appearance on the bridge with the rest of Furia. They've been able to claim this bridge, which is great news for them because they know that the circle is against their backs over to the left side, but any of these late rotating teams, or any of these redeploys actually, could easily just overtake this bridge.
Yeah, they're keeping an eye on the scan. The team up top on Epicenter there has that beacon as well. So as long as they keep an eye on where that team goes, they have an idea of where this ring is pulling. For W, though, they're at Overlook right now. We've got Elevate here, too, trying to slow play things, and you got Team Tripods not too far off, actually, inside of the train tracks, right underneath Overlook. I want to see how much of this is actually safe for them to play from the inside, but it won't be safe for too long. Now, there is a play that you can make out of here if that tunnel entrance is open, if that manhole is open, where they can just Valkyrie redeploy from the bottom of that and have a lot of safety, but it's going to be W, actually, holding position above that manhole.
W has not moved from here. They've just been seeing a lot of the chaos, like you noted earlier, Jamerson, but they've just been keeping track of a lot of the teams that could potentially be rotating in their direction. And I don't know if they know that Tripods is playing underneath them, but the moment that Tripods feels like it's okay to take that zip line, which now with W having the black market out, is going to be the indicator that the Tripods needed to note that it is not safe to get up there. They may need to go the longer way out of the tunnel through the other side of the mouth that takes them to the train tracks.
We have Sentinels, Elevate, W, Tripods, all at Overlook now, and this ring is pulling away. They see that hard pull all the way over to the western edge, and this one actually ends on that chasm. Haven't seen this ring in quite some time, but it is still one you have to keep note of. Renegades were in great position for it, but they're slowly getting boxed out. G2 are here. Team Sheesh actually crawling up behind them as well. They were still stuck on the low ground. Wonder if they can just climb up on this one, or just actually they have access to just walk this one up.
It's funny to see that G7 Deck is somehow still alive and managed to take a redeploy onto the Pride Rock that overlooks the usually where the circle ends up pulling. So still alive in this, as Deeds actually sending it over onto Washi. The same cannot be sent over to Washi, as Tripods now are going to be able to take another aggressive approach. They were just in the tunnel, they poked out, and now they're exactly in the same spot they were in before.
Yeah, they saw that ring pull and they decided, no, Overlook is not it, boys. And they backed away. They finish off Washi, making things a little bit easier for themselves at the very least. Only having to deal with a duo down here. They can't full send. You can see that W have excellent sight lines on that car. You can't just full send, but here they go. They're going to go for it. They should have the bubble up ready for this one, as the Arc Stars have been used. And Nick Merckx was on the flank. Luda got the knock onto Dimmy, and that's going to be free agents getting knocked out. Tripods taking only shield damage for that one, so they'll be able to full reset and now start rotating in with 15 seconds to go. The zone closing out. Really no one to contest them, and surprisingly enough, no one on the rocks above actually poking down because of the absolute presence of so many teams in the area right now. Elevate going for that Valkyrie redeploy. They'll make it behind this mountain just in time to reset.
Now, G2 is right next to them, though, and they do note that Sheesh is also behind them. Renegades being somewhere in the area. Also, Lazarus finally get taken out as G7 Deck was called out. And this is a spot that G2 want to hold, but with Elevate being right slightly above them, they need to watch their backs here at the same time.
Yeah, nice coverage here, but you can see that Sykes is trying to play that angle. They have spotted them out, so Renegades know. Oh boy, here's HCH though, and they might be in so much trouble, but it looks like it's just missile storms coming in, and HCH, they've got that interception pylon helping them out. Ultimate Excel for Hill. Get another one ready just in case that one gets cleared. W missing out on one, as now it's going to be the full send coming out from Tripods here, pushing into that bubble now. And now, even though there's all this visual clutter, they end up cleaning up one more. Now it's time for 11 squads remaining. Luda, he's got the Kraber in his hands.
I'm scared here. I'm scared because we've seen Luna pop off before, but the Nox gas actually gonna gas out Tripods as Tort make their push actually to stop Tripods' reign right now. See Luna taking a nice angle, gets the 123, but they lose out on Nick Mercs in the process. Nick Mercs goes down, and Luna now tries to dance around the dome, but he's getting pinged from the back. Can Luna do it? He does, but can he get away from the Nox gas? I mean, there's still another team taking shots at them from behind.
It was the 1-2 combo with that flank, but here's Complexity take their fight up against Nightmares right now. I believe it's a 2v2. Snipedown got that knock onto Bursty. The defensive bombardment has been utilized as well. One connect onto the knocked player. Monsoon ends up going down, and that defensive bombardment connects, finishing off Shiny. Luda with that Kraber. Gonna kind of throw the balance in favor of Team Nightmares, who really aren't risking anything. Dre tanking that caustic gas, has to be careful as Arez is now getting stuck onto Bursty. He has to pull off though just in case. Ronnie going for that re-peek, looking to finish off that knockdown shield and takes out Monsoon. They still need to heal up. They still need to stabilize, and here comes out the push. The barrels are there for Snipedown, and he's looking to finish things off. The gas slowly ticking away onto Ronnie, and he can't even clear these barrels quite yet. He tries to go for the res, but here it is. Dre finally makes that push out, but he doesn't have a DT, and he might actually fall here. Ronnie ends up taking out Snipedown, excuse me, and there it is. Complexity out. Nightmare, though, were not able to recover Bursty, and they still have to push up into the waiting maws of Team Tripods.
I hated all of that. I hated all of that. That was insane play from Snipedown, just dancing and breaking some ankles around Nightmare. Now Tripods have a clear view of the rest of Nightmare, who are struggling to restabilize right now. Tripods are having the game of their life, though, right now. The best game that they have within this final so far, and Luda now has to get through this low to high ground to see if they can find a nice little pick off with the Kraber. Gonna have to give some respect with that Arcs are actually clearing some space, but Tripods are in a tough position. They are in the line of sight of not only Furia, but of HCH. G2 now making their appearance. This is insane.
Sorcerer drops down onto the two-man of Elevate, and he gets focused down. It's going to be Luda actually going down as Furia picks that one up. G2 pokes on out as Elevate ends up taking out a prize. That's really unfortunate here. Here comes the full push out, though, from Team Furia as they are right on top of Tripods. Nick Mercs is going to have to do it again. He has to work magic here in game number 4 to keep his team alive. They've got the kill points. Now they need the placement points.
But how do you rat it up after you get stuck with the Arcstar? I don't know how Nick Mercs consistently does this. It's about the passion that he brings here into the Apex Legends space. HCH still fighting for this high ground control, but with their composition, it's going to be so difficult to force them off of this high ground. With the pylon, you can't just utilize the bombardment to push HCH off of this. Meanwhile, G2 is having a fight right below them, and Elevate losing out on Presley as another team now has wrapped around that. Maybe Furia now moving in.
The prize gets thirsted as well, but Elevate end up losing out on Presley for their efforts here. G2 slowly clearing out the ledges as a defensive bombardment goes down. Furia trying to make this push, forces them back at the very least, as now they'll have that Watson generator to use of their own, even though they're not running it this time around. As Watson doing an amazing job just clearing all the fences to make sure that they don't accidentally run into one, get slowed down by that. Furia have that high ground, but they are now getting challenged. Force back that Nox gas grenade a little bit short, but G2 still end up getting the knock onto Panders now as the defensive bombardment goes down. Zara will go ahead and throw one of his own out here as Team Sheesh are knocked out in top 5. Elevate getting their revenge on G2, gentrifying and results down. Designful the only one up. Nick Mercs is able to get a knock, but he ends up getting cleaned up. Golden survives long enough for Team Elevate here, and now Golden and Mercy taking that high ground position. It's going to be the 2v2. It's the 1v2 now as they got the knock onto his Watson, and only one player remains, and the drop down is successful. Elevate get the win here in game number 4.
How did they claw their way into the high ground here with 3 other squads wrapped around it between Renegades, G2, Tripods being on the other side with Nick Mercs being the only one alive but still fighting these rat strats, allowing him to be within the top 4 space in this game. That was such a huge game for Tripods, but an even bigger game for Elevate to take that dub.
Elevate were sitting in 8th place after game number 3, and now they put themselves into contention for the top 2 with that win. 2 games left to go, and oh my gosh, the action is not stopping whatsoever. If you guys are enjoying all of this, well, you'll also enjoy Nerd Street Champs, which will be coming up very shortly here, as we have so much going on. We've got Halo Infinite, we've got Madden, we've got Valorant, and of course, Apex Legends. And if you want to compete in Apex Legends, go to nerdstreet.com and sign up with your squad mates. We've got a $1,000 tournament coming up soon, so make sure you guys are registered for that. We're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 of the Last Chance Qualifiers Grand Finals right after this. Welcome back to the ALGS North American Last Chance Qualifiers. 2 games left and 2 spots are on the line for champs. It's all coming down to this, Vicky. 2 games left. This is absolutely insane.
I mean, we've had a different winner for each and every one of our games, but right now, as we move on to World's Edge and Elevate taking the win, let's take a look at this. May not be a lot of damage, but that dub is going to elevate them with 12 extra points and some extra KP to their name.
It's not the flashiest win, but it's a win regardless, and that will help them as they started off, I believe, in top 8 in the 8th place position before this game, though. Going to be difficult with not as many kill points to try and catch up to a squad like HCH. Never mind, that's 7 kill points for them. So 19 points overall. And speaking of consistency throughout the day, Furia find themselves with another top finish, a 9-kill win for them. Excuse me, second place for them gets 18 points. And another squad that got 18, well, with 13 kill points this time. Tripods were having absolutely massive game number 4.
Yeah, Nick Merckx ratting it up to 4th place and even securing a KP under the Tripod's name. Now looking on the other side, though, G-Force are winners from Game 2. Now, having a rather lackluster game with 11, or rather placing 11th right here, but they did secure at least 3 KP. But then right afterwards, you can see Torrance now. They were able to overtake them in terms of placement. They had 1 KP. They were the squad that was actually holding on to that final circle positioning for a while. But this should further highlight with the combined standings how competitive this lobby is. Look at this. All the way from 1st to 3rd here. So close in terms of overall points.
Yeah, game number 4 was probably the worst scoring in games for Unlucky, for Team Sentinels. Both of those squads remained fairly consistent across Stormpoint, but there they got absolutely punished, and now so many teams have caught up, and it is no longer just a one-horse race for the final 2 spots as we enter into Legend Select for game number 5. And things are getting tense here as, again, there's only 2 spots remaining, and so many teams now still have a shot at those 2 spots.
It's insane to see how competitive it is, even with all those high placing points, even having different winners from each and every one of our games. It really does highlight the consistency that these teams need to bring to the table in the finals if they want their shot at competing in the champs. Now, I have to highlight something that I'm noticing right now, Jamerson. Complexity. Snipedown is on the bloodhound. He's had enough playing the Cossack. Breaking ankles wasn't enough for Snipedown when they were dancing around Nightmare now. So this is interesting because changing up the game plan at this point for Complexity, does that mean they're bowing down because they feel like this is what they need to go for in game number 5? Because at this point, you only have 2 games left to secure all those extra points to be in the top 2 spots.
Unfortunately for Complexity, it is literally their only option because they can't just rely upon, hey, let's play, for the final circle. Let's hope that we get the kill points there. You need to guarantee that you're getting 12, 13, 14 kills in the next 2 games each, and along with getting the wins. They're down at about, 15 points, I think, overall. And to try and catch up with our second place team who have about 50 some odd points, I think, or 60 some odd points, they have to completely work for this one now, as we do have a 50-50 fight over this beacon. RKN spotting one out.
Oh,
that's going to be Casuals losing out on Casual super early on.
Oh, Torrent are having the good time, though. Racken is going to get that finisher. That's one of my favorite finishers there, too. You got to get sitted on here. As Torrent are going to get the beacon scan, and they're going to already start planning ahead on where they want to rotate here. Looking over at Geyser, though, as Sung is going to be able to start making their rotation as well through that tunnel. They probably heard some noise happening over by the other side of where that beacon is located right there. So Hambino now, unfortunately, and Sung having to now see that they really don't have the beacon information that they really wanted in that situation.
They also don't have a third. They have to somehow recover Casual at this point. Over here at Skyhook, though, as we join on board with Unlucky again. Game number 4, possibly their worst yet, but they are still in the running with how consistent they were across Stormpoint here. They just need to try and find 2 more good games. Taking a look at the ring, it is pulling up towards here at Skyhook, and so now the teams are set up for early positions. Whomever is inside of Trials needs to get out quickly because teams are going to start taking up shop, and now here comes Tort looking to finish off the rest of Team Casuals. Ooh, RKN almost went down, but they will be able to finish off Sung and get that armor reset. Another squad going up behind them. No, never mind. This might be the rest of Casuals here. Hambino gets the knock onto Rambo. And again, they are fighting with scraps. Mozambique alternator for Urice, but he should be able to get the res onto Rambo.
They haven't even been able to loot up this entire spot. Hambino is still alive here, still trying to fight for the rest of this team. But here comes finally the third party. Hambino's like, please, not this time, not this time. But Torrent are not going to let Hambino get away. But now Torrent are going to get fully sent on. This is what happens when you take these long 50-50s, when you try to fight for the POI. But it isn't even a fight for the POI. It was all a fight for that beacon.
Yeah, Nightmare are the ones that benefit from this one. They'll be able to pick up the 1 KP. I believe they picked up the other one as well, finishing off the last member of Team Casual. So that's going to be 2 points going the way Team Nightmares. And Lazarus versus Tripods once again down here. Last time it was Tripods who get the better of this fight. Lazarus somehow survived and got out, I believe. Try and go for those reses. Three Tripods fighting from the top down. They've got them all pinned inside one floor. Unfortunately for them, they don't quite have the utility. You can see Nick Merckx has no throwables. They don't have a Nox Gas Grenade or anything go in, but hey, sometimes all you need is the gunplay, forcing out the bubble early on. Do they have any extra nades to toss in the missile swarm just to keep Nick Merckx at bay? But he'll be able to answer with one of his own. They're trying to bait to make them take that stairwell up or take the elevator shaft up, but Luda has forced them down one more level. Eventually, they'll fall. They'll run out of floors to contest on as Nick Merckx gets challenged on that door. That allows Luda to come in from the side, almost getting the one clip, but he's forced back. He's down. Bird picks up that knock onto Team Tripods here. A big 77. That's a double 77 coming in for Deeds, and he has hit the jackpot indeed. But it's still a 2v2, Tripods versus Lazarus as Dank gets thirsted up. Now, will Luda be able to get rezzed here? They drop down to try and control this doorway at the very least. They need these to drop down and get that bubble res to get him back into this game.
Nick is holding onto that door to block out any sort of entry, but the immediate movement as Deeds now gets sent in. He closes the door to prevent actually the contention here so that he could get Luda back into this game. But a nice journey from Nick Merckx means that Lazarus can't get their third up properly, and instead now G7 Dank just has to look on to see what Lazarus is going to do against a team like Tripods, who went from being in last place before the last game to now being overall in 9th. So Lazarus know what's at stake here as they are playing this from behind as only a 2-man.
Yeah, Lazarus need to get out of here. Unfortunately for them, that's their Valkyrie player that's out. So they're kind of stuck in this situation. They had an opportunity to pick up that banner a little bit earlier and then make their way over towards Mini Dome. They shouldn't res there, of course not, but they could have at least used that as cover to try to sneak out of this really bad spot, but they have now committed themselves onto this fight. Tripods will not allow them to get away. The slide on in. Bird has gone down. Vize is the only one up, and Nick Merckx is in his face. Luda is there as well to finish them off. Lazarus out in 18th place throughout all of this. X-Set versus Charlotte Phoenix. X-Set got the better of that one, cleaning them up over here at staging.
That's crazy, as Charlotte Phoenix has been on the bottom end of the overall leaderboard for majority so far of our lobbies here, but now looking at X-Set really putting down the weight now. Love to see a lot of these longer fights go down, which could highlight here a lot of these teams taking those extra risky fights that they may not want to find. See Wicked and Co. actually taking control over that beacon building as Sentinels actually rotate to the south. Seeing that the circle, though, is pulling towards Skyhook, you could expect teams like HCH to already prioritize their final circle positioning since they're still rocking the Watson.
Yeah, take a look at Sign Us Please, by the way. They're playing on that beacon building just outside of Skyhook on the eastern side. They'll be able to camp that for quite some time and be able to note exactly where this one is going. For Renegades, though, they are expecting this one to start pulling up towards the northern side. Sentinels as well, dropping into that cafeteria building. They do have to deal with free agents clearing out bubbles as the peak comes out. Crust got behind cover just in time. Did take some damage, though. He has to pre-pop that barrel just to go for the resets here. Arcstar timing out from Lou, missing just a bit, but he actually gets the connect. That's going to be 100. But he cannot dish out the fatal damage. They are slowly getting walked down by that caustic, though. Sentinels are still in some trouble as Renegades try to come in for the third party. They have to back away. Oh my goodness. Madness almost falling there. They will be able to make it back into that train station. Now, Crust hitting up the ultimate excels. Does he have 2 more in his pocket to make sure they're able to clear out the second floor of free agents?
This is crazy to see how many teams, though. Free agents getting poked from the windows. Renegades just narrowly scraping by, but with the team right behind free agents, you can see Lux40 just spamming that ping option right here, putting down some of those barrels, noting that there's still another team right below them. So it's not just the team poking at them from afar through the windows, but it's also the team that's right below them that's providing some of that threat that free agents do not want to deal with.
Sentinels know that that stairwell is basically a death trap, and without having the Nox gas grenade, you're not going to be able to cut off enough space there. To make sure that you have to watch that elevator shaft as well, and as I believe the Watson just sticking over there. For HCH, they are in the middle of Skyhook now. Excellent positioning. No one really should try and land on top of them. You can see how uninviting that entire scenario is, as a lot of our rest of our squads are starting to make their way on in. We got Sign Us Please using that Valkyrie rotate to try and get to that northern side of the zone. Every team expecting it to pull over here towards that train station.
I'm wondering here, Complexity is also chasing down G-Force right now, and G-Force is about to run into Nightmare. You can expect that northern part of the circle to continuously get heated real quick. As you can see here, HCH are not moving from this position. This is a really good spot for them, as Complexity now are trying to take a little bit of a high angle. G-Force in that fight still with James Fearless taking a big amount of that chunk of damage, which means that Nightmare are going to hear this fight, and they may be popping up real soon.
Complexity have to be careful actually making this push onto the fight now. Fearless has been able to top himself off, and you're pushing into held angles. James Fearless can easily one clip if you walk into his crosshairs like that. So Complexity make the call to back away. They can no longer take this fight, and it's really unfortunate they swap off onto a huge team fighting composition, and they're not able to find the fights.
Now they're going to have to rotate the longer way all around towards the tunnel. Maybe see what's going to happen. Maybe if they have the opportunity to see if Nightmare is still holding the angle. Oh, G-Force saw them, though, so they're actually backing off themselves. Now, I'm wondering if that means that they're going to trail right behind Complexity, or if they're just going to take their chances here. Now, we can see the redeploy is coming out, and they are going to be able to get out of that situation. I love the Band-Aid that Valk does provide here for some of our repositioned teams that are so desperate to get into that next circle. Look at this chaos, though. Team Sheesh, Sentinels here. There's a lot of these teams between free agents on top of it all. The cherry on top, of course, taking control over this building with another set of teams over right next to them, and Renegades holding the back end angle by the train station. Now, so many of these teams that are making this appearance, while also HCH and Nightmares have all of them in their line of sight.
It's really unfortunate for Team G-Force here, as they are forced out of that high ground. Just enough of that angle was in for Team Nightmares to actually spot them out. So despite making this rotate, they are still finding an effect on this fight. We do have that singularity coming on in, and Renegades are just going to go ahead and back away.
Wow.
Syke still holding the angle, is forced back because of this nade spam. Taking the opportunity now to top off. Renegades will have a second pass at this fight. So it looks like one knock did go across onto G-Force. That was Mooney going down because of the third party. Take a look at Madness taking that angle from up top, forcing them into the stairwell. His Watson will be able to finish off Mooney and secure that kill point for his squad. Keep an eye up top as well. You don't know, and another team might be able to walk on in. There it is, the knock onto Dreza, and now Nightmares down to two here. Renegades still trying to hold on to the train station.
What season is this? We're seeing the L-Star, the hurdle of meatballs coming out of the L-Star from Renegades, as Renegades now are trying to take another angle, trying to find where this team is going to be funneled out of. They're not going to be leaving this spot as they are in that circle. They also have the black market to play off of for some extra cover, but maybe with this bait, they can try to force this team to poke their heads out from outside of the ring.
Nades, they're looking for nades, and they end up picking up at least 2 arc stars there. Sykes has the angle on one right below him, has to be careful. It's at least a 2-man. Now as he goes for the peek, gets some decent damage off. Only the 44 though, as he chases them out. It's still zone number 2 though, so they can tank this one, as Nightmares are looking to try and take that rooftop. Oh, it's gonna be the Valkyrie redeploy after hitting that medkit, and Team Nightmares are out of here. But where are they trying to go? Looks like back onto the train tracks where they originally came from.
Oh, they're going to have the high ground, but they're going to bring a lot of awareness. As you can see, Xset, specifically Kenny, this time around, having to get away from a troublesome situation. It's Complexity that are looking to control this entire circle here over by the southern side, where you would have to rotate away from Fragment. Now forcing some of these teams to play out of the circle. You can see how desperate teams are to just survive. Snipe down, activating the Beast of the Hunt, feeling right back at home here, just trying to take a little angle, but without trying to overcommit too hard outside of the circle. I mean, they're able to circle keep so many other teams that want to try to rotate through this back end here.
Yeah, I mean, had flashbacks of Nam here with that Beast of the Hunt getting popped, and you saw instantly they just backed away from the scans. They still have the presence of mind to know 30 seconds, that's all you need to wait it out, and the scans are going to start dissipating. And so Xset are going to wrap hard around this. They're not even going to attempt coming out from Fragment's side. They could just go up to Epicenter here and make that slow rotate. We do have Furia contending up against G2 on the northwest side of Skyhook right now, and this is largely isolated fight unless we can get a wraparound to see what other teams might be in the area. The nearest building is about 60-70 meters away to their south. And take a look at the pileup that's happening on the northeast side. We've got Sign Us Please, we've got Elevate, our winners from game number 4, Sentinels here as well, along with one more squad, I believe free agents playing inside of that diner building. So these teams looks like they will be safe in the next zone. Taking a look at Xset, who have been able to bypass Complexity.
And now they have the high ground right here, Jamerson. They have the high ground and they have the beacon if they need it now. So they're feeling confident after utilizing that redeploy. I know we highlighted Snipe Down, rocking the Bloodhound, but so is Hakulo here. Xset taking a page out of their own books. And even though they still got double purple, 1 gold, Snipe Down is a little bit behind in terms of the Evil Shield charge as Complexity are actually trying to force out this low to high ground battle.
Kenny is on the low here as the Missile Storm just to clear out that angle. Trying to find that right-hand side flank, but it'll be difficult now. The Arc Star in does not get a connect. Will force them back at the very least. Now it's all about playing off of time. The ring's going to be closing in, and they have priority to be able to just walk into that connecting area to the north of them. Complexity have to make the decision. Do we want the KP or do we want to survive? They're going to take the retreat and start working their way into this tunnel, but Torrent are on the other side of this fight.
Feel like something smells stinky here, Jamerson. There could be caustic traps. Oh, stinky indeed. It's not even the caustic traps. It's Torrent waiting for the opportunity. Complexity feel like something is wrong. These crates haven't been looted. Now the Nox guys, though, surprise here. Here's Johnny as Torrent now trying to get the jump, but the gravity, the black hole, the actual reaction here from Complexity actually forced Torrent and to put a dent into their plans, force them to actually respect them and give them their own space.
Torrent win this fight, though. They've got the zone coming in behind them. There's the first knock onto Monsoon as Urice gets the knock with that. But as Arcane pushes up, he takes a lot of damage. Shiny has fallen. Snipe Down once again. Might come up for his squad. Urice versus Snipe Down, and it's Urice that comes up clutch. But here comes the third party now for Nightmare to clean up the rest of Torrent. That's going to be Nightmare only picking up 1 KP throughout all of that. Snipe Down was so close getting that KP for Complexity.
And even that black hole as an answer to force them to back off. If Nightmare was a little earlier there to just pop up and go in for the third party, that would have sandwiched Torrent. That would have been crazy here, but unfortunately that did not happen. And even better here for Nightmare, they were able to clean up the remnants of Torrent as HCH are still on this high ground, but you can see they've been putting down a lot of damage. Look at Crook up here with over 1,000 damage, picking up some kills in the process, and they've been here this entire time so far. They predicted this end circle perfectly, and it's kind of what we highlighted before. When it comes to running this composition, they need to play the circles like this.
And it's just free economy for them too. No one's actually trading away with them. You saw that they still had, what, 11 cells in the back pocket there on the Gibraltar. So they haven't even been really pressured that much that they're able to just slow heal this entire time. You have to imagine that's probably their second or even third interception pylon that goes down. But what are they going to do when this ring ends up pulling away from them? They'll have about next 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes to really try to figure out what to do once this ring closes up. But you know, they've been amazing in terms of that late game positioning. Wig giving me some anxiety there with the movement, but you know that when so much is on the line, it's hard to just stay still.
Yeah, especially when we saw from Nightmare earlier to try to go in for that third party. They were low in terms of their Evo shields. I believe they were rocking 2 blues, 1 white before, but now being able to loot up off of Complexity and Torrent, they're sitting pretty with the 2 purples, 1 gold here. HCH are overlooking some of the action happening in every angle. Look at this angles that Hill, Crook, and Saucer are taking. They're looking all around Skyhook to ensure, hey, if there's teams rotating from the back end of the ring, we can circle keep them right now, clean them up. Saucer doesn't have as much damage as Crook does, and if you could take a look at that weapon loadout, you would understand why. The car, the massive, Saucer is much more prepared for those close range battles.
Yeah, 13 damage. I believe that's literally just 1 bullet. He's landed 1 bullet throughout all of this, but it's fine. It's Crook that's got that 30-30. Would like something a little bit better than the 1-2 on it, but he still has been putting in the work now. Only 200 damage off from being able to secure that on board with Team W here on the south side. This ring is pulling all the way up to the north, and so they might have to go for that Valkyrie redeploy. There's too many teams in their way. Sign us, please, in the building just to the north of them. We know that there was Sentinels as well, along with free agents playing inside of that northern diner. Neither of those squads are going to be forced to move, and it's going to be all about holding their position. But for HCH and whatever team is below them, existing in the middle of that tower, how are they going to be able to walk this one up? This is kind of scary for those 2 squads.
Yeah, it's a little worrisome to think that they're going to eventually be funneled out of the middle console there and then forced into the line of sight of this chaos. It looks like an anthill here. Nightmare, though, wasting no time to actually redeploy on the rooftop here. I'm surprised that they were able to get here, but we note why none of these teams have been wanting to play from this high ground. It's because they would have been put into HCH's line of sight, so Nightmare is just trying to dance around the bullets that they can for the next 30 seconds to avoid HCH.
Yeah, you just hear that 30-30 ringing across. It doesn't matter how low he is in terms of ammo. And you got to imagine on the other side, Ronnie sitting with 300 for that Hemlock. That's because he's got that Volt, so frees up a lot of inventory space for him. Dre trading back on the other side, and they've got the rooftop. And honestly, it's going to be the pressure on HCH. Round 5 closing in. What are their options? They can walk this one in. There's a fence line to play off of if they drop down, but we noted there's a second team below them, so they'll have to deal with that on the drop. You can see as the ring starts closing in, every team starts looking to the sky just in case of that Valkyrie redeploy.
That's why you don't want to just trigger the PTSD that redeploy sound makes sometimes. Nightmare was ready just in case, but now they're also ready to take some shots with the wingman. They have the high ground. They see HCH now with their own redeploy are now making their appearance on the roof. They're going to contest this other squad right across from them, and with the pylons, they know that they won't get bombarded. They won't get sent down with a bunch of grenades.
Crook still taking the time to just slow heal things. W, though, caught out on the fence line. That's going to be Fury, unlucky on the other side of this one. The nades do go in, but they note at the bad time that there is that interception pylon eating everything up. One of their own, though, keeping them safe from that defensive bombardment, as it looks like W getting taken out by a smattering of different teams. It's going to be Nightmare finishing off Scissors, but it was, I believe, Team Sheesh picking up the kills now, creating a lot of space for Unlucky to even try and challenge this corner here. Always Senpai has to be careful. He has been dropped down low. They can't overextend for this one. Nice Wig finds another knock for Team Sheesh onto Phony, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Last Chance Qualifiers, and now it's coming down to this, Vicky, one final game. But before we get into that, let's go ahead and break down game number 5. We had a huge victory there at the end for Team Furia. We're able to walk away with an 8-kill game, so that's gonna be a nice plus 20 for them going into this. They were in second place before game number 5.
It's insane to talk about how close the top 3 squads are looking in general. So before that game, it was HCH, Furia, and Unlucky. Now, as we take a look at the game 5 results, those 20 extra points going into Furia's pockets. Sentinels, though, taking that second place spot with 7 kills to their name, securing themselves some of those 16 points. I know they were sitting 7th overall before that game, so that's going to be really good news for them, especially seeing that G2 was right above them right before that, something that we're not seeing in the overall game 5 results.
Yeah, G2 not in the top half of this leaderboard. Looks quite bad. They ended up going down in 15th with only 1 kill point here. As you can see, some of the teams now basically almost out of this. Complexity not having the greatest of days. W as well, even though they've been trying to play their own game. It looks like a lot of the teams just cutting them off on the rotate. Here it is, combined standings going into the final game of the day, the final game of the last chance qualifiers. The only opportunity left now to secure your spot comes down to this, but it's Furia and HCH. Only 2 points separating them. And now, of course, HCH and Unlucky, it's a 16-point lead for HCH, but we have so many other squads coming up right behind.
I mean, if Unlucky managed to take this and then it's Furia and Unlucky qualifying, that would be absolutely insane. But like you mentioned, it's only by a few point difference. The Sentinels right behind Unlucky by 2 points. But HCH and Furia still fighting for that 2-point difference so that way they could feel comfortable. None of these teams have had any sort of breathing room throughout these games. And now we are moving on to our final game here in the finals for the LCQ.
Yeah, so ostensibly right now, it's just our top 5 that are in contention for those last 2 spots. And here we go. Snipe Down hovering over the Snipe Down. He is picking up the Mirage and Complexity with nothing left to do. They're going to go full tilt on this one. Mad Maggie, let's go. Game number 6, Complexity. Let's see the pop-off.
Welcome back here, Complexity, Snipe Down. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm glad that you're at least rocking together in this final game. I mean, fun, you know, maybe an overstretch here, Jamerson. But, you know, I'm going to say it right now here. At least if you're going to go down, you can go down under the ship of Mirage Voyage. And so now we get to see some of our character selection. I love how Torrent basically doing the same thing. They're saying, okay, we're tired of this. We're tired of this. We're going to go right back in time. They're rocking the Bloodhound. They're rocking the Watson and the Pathfinder. What are we going to expect from some of these teams? It would be actually crazy if some of these lower end squads that do not have a chance to qualify into the chance for the top 2 spots, grief, those top 5 teams that do have an opportunity to take those points that they need to qualify.
That would be absolutely tragic. Right now, 5 teams in contention, but our top 2 squads with a healthy lead over that 3rd place in Team Unlucky. I believe it was like an 18-point difference between HCH and Unlucky here as we load in for the last time here. For the last chance qualifiers, we're joining on board with G2 for game number 6.
Look at this. All the Bloodhounds have been whipped out here for this game 6. Even G2, HCH, they're on HCH's tail. And remember what we're talking about. HCH is one of those teams that are in the top 2 spots. And if G2 is going to chase after them here, they're chasing after their footprints.
Oh boy, very tense situation as we've got a contest going down. Torrent over here up against Team Casuals. And Torrent, they've got that Bloodhound, as we talked about, and a purple armor for Rambo. Urice could pick this one up. Looks like Arcane will go ahead and back away for this one as Urice plays Lurk on top of this building. Of course, they would love to be able to go in for that scan, but got them backed up to a ledge. Now Arcane starting to make his way on in. He's got the Devo, but he's only got the 1 clip. Still, though, we know how powerful Devo is. And easily 1 clip an entire squad as he only hits for the 30 there, chasing after that last Valkyrie.
You know, with the fired up Devo, that squad knows what's happening over by the other side. Casuals want no business with that. You can see Casual actually by himself. Torrent are actually trying to close in the gap, it looks like a little bit, but Racken actually noticing that it's 1 player just left inside this building is actually going to block them off. You have nowhere to run, and with the rest of Torrent overlooking the bottom area, that means that Casuals are in some trouble.
Yeah, Casual's kind of stuck here. Not even having an opportunity to try and maybe Valkyrie rotate out of this one. Urice controlling the south side as Rambo gets the first knock onto Casual. They might just have to leave him. You can see Hambino trying to get out of here, but no, he's actually stuck. Rambo walks right past him. That's hard because look at how big of a target he is. Hambino is holding the angle for now. He still has to be careful of RKN right behind him, and I think he spotted him out. The pings are there. No, he gets the jump, but Hambino ends up going down. Sung was already out. Torrent will go ahead and pick up these kill points.
It was already funny that Rambo just walks right past him after trying to chase down the footsteps being on the Bloodhound, and now we're seeing Tripods delay the inevitable before they jump down dome for dome here. As Tripods are rocking nice evil shields, they're trying to fight around this bubble right here, but this squad right here was just looking to try to replicate a little bit. A nice crack with the PK shot. Luna in some trouble, disengaging another crack, make it 2 deeds. Does he miss with his PK?
Oh my goodness. Tripods get the win, but here's Elevate now for the third party coming in from that dome side. Tripods, though, won't be able to back away. They've got the bat at least finished off for Nick Merckx, and he still needs to get that med kit off. Elevate not able to close the distance fast enough, though, and so that's going to be the full reset for them, and it's Elevate, stealing away this loot from Team Tripods.
And take some of their time here, too, while also being on the high ground before figuring out where they want to rotate. Doesn't look like there's the beacon up here where it usually is. So they're just going to be able to loot up here. Elevate being one of those squads to absolutely put a dent to your plans in the late game. Look at this, though. G2 fighting some pigs here. You're going to find a trade. Voting for Design Flow, and as E8 find this fight, they're going to be backing off here. So many fights happening around the map.
The damage going in favor of Elevate, though, and here is the bubble to make their way across on top of Team Tripods. They've got that Nox gas grenade down. The Tripods have already backed away this time around, though. Elevate will have the top-down fight. They've got the barrels as well, as it looks like Casuals are able to kind of strike back up against Tort on the other side. No, not Casuals, excuse me. Ambino and them able to fight back against them, as here is the drop-down for Elevate. Presley has to be careful, though. He doesn't want to try and challenge that door by himself when his squad mates are healing up. Elevate now. I don't know if they're close within range of striking distance. I can't quite remember what the leaderboard looked like, but they were in top 4, top 5 before game number 5. Nice barrel placement there from Golden. Gonna challenge them, but again, it's just all positioning here, and it's just swapping positions. It's this time Elevate having to retreat inside.
They were, I believe, top 5 there, Jamerson. So another team that is looking to claim their stakes on the top 2 of the overall leaderboards. G2 now, Fury getting the knock onto Resulto. That's been a fight that's been happening for quite some time, but with E8 still finding themselves in this fight has been going on for way longer than they may feel comfortable. But with this constant composition, they know that they can lock down these different angles, but they have to look to their 6. They have to look behind them over by these window cracks.
Tripods, they have the positional advantage, but the defensive bombardment will go down, forcing Deeds and Nick Merckx back. And unfortunately for Deeds, he had to expend that bubble, and they see it through the wall, so they know that it has been used. Luda, though, trying to come in for the flank, trying to find that lurk on the outside, but it leaves his teammates by themselves up top. See Nick Merckx keep an eye on that stairwell. Deeds is up there as well. You got the bubble out now as Tripods gets challenged. Deeds gets full sent on. Mercy will get the knock, and here comes the thirst out of Elevate, taking him out. Tripods now fighting as a 2-man, as Elevate will be happy with that KP.
What a passive fight that Elevate is taking. Another fight, though, happening over by the other side. It's going to be unlucky here. Our placed third overall squad who just lost out on their giving. No dome, no caustic, only tech up and alive. It's just going to be a miracle here, as it's Luxford and Demi who actually claim Casellos here. Unlucky now, maybe forced to get out of the situation.
Yeah, Furia, I am sending you guys the PayPal information for free agents right here. You don't have to worry, but man, this is so unfortunate for Unlucky losing out on 2. We'll see if maybe Tech can come back to pick up these banners. It is, again, round number 1, and Tech is no stranger, of course, to rotating in around in the zone. So there is a world where he can actually bring them back on in. Sentinels, though, out for the fight. They've got the Bloodhound scan out with the Beast of the Hunt. Senox, though, has to take some time to heal up along with Lou. It's going to be the slow heals for him, as Crust now finds that angle on the left. They're trying to take to the skies. They're going to actually just get out of here. Team Nightmare will leave their third on the ground. Just get out.
A lot of these quick fights and a lot of these teams not wanting to take those fights and having to just disengage. Look at this. James, Mooney getting out of their own situation as a duo here, it looks like. So a lot of these teams making these longer rotations with G-Force and Nightmare maybe fighting for the beacon over to their side if they're looking to res their third.
And for Team Sentinels, they have to make up about a 20-point difference between them and Furia. Elevate still over here. Mercy might bleed out. He gets the syringe off in time. Buddha is stuck by himself, and there's the full push out now from the rest of Elevate, cleaning up Tripods. It was a nice run. And then, bam, gotta love the presence that you guys showed for the competitive Apex Legends scene. And I hope to see you guys back in the future, especially with Nick Merckx, the way he's been able to perform here in the Challenger Circuit. But they will bow out. W, though, still have their shot here. They need a massive game. They need like 20, 30 kills to have a shot at trying to take that second place position away. Looks like a third party might be coming in. Complexity coming up from behind. They've got the Seer out. They've got the Mirage to do Mirage things at this point. And the Mad Maggie ultimate coming in as well. But it gets instantly cleared. The Arcstars in the decoy, putting in work. You can see them all trying to focus it down as they are forced back now. Monsoon, he's got that ADS and that heartbeat sensor. Shows them, of course. Well, yeah, they're kind of stuck in that corner, guys. EMP. So many ultimates that I don't know who's stuck here in the middle. It's Sign Us, please. We're getting focused down now. It is really unfortunate. The micro drones coming in. So the Seer ult will be utilized throughout all of this. And now looks like Sign Us, please will get finished off in just a moment. W picking up those kills.
Complexity said, if we can't have fun, nobody's having fun. Sign Us, please, are stuck in the middle behind it all. And with some of our other teams, though, like G2, who were fighting themselves in early fights, actually get Disciple back into this game. So with that res, maybe Sentinels have them in their sights to try to rotate, but a squad is actually meeting them here. Senox gets the crack. One of the few teams actually rocking the Bloodhound here still, as Sentinels are just trying to play off of this low ground. A wingman for a wingman, though, but the Dome is going to close in that gap.
Oh, the bubble is a little bit short, though. Now they have to wait on that cooldown. The Arcstar's in to try and keep them in position or force them out. But Lou has been cracked. Force Hit the Bat is going to buy 5 seconds of time for them on the other side of this one. And the slow heals. He needs to hit a medkit, too. The Singularity has been used, and it's X set on the other side of this one, keeping G2 alive. Throughout all of this, as they have proved to be the distraction for G2 as they back away. Sentinel still kind of hard focus on this one, but they've used a lot of their utility. As now Exit find a nice angle on the left side there. Just a little bit of chip damage to the feet of that squad now. As they continue to try and go for the peaks, Clean is slowly getting punished now. The gravity lift to try and close that distance up against Exet. Here comes the peak, got the pre-fire out from Clane. Doesn't do quite enough as Hakulo now has been cracked. He's getting challenged from the rooftop. Lou is the first one to fall, and here is the Beast of the Hunt a little bit too late now, as Kenny does get traded back, but the force up coming out from Exet as they end up securing that thirst. The armor swap, they lose out on Clane, and here comes the challenge. It comes down to a 1v1 for Exet as Hakulo is forced back. Trust is the only one alive for Sentinels, and he is not going to be able to recover those banners. G2 come back to get their revenge.
G2 with a third party, and when your lone survivor is Bloodhound, Beast of the Hunt can only take you so far, as G2 are going to be able to loot up and take all the other loot away from Exet being the lone survivor here. And now currently see Moody, James Fearless, the rest of GeForce. Looks like they had gotten everybody back into this game, because it looked like earlier that they had to play this as a duo, and even taking the redeploy through Fragment. Renegades holding on to this building. You can see the beacon right above them. Charlotte Phoenix are going to be denied that information if they haven't gotten it already right there. And then HGH doing what HGH does best. Holding where they predict the final circle is going to be pulling, and utilizing those Watson fences to negate any sort of redeploy from overtaking this position. Sheesh is also doing something very similar with its Timmy, holding the back end buildings of this next circle.
It's round number 2 closing, and this is the first time we get to actually talk about the ring, because there has been so much action in round 1 and in round 2. So we do have a thermal station ring, but it doesn't look like it whatsoever. I mean, it definitely does look like a game number 6 where there's only 2 teams moving on, and Complexity are caught out. Shiny will go down there on Mad Maggie, snipe down, force the low, hitting that bat. Free agents were able to clear up here, force their way on out, and take a look at the graveyard. There's this connecting area, so they're just going to slow heal throughout all of this one. G2 chasing after Crust. They want to get the ultimate revenge on Sentinels now, and I'll be honest, this game has devolved into an absolute cluster.
Yeah, this is absolutely chaotic. With all these different comps coming out too, you really don't know what to expect for some of our teams. G2 have Blood, though. They're looking out to see what is going on with Complexity playing off the low ground. Wait until they find out that there is a Mirage in their lobbies. But with Ice Shining getting taken down, that's going to be the Mad Maggie taken out from Complexity. But with Monsoon here on the series, you can at least get some information here to let Snipedown know where to meet him up. Now with some of these other squads like Elevate, though, holding the high ground, Elevate, who have an opportunity here to overtake some of these top performing squads. They were sitting in 5th place overall before this game, and they still are claiming so many of these players as they are rotating in their direction.
Yeah, G4 slowing down after the first 2 games of the day. They started things off with so much momentum. then have been absolutely halted here, but backing away from that Harvester fight was the right call to back away. I mean, they're 30 points down to Furia, and things are getting worse and worse as time goes on as Furia continues to live here throughout all of this. Impulse getting tagged down. RKN is able to take him down, but he does go and falls. And so it's going to be G-Force actually being able to secure that at the very least and get him back on up. Furia, though, our first place squad in the lobby right now, playing on the northern side of Thermal. They just need to wait out time. They don't need to get proactive. They just need to survive and pick up the free placement points, and they will be punching in their ticket to make it in. But G2 now pushing up as a two-man up against G-Force. They're just gifting away KP at this point, though. Gentrifying. And he fight back into this one as he pushes forward. The PK shot hits for the 66. Now just looking to finish off the rest of G-Force. Gentrifying will be able to clutch up, but it looks like Elevate come in for the third party.
Yeah, this time around, it isn't the Zypho clutching out some of these fights. Now, instead, it's Jet, and he's got the gold backpack on his back as G2 are going to get back into this fight. Look at this HCH. Furia, who have not wavered off of the Seer pick. This entire composition has worked beautifully for their playstyle. Just the same could be said for HCH. A lot of these shots are getting pulled off. I think it's Furia actually trying to take some of those shots at HCH, but they can't even find those shots landing on top of the pylon. So with HCH just waiting for the opportunity to see what's going to happen. I don't know if they know that the circle is going to end up pulling away from them eventually.
It's that southern platform end. You can see not even the jungle gyms. Actually, just a little bit of the jungle gyms is in on that south side, so they can try to play that fence line there when they ultimately have to drop down. We'll see if maybe they try to go for a little bit riskier one, as it falls actually all the way over towards the southern edge on the other side of the lava.
This is insane. Now Complexity making their way over to the left side with the charge rifle in their hand. Also see the Seer coming out to actually put in some of the extra pressure on the other side of the tunnel as well. So with the circle pulling in the direction of Renegades and Charlotte Phoenix, Elevate have a good chance here, noting that there is no other squad coming up for their 6. G2 have the opportunity, but they're facing off as a two-man against Complexity here, and they actually may come out on top now that they get a knock. It's only up to Sniped actually over by the other side, and iShiny with only a white Evil Shield.
Oh boy, it's gonna come down to a 2v2 now between Complexity along with G2 as they secure the banner once again. Snipe down, just go ahead and plug him in. Come on, it's a respawn simulator here for Complexity in game number 6. This time around, it's Monsoon that is waiting to get plugged in. It looks like only one final respawn beacon alive, but it's on top of Renegades who are down there by that respawn beacon building.
I'll see if they can at least obtain that banner. HCH with the quick rotate, though. They're rotating into exactly where Renegades is posted up. Elevate are going to be in that choke point away from a lot of this focus fire, but having to play off this low ground may not be so bad if HCH get to set up the Watson properly here, and that's exactly what Hill is doing. Even with the pylons, they're already negating the grenade pressure that could have came from Elevate on the high ground.
For HCH and Furia, it's all about surviving. They don't need kill points. They don't need to poke their heads out whatsoever. They find a corner, they sit in it, and they survive. Surviving means you move on to land, as Charlotte Phoenix now making this push. It's actually going to be Elevate coming in for the third party, taking out Bowser and thirsting him here. Free agents got cleaned up in that last little bit of fight now. Do have a squad on the other side of this one looking to make their cross. You just need to hold it down. Clearing the barrels is Golden, and he's the first line push up. As the barrels are slowly creeping up, Golden is forced back as he gets tagged from behind. Now the rest of Elevate looking to make this entry in. You got to be careful though. 14 more seconds before that bubble comes on up. It looks like the never-ending fight between G2 and Complexity continues to take place, but Snipe down does clutch up for Complexity once more, knocking G2 out of this one. Take a look. Furia are still safely in on the jungle gyms, but they will eventually have to make the cross. But they are slowly and slowly getting closer to that territory where the placement points just secure their spot to land.
look at the amount of Watson fences underneath Renegades right now. They're hearing all this chaos underneath them, and they get to see the work of art front row seats too. So Elevate now coming out on top after this fight. I like how aggressive Elevate is playing this because they know what is on the line here. They are fully setting out to this team, but are they going to leave themselves out in the open after they were getting shot at from behind by what looks to be maybe Team Sheesh as they had to ease their way into that next circle? Now Elevate finished that last player. It's Nightmare Esports that are out of this lobby. Elevate have such a good opportunity here. It was Sheesh actually that was taking some shots at them, and now it's time for Furia to make their appearance with Complexity still holding a left angle here. iShiny taking some shots, and Furia have nowhere to go. They have to play this edge here of the cliffside, so the one player they have to worry about here is it's Timmy and the rest of Sheesh that are going to have them in their line of sight.
Elevate have 7 kill points, at least 7 kill points right now. They were down by 25 up against Furia. If Furia fall, I don't think they've actually picked up any kill points or HCH either. There's a world now that Elevate can actually secure a spot in the top 2. They need basically the rest of the kills in this lobby. They need the plus 12 as well. So we're gonna have to keep eyes on that. A nice shot from his Watson.
No.
With that Kraber, one more mid-air will not connect, but that means they hold down this platform. The ring will be pulling this way. They just need to buy some time. That's Team Sheesh now falling right into the crosshairs of Renegades. A missile swarm out as well. Nice Wig bleeding out on the ground as that Gibraltar means they do not have a bubble for this one, and Wig might just be falling to this defensive bombardment. Knocks gas grenade just as some sort of cover as his Watson ultimately falls down. Elevate are coming up with the kills. They picked up a few more onto Furia as well, taking out the biggest competitors, taking out one of the top 2. Now it's just Panders left alone holding this corner. He's almost been cracked, gonna try and get out of here, but as he goes up to high TCs, Renegades fighting off to the side. He's gonna try his best not to make any movement here, not to draw any attention, but it looks like the focus is coming down as Elevate push forward. Renegades find themselves in their crosshair. HCH have been knocked out. Renegades backing away. They're trying their best to survive, but it looks like it's only Pow left. Renegades are out. Complexity leading that one up. Elevate now, though, in the final 3v2, pushing forward, will be able to secure the win. But did they get enough kill points to secure top 2?
Jamerson, I think they did. Elevate just had the game of their lives there. The last game where it matters most, and the only team to take more than one game today. They took game 4, the first game on World's Edge, and they take the last one, making it an Elevate sandwich around Furia's win in game number 5. But the KP that we just saw from this team, I'm looking, Jamerson, at HCH and Elevate right now after that performance.
Yeah, Elevate had 43 points going into game number 5, putting them down by 23 to HCH. Both HCH and Furia, I mean, I think they only got placement points. I don't really remember seeing them on the kill feed. So there is a chance for Elevate here. How many kill points did they end up getting? That's the 9 plus the 7, 16 plus the 12, 28 points. Might just be short of securing a spot at LAN. HCH and Furia, we're in that top 6, top 7. We have to take a look at these points. 5 points going over to HCH. That's going to put them at 71. Elevate with the 28s are tied at 71, and they should be able to win the tiebreaker. Oh no, does this actually come down to how many the kills tiebreaker here? This is absolutely insane. I am going to wait for our admin's final calls. 71 to 71. Elevate on a game 6 win might have just done it to secure a spot to LAN.
And look how close they are to Furia, who are only leading the pack by 2 points. What is these top 3 teams? E8, HCH, Furia, Elevate, elevating themselves from top 5 all the way up to contention, and confirmed Elevate actually taking over HCH. This is insane. The last game just made everything different for Elevate.
Just to really set in place what happened, Elevate with that win, with the 16 kill win in game number 6, beat out HCH off of the tiebreaker rule by having more kills in that last game, and Elevate punch in their ticket. They are making it to LAN.
HCH is feeling a type of way after their performance today. They were so consistent, but we cannot deny the powerhouse that Elevate was in that last game. 16 kills, Jamerson. You saw the damage across the board. You saw that Elevate knew exactly what was at stake when they decided to push into complexity, when they decided to push around to finish off Furia. That is actually insane. That is the most insane endgame and score point that I have probably ever seen right now, and Elevate are punching their way into the champs.
Craziest part for this is that not only did HCH end up getting enough kill points to be able to secure this victory, to secure the top 2, it was in a lobby that was kind of awkward with how much fighting that was taking place. Every kill they saw on the kill feed was their shot at land. They had to basically W key onto every fight that came their way, and that's what they were doing. They were able to do it. So congratulations to Furia, congratulations to HCH, Elevate, for being able to secure the top 2 spots. Really, unfortunately, HCH was one of the squads that we were looking at, but they were just shy of making it. So despite getting the top 3, they will not be making it to Raleigh. It will be Furia, it will be Elevate, but still, we have to give a huge shout out to HCH for playing so amazingly consistent across this lobby.
I hope to see HCH so much in the future because I love this team. I love what they provide here when it comes to the competition, as well as keeping themselves consistently in those endgame circles. The Watson too. I mean, it's absolutely crazy to see, but we cannot deny what we saw today from Furia and EA. Furia also rocking the Seer. It really shows you that those usual compositions that we're used to seeing from North America are starting to change up a lot here, Jamerson.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Things are pretty crazy. We have another month and a few weeks before champs heads up, so there's so much time for things to change, but we're gonna go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll be able to talk with one of our winners from today's games who just earned a spot in the $2.5 million LAN, and you're not gonna want to miss that interview. So we'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series North American LCQ. All the games are done. We're about to basically tap into the minds of one of our winners from Furia. Let's check in with his Watson, securing a spot at the $2.5 million land. His Watson, you know what? It's finally great to actually see what you look like. Can you hear me over here?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Man, I just want to say congratulations, and of course, obligatory. How are you feeling after today's games?
How am I feeling? I'm feeling all right. I mean, I wasn't sure how we were going to do today because I only played with the team for like a week. We played like, I think 30 games together, and I haven't played comp in like literally a year. I've just like played only ranked, so I wasn't sure how I was going to go. Turns out it went great. I mean, as good as it can possibly go. So I'm chilling, bro. I'm pretty happy. Yeah.
I have to ask
I mean,
you
that's so
here.
glad to hear. I mean, you just secured a spot in a $2.5 million land. It looks like things are looking up for you. Now, what is the plan going forward, as we still have a long time in between now and, what is it, July 6th through 10th? What is the game plan for Team Furia going into that?
The game plan is probably just to catch me up to speed. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Most of the time I had no idea what was going on. I'm just Valk ulted and said, okay, well, here's what's going on. I mean, I didn't know what was going on. So like, I don't know what we're doing on a lot of zones. We just kind of wing it. So I think doing a lot less winging is what we're gonna do, is like try to learn a lot less of that, and just play smaller stuff up until then. But yeah, that's probably the plan for us.
That's insane. That's so crazy to hear from you, his Watson. Because I mean, yeah, you've been playing with Furia for a little bit. Being a new member here for Furia, at least trying out how you're feeling with the squad. Are you the new IGL for Furia? How are you feeling so far, just fitting in with the rest of the team?
Yeah, so I'm the IGL. I make most of the calls. Most of the pregame, like, okay, here's what we're doing round 1, 2, 3. Like, okay, you know, we're doing this kind of stuff. But Panders helps a lot. Because he has a lot more comp experience than me, of course, so he helps a lot. But yeah, I'm the edge. What was the other question? What was the rest of the question?
I mean, how are you feeling with fitting in with the rest of the squad? I mean, you said that you don't really have a lot of comp experience,
Yeah.
but you came out swinging with a team that you basically have little to no experience with only having, what, a week of preparation for this?
Yeah, so I'm feeling great with the team. I mean, I've been wanting to play comp for probably like 3 or 4 months, and I finally found a team. I think the biggest thing for me, like, is C-Line helps a lot. He's our analyst. And that's really what I was looking for in a team. Like, I didn't even really want an IGL. I just wanted somebody who was like really smart, you know, they could tell me what to do. And C-Line does that for me, you know, helps a lot with that. So that's kind of what I've been looking for. And I finally found it. I found 2 people that hit a lot of bullets and don't take a lot of damage. And I mean, yeah, I mean, I feel like it was just a great fit. I joined, that's why I was okay with playing like with just a week of practice. I mean, I was just kind of looking for a really solid team already. I didn't really want to just slide in and like build something, you know. I wanted to just join something that was already set in stone. But I mean, just sliding me in there as the IGL, and I mean, it's going well. I mean, it's going a lot better than I thought. I mean, I thought with me joining, it'd be like a long-term thing where I learn how to play and then it works out, but it's just working out right now. So, I mean, yeah, it's going great.
Yeah, that's fantastic to hear. I want to say congratulations one more time. Of course, because you guys are here in the winner's circle, I want to leave up the final words to you. So any shout outs, anything you've got for us, go ahead. This is your moment, man.
Shout outs? I mean, oh man. I mean, so many people have helped us in the team. I mean, C-Line, Raven, Sven, just my teammates, you know, Blur and Keon. I mean, there's too many people. Like, I could sit here forever and tell people that have helped me, like, you know, accomplish this goal. I mean, so many people, Sam. I mean, so many people, but yeah, just too many.
All right, man.
Really.
Shout outs to everybody there at the end. But yeah, it does take a village, especially here in Apex Legends. I want to say congratulations one last time. Vicky, anything else before we try and close out this show?
I can't wait to see more of that Seer, man. I really can't wait. You fooled me with the tag for his Watson, but it's okay. You get a pass as you guys take first place, and I can't wait to see more of your team.
Yep. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, his Watson, and congratulations. Also, we need to congratulate Elevate off of a Game 6 win. First, it was Scars in EMEA securing the Game 6 win for their spot to LAN. And now it's Elevate with the Game 6 win. Something about Challenger Circuit and LCQ and game number 6, it being all on the line where our teams just absolutely leave it all out on the field.
Why do they always have to show up late? I mean, better late than never, as I always say, but man, they really keep me on the edge of my seat. What a performance for that last game for Elevate. Just again, have to give them another quick shout out because they played out of their minds, knowing what was at stake and knowing the pace that they needed to take that last game, which already puts them ahead of the curve when it comes to the rest of the competition.
Yeah, crazy performance coming out from them. So congratulations once again to Furia and along with Elevate, but we will be saying goodbye to the 18 other squads, but it was still a fun ride while it lasted. Those 2 squads will be moving on to the North American Finals of the LAN that'll be taking place in July. $2.5 million on the line. I think almost all of our teams have been slotted in for that, and I can't wait for it. Now, Vicky, before we close out the show, any final words?
I can't wait. I'll see you guys at Champs. I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to perform over at LAN. They all deserve an opportunity. I know we've had so many talented other teams in these lobbies, but of course you could only say hi to 2 of them making their way over into the Champs. North Carolina, I'm so excited, Jamerson. I hope to see you there, and it's going to be a good time for a lot of our other squads.
Yeah, definitely. So I want to take the moment here, of course, to thank all of our viewers at home who were here to support us along with our teams. Congratulate once again Furia along with Elevate, but also thank you our production here at Nerd Street Gamers for putting on such an amazing show. From Vicky, myself, and Nerd Street, thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys on the arena one more time in the future. So have a good night and have a great weekend.